to get more bipartisan support so she could win re-election. She's not doing it so she could just, fuck over Trump and give him the big middle finger. She had no reason to lie. And that is the breaking news of the day. Now, at this point in time, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debate. So if you are one of the very first 3.5 thousand people hanging out with us over on TikTok, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. And we got that first Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Hello, Sierra.
Hi, Dean.
How are you doing on this great Saturday, Sierra?
Well, to be honest with you, I haven't finished my coffee yet. So I'm doing good. Just waking up and ready to defend my guy.
Yeah, hear you there. So you're a Trump supporter.
Yes, sir.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. See, listen, from my perspective anymore, I just don't understand how anyone could support him as president. I mean, with everything that we've learned about his character, with everything that we know about his attack on the rule of law, his attack on our democracy, and then the terrible economic policy that his administration has been passing in his first and second term, and the social impact that he has on this country and on the global stage as well is just, humiliating and harmful. But of course, you still do support Trump as president. I'm going to pass the mic to you at this point. Feel free to take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support this tyrannical idiot as president, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, so I can answer that in one question, or one answer, sorry. But I'll expand a little bit. I mean, I don't vote for ethics, I vote for policy. So, people say and do a lot of dumb things in their lifetime. Before he was president, he said a lot of stupid things. I think he's the most qualified to be in office right now, considering that he is one of the, if not the most successful businessman in America, as well as, him donating his, earnings from being in presidency. He is, finally securing our borders. He's trying to allocate our tax dollars to the right people that are American citizens. I agree with a lot of the things that he's done. The tariffs. I mean, do you want to pick that apart a little bit, or do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, no, I'll just happily respond to everything that you've shared with us so far. So the first thing that you said, I'm going to go 1, 2, and 3. The first thing that you said is the fact that you don't vote for ethics, you vote for policy. So I think a good policymaker is an ethical policymaker. The position of the presidency is necessarily a position of public service, not self-service. And I think you're incapable of public service if you're incapable about caring about any other individuals outside of yourself. And I think when you lack ethical and moral virtues to the extent of doing things such as Trump has with raping E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, so on and so forth, it kind of makes you ineffective as a policymaker because it makes you ineffective about caring at individuals outside of yourself. Now, to respond to the second claim that you made, you said that, well, you like his policy. You said that he's a good businessman, the best businessman in America. Well, I mean, if we just look at the raw numbers, play Capitalism 101 real quick. I mean, Elon Musk's net worth is significantly higher than his, and he's been in the game for a shorter period of time. Same thing with other entrepreneurs of the likes of Mark Zuckerberg, so on and so forth. So I wouldn't label him the best businessman in America, especially with his 6 bankruptcies. But, if you want to respond to everything that I've just said so far, feel free to.
Okay. So the first one, Eugene Carroll, do you have evidence to back that he raped her?
Yeah, the ruling from a unanimous jury of 9 inside of a civil court in 2023.
A civil court, and he was found what?
He was found liable for
liable. So that's not a conviction. It was not a grape either. It was a sexual assault.
So I think that.
So when you say rape, okay, that's a little extreme. He was found liable. There was a settlement in a civil court. He's not federally charged for that. So
yeah. So
please,
you're saying that this was liability. It wasn't a conviction in the criminal court. Well, I think that conviction claims in criminal courts prove guilt. I think that in this civil court, the fact that he was held liable is synonymous to guilt. I think that this means he did it. When I use the word guilt, I just mean that he did it. Right. That's all that I'm saying there. So I think Trump is guilty. You also said it wasn't for grape. It was for SA. So legally, you're right. It was for SA because in the state of New York, the statute of grape was only defined as the penetration of the female member with a male member, nothing else. But Colloquially, it's really understandable that we all use the term grape to refer to the forceful penetration of the female member with the
So
male
it
member,
wasn't
and
forceful
other things
penetration.
too, such as fingers. And what the jury determined Trump did to E. Jean Carroll was the
Mhm.
forceful penetration of her female member with his fingers, which is something that I
Nope.
define as grape.
I'm sorry. Have you read the documents?
Yes.
Okay, so it was, from my understanding and from what I took from it, it was not any penetration in the genital area. It was a slap on the ass.
No, so it was digital penetration. So digital refers to with the use of fingers. That's what the jury found him liable for, was the digital penetration
I'm
of
gonna have to
uh,
pull
of,
it
of
up.
her female member. So
I'll have
what? So more specifically, I mean, I could even get into the specifics here. So she testified that it was either his fingers or his male member, but ultimately was proven to the minimum standard of his fingers. And because they couldn't determine if it was the fingers or the male member, they did determine that she was penetrated, but because they couldn't determine if it was the fingers or the male members, they just went with a lesser charge of SA for the fingers. However, the way that we use the phrase grape colloquially would include the fingers or the male member. This was clarified on by the judge, and then New York later updated their law to reflect this alongside the law of 34 other states. So, I mean, I think it becomes clear, yeah, the court did determine that he raped E. Jean Carroll. I completely believe that he did, because on top of the ruling that we have from that court, he also just has the character of a man to do those kind of things. I'd say that rapists would definitely, sexually exploit women and girls and then boast about it like he did in '05 to Howard Stern.
Okay.
Grapists would definitely say that they're kind of okay with grape like he did on the Access Hollywood tapes when he was just like, you
Well,
could grab a woman by the P word, you don't even need to ask first. And a bunch of grapists were best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein, such as himself. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense to
such
me.
Democrats too. It's funny when those get fully released. I just think it's going to be funny. But to go back to what you said, I do want to mention, like, as an SA victim, if I were given the option of money or going for, not harming anybody else, and like personal in my experience, anecdotal, I guess, I would definitely prosecute all the way. I would not settle for money, because that is just saying, hey, why don't you give me some money? I'll forget about it and you go do it to somebody else. I'm sorry. I would not settle for that.
Well, see, the thing
There
is,
is
is E.
no way.
Jean Carroll doesn't
There is
control the
no
law of
way.
the state of New York and the law and the law inside of the state of New York as a at the time at a statute of limitations on pursuing charges of grape inside of criminal courts in the state. She didn't have the ability to bring the case to a criminal court because of the statute of limitations. The most that she could do is pursue litigation against him instead of a civil court of law. Not to mention, by the way, that even if she had the ability to pursue criminal charges and didn't, it seems like you're just trying to blame her for not getting the rapist locked up in jail compared to blaming the rapist for being a rapist. Like before we talk about what the
You guys do that with the
responsible,
pardons.
what before we talk about, what is the responsible response for a victim of grape to have to being raped, let's just first condemn the rapist. I feel like that's the first step we need to take here, is to
He
say
should be in jail
it's
if he
wrong to
did
rape
grape
people.
her, but he didn't grape her and he's not in jail.
Well, I don't think the fact that he's not in jail proves that he didn't grape her. First and foremost, only 5% of rapists ever make their way to jail, so vast majority never find their day inside of that cell. And I
Where are you
would
getting that
also
number?
argue simultaneously that because a unanimous jury of 9 was able to find him guilty of graping her inside of a civil court, and I'd say the evidence suggested inside of the case was strong, and Donald Trump's testimony was lacking and contradictory, and he has the character of a man to do these things, corroborated by the other things
5%
that he's done that I
came
brought up.
from.
I'd say it becomes clear it's reasonable to believe that, yes, he raped E. Jean Carroll.
5% of rapists actually go to jail. Can you tell me where you got that number?
Yeah, for sure. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, if you'd like to respond to everything else I said, the mic is yours.
I'm sorry, you talk a lot. So not in a rude way, but like you just kind of continue to go. So it's like I have to keep my eye on the point sometimes. But yeah, no. So I basically disagree. I mean, you guys said that pardoning the J6ers and them committing crimes after they've been out, and harming other people. Oh, that's such a big deal, and yet we've got potentially a rapist on the loose. Like, come on, guys.
Okay,
Let's not be
so this is
heretical.
actually, so you just asked me what the source would be, and I was wrong. It's not that 5% of rapists only go to jail. It's that only around 2% of rapists go to jail. And this is coming from the FBI, National Incident-Based Reporting System of 2012 through 2016. And then I'm
Is
grabbing it
it
from
in just like
rain.org.
America? Is it just like all over? Is it a global or not global? Sorry, American, or is it state, or is it what are you looking at?
So this is going to be around America.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wasn't sure where you found that number, and that makes me sick to my stomach, to be honest.
So then
But
can we
that's our
agree?
justice system
So
for
then
you.
can we agree that just saying that he's not in
Never.
jail, therefore he's not a rapist, is not a good argument at
No,
all.
no,
Especially considering the fact
and
that
saying
a court
he's a
still found him
rapist
guilty.
when he wasn't found guilty of
Okay.
rape is really, really wrong.
I think that he was. I think that the jury found him
guilty.
guilty of rape inside of a civil court.
Come on, Dean.
Well, so why
You're
do you
making
trust? Why do you trust the outcomes of criminal courts, but you don't trust the outcomes of civil courts?
I do trust the outcomes. I have to trust whatever our system does, but at the same time, and so do you, honestly. But you're gaslighting this to be something so much worse than it is, and I think
I
that's
have a
really
question.
blaming.
Wait, so you just said that you have to trust whatever system adjudicates. So the system adjudicated, like legally speaking, that he is guilty of the essay of E. Jean Carroll. Do you agree with that?
Civilly, he settled to be found liable. I
No, he
agree
didn't.
with
He
that.
didn't
I
settle.
agree with
He didn't settle.
civil
We need to clear up the,
settlement.
we need to clear up the misinformation. Donald Trump did not settle with E. Jean Carroll. He was found
What do you
guilty.
call it when when the victim gets a lot of money? Is that a settlement?
No, it's only a settlement.
Oh.
I could explain to you what a settlement is and what the difference is between what happened to Trump. So a settlement is when the accused basically says, like, hey, I don't want to put this in front of a jury. Hey, I don't want to waste my money on the lawyers. Like, hey, maybe if this was put in front of a jury, I'd be found guilty. So therefore, I'm just gonna say, if I pay you $40 million, you'll drop the suit and you'll step back. And that's a settlement. Is then when the victim agrees to get paid this lump sum of money from the accused perpetuator, and in agreeing to take this lump sum of money, they also agree that there is no admittance of guilt on behalf of the accused perpetuator. But that's not what happened to Trump. What happened to Trump was not a settlement. He did not agree to settle with E. Jean Carroll outside of court. He contested her claim. He took it to court. She took it to court, inevitably leading to a unanimous jury of 9 finding him guilty of forcefully penetrating her female member with his fingers, amounting to rape.
We're going to agree to disagree on that, but let's go ahead. I want to ask you about the Epstein files.
Wait, you just said that we're going to agree to disagree, so could you please give me a source that he settled outside of court?
Well, I mean,
Because I
you
could give you a
basically
source that he
proved me
didn't.
right. You gave me, no, I didn't say he settled out of court. I said she got a settlement. He was settled in court and was found liable. Okay. So we said the same thing. I don't know why you're trying to twist it. Now, what I'm asking you is if you believe victims
I'll let you answer. I'll let you ask me a question. I'm gonna give the mic to you. I do apologize for interrupting you. I'll let you ask me a question. Okay, but I just want the record to be clear here. I want to make sure that you know this, and I want to make sure that everybody watching knows, right? That you told us that you trust the system. You told us that you don't contest the outcome of the court, but then you deny the fact that he essayed or raped E. Jean Carroll, which would be contradiction to that notion.
I said I do trust the outcome of the court. I don't think it's grape, and that if he was found guilty of grape, he would be in jail. I really do. So can I
put a little bit of pushback on that? Can I put a little bit of pushback on that? Just one more line of pushback. One more line. Perfect. So you just said, I trust the outcome of the court. Okay, I'm going to show you the jury verdict form. I'm going to ask you to read it, and then we're going to interpret it together, okay? Because when you're telling us that you trust the outcome of the court, what you're telling us is that you trust the jury verdict form is accurate, correct?
The thing is, you don't trust the victims when it comes to the Epstein files. So why would you trust any victim?
Okay, so is your argument that I shouldn't trust that E. Jean Carroll is great, but you do?
No, my argument is that you believe that the Epstein files, that the victims that came out and said Trump was innocent, you don't believe them. You believe Epstein.
I do.
Oh, okay. So you're not going to talk about Epstein and the big lie that you've been spreading on TikTok?
I think that we need to learn how to interpret reality. So one person came out and said that in her time, right, spending time around Jeffrey Epstein and spending some time around Trump, she never saw Trump do anything wrong, okay? I fully trust the testimony of that woman, okay? I fully believe that she never saw Trump do anything wrong, given the fact that she said she never saw Trump do anything wrong. But just because one individual doesn't see something or something doesn't happen to one individual doesn't mean that it didn't happen to anybody else, okay? Right? A comparison to the logic of your position would be like my friend getting hauled away to court and being charged with murder of another person, and then me testifying in his defense on the stand by saying, well, my friend never murdered me, therefore he never murdered anybody else.
There was multiple victims that came out, and potential, I guess not victims, but victims of Epstein, so they are victims, but that said Trump didn't do anything. There was multiple.
So what are the names? Who are the multiple individuals?
I would have to go pull that up. And
I'm aware of one. I am aware of like one Epstein victim that said, I never saw Trump do anything wrong. And I trust her. I trust that she never saw Trump do anything wrong.
Okay, so why keep going on that rhetoric that he's in the Epstein files? Like, why wouldn't the Democrats release the Epstein files if they were damning towards Trump?
Okay, well, we already know that the Epstein files are damning towards Trump, and the Democrats still didn't release them under the Biden-Harris administration for the first 3 years. That's because they were caught up in the ongoing investigation of Ghislaine Maxwell. And one of the things that's already come out about Trump that was damning to himself was point number one, the letter that he sent to Epstein, depicting the naked body of the girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. And the point number two was the email that Epstein had sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011, where he straight up said Trump was a dog that never barked. He knew what I was doing to those young girls, contradicting anything that Donald Trump has ever said about
we believe predators and people. Yeah, so we believe predators. Epstein. We're going to trust his words that the dog hasn't barked because we believe predators, right?
Yeah. Well, what I believe is when one person says something in a confidential email to another individual, unless I have any reason to believe that they weren't telling the truth, and I'm going to believe that they are telling the truth. And by the way, if you're so you're not going to believe somebody that's a convicted criminal. You made one president. Donald Trump was found guilty on the basis of 34 felonies. And if you're going to allow me to finish speaking here, if you're going to allow me to finish speaking here, please allow me to finish speaking here. Oh my God. So you said you're going to believe somebody that's a convicted criminal. Well, you made somebody that's a 34-count felon a convicted criminal president. So I don't really know if you hold too much against convicted criminals. And then you also said, so you're going to believe predators. You also made an admitted predator president. Okay, I know that you contest the E. Jean Carroll court case. Of course, that proves he's a predator. I know you contest, right, his relations with Epstein. In my mind, of course, I think that proves that he's a predator. But what you definitely cannot contest is what he admitted to in 2005 when he told Howard Stern that he had sexually exploited naked women and naked girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, making him a predator, yet you made him president. So I don't really think it's too good faith of you to sit here and say, oh, Dean, you believe predators. You made one president.
Can you show me where you said that in 2005, please?
Yeah, of course. If you've ever been here before, Kat, appreciates you for all the motorcycles. You've definitely heard this about a million times before, but no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chat. But we like to go over this every day with new people because it's definitely one of the most damning clips of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation that I've certainly ever heard. Here it is.
As the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you're not attracted to women? I'm sorry, but he didn't say anything that was exploiting them. It was in 2005, which is irrelevant to his presidency now. First of all, second of all, he was making a joke, and that's what he does. And you guys buy it and you take it seriously and run with it. So I really don't think that's damning evidence against him. Plus, it's irrelevant to now. Biden, if you want to talk about the things that the president you voted for has said and done, we could go there as well. So it's kind of I don't understand the hypocrisy, Dean. That's where I'm struggling. Is we both dip on both sides of the fence. There is ethical issues, there is moral issues that we have, right, for each other, and I don't understand the hypocrisy here. I really don't.
I don't understand your hypocrisy because even in the last breath that you exhaled and the last statement you made, you started it by saying that Donald Trump didn't admit to anything wrong in that clip, but then you finished it by saying, well, he was joking about doing something wrong. It
sounds like he was making a joke.
Okay,
it didn't seem like
before I go on to a further explanation, insofar as how what he admitted to in that clip is sexual exploitation, which one is? Yes, that is sexual exploitation. Okay, I need to give you an
How?
explanation for that one. How? Good question. Can we agree that the definition of sexual exploitation would include the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
So it's him making a joke.
Before we move on to talking about what Trump did, can we just first specify and agree that the definition of sexual exploitation would include what I just said?
Let me check on that real quick because I'm pretty sure it's if you share it, it's exploiting them. If you are taking photos, if you are boasting about being powerful and being part of the pageants is not sexually exploiting women. They are there to
Okay.
exploit themselves.
So once again, oh wow, yeah, the
Well,
little
they
girls just
are.
really exploited
They're
themselves.
not little
So therefore,
girls.
it's
They
okay
were
for Trump to
adults.
look at them while
They
they're
were
naked.
adults.
So
Why would
once
you say
again,
they were
I
children?
asked you because Miss Teen USA included contestants from the age of 15 to 19. 15-year-old girls are
He's not
children.
gonna
Thank
stand
you so
in their
much.
room with them naked.
I asked you if a fair definition of sexual exploitation would include an individual abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else to further unconsensual sexual conduct. And I did not get a clear answer from you. Could I please get a clear answer on that question?
I say it partially yes, but there's more to it. I don't think that him making a joke is making him a sexual exploiter. I really don't.
Okay. Well, I don't know how many times I need to specify this. Inside of this question, we're not talking about Trump. We're just talking about what sexual exploitation
Oh my
is
goodness, Dean,
or
I
is
said
not.
yes. I
Yes.
agree with
Okay,
you partially.
agree. Perfect. Okay. So now we need to evaluate what Donald Trump admitted to doing inside of that clip. I understand that you're labeling it as a joke. And trust me, I'm going to get around to that. I'm going to have to, unfortunately, respond to that shitty claim, right? But before we even do that, let's just evaluate the substance of what he said. So what Donald Trump said in this sit-down interview with Howard Stern is that he owned these pageants, and something he would do is he would allow himself to unconsensually barge in to the private women's only spaces with no men around, where there were then naked women inside of these spaces that he would look at. So this does indeed fulfill, right, the definition of sexual exploitation that we just went over, for the reason being that the reason why he was allowed to allow himself into the private women's only dressing room is because he owned the pageant. That's an abuse of his position of power. And then he abused the position of vulnerability that the pageant contestants were in inside of this space. Of course, that being that they felt vulnerable enough to change, to get naked, to take their clothes off, to put new clothes on, to then look at their naked bodies unconsensually, which would be unconsensual sexual conduct.
He didn't say naked. Did he say naked women? He was looking at naked women.
Yeah, he said that they were naked because he said that they have no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you are naked.
I have right here that he would fully clothed inspect each woman before the pageant started.
Okay.
Fully clothed.
And we know that this is something unrelated to what he admitted to in this clip, for the reason being that in this clip he said that they had no clothes on.
This is from 2005. I literally just have it.
I think that these two things could be true at once. I bet you could find an article out there saying that once they left the private women's only space, when they're getting ready to go on stage fully clothed, he'd inspect them. But what he's admitting to in this clip is something different from that, which is that he'd actually go into that space where only women were, where men were not allowed, when they were not fully clothed and naked, because he said they had no clothes on, to look at them. My evidence, right, that what Donald Trump is doing in this, what he admitted to doing in this clip is different from what you're reading off of your computer, is the fact that he said so. Because Donald Trump is the one that said they were naked. Donald Trump is the one that said they had quote unquote no clothes on in the clip that I just played.
That's where the joke was. That was where the joke was. But
and now you're just going to write it off as a joke.
So
How do you know he was joking? How do you know he was joking?
Can I ask you a question?
Well,
is he always serious, Dean? Come on, Dean. Has he ever been serious about things like that?
Okay. Well, the reason why I know he was being serious is because he said so.
time.
The reason why I know he was being serious is because he said that he actually did this, and Howard Stern specified and clarified that he actually did this. And we have the victim testimony of
Why
four
wasn't he
individuals from
charged
Miss
for
Teen
it?
USA in 1997, and the victim testimony of a handful of adults like Miss Arizona that competed at Miss USA in 2001. And now you're going to sit here and say, well, why wasn't he charged for it? We could speculate reasons insofar as why that's the case, but that would be a completely different and decoupled conversation from the fact that we know he did this, since he admitted to doing this. Now,
Okay,
what
fair.
I would like you to address is the fact that you attempted to argue that they had clothes on, but Trump said otherwise. That you attempted to argue that it was a joke, but Trump said otherwise due to the fact that he said he wasn't joking. He said he was being serious. He said he actually did this. And if it was a joke, then we wouldn't expect to have the same consistent testimony aligning from 4 different victims at Miss Teen USA, multiple different victims at Miss USA, all giving the same testimony that Donald Trump would barge into their spaces and look at them when they had no clothes on.
I understand your position on that. And, I really want to know, this is so bad that he owned a pageant, blah, blah, blah. He made a joke, whatever. But what about Biden showering with his daughter?
I'll happily
At a
talk to you about
TV.
Biden and Ashley Biden after you were able to respond to the 2 effective arguments that I gave you to demonstrate that what Donald Trump did to these women and girls was indeed real sexual exploitation due to the fact that we know he wasn't joking and we know that they were naked when he did this.
I'm not going to concede to that
Okay,
because
so
I
then
have
can you please give a counter argument?
I have it pulled up right here in front of me from 2005 that he would inspect these women when they were fully dressed before they went out on stage for the pageant. So
Okay.
that's my argument.
So I've already given a response to this argument. I'm going to give it again this time.
Yeah,
Will you
and I've
please
already
listen?
given you the response to yours.
No, you didn't give me a counter
So I'm
response
asking you
to my
about
objection.
Biden.
Listen, you didn't give me a counter response to my objection. Can I repeat my objection?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, so my objection to your argument that Donald Trump didn't actually look at these women and girls while they were naked backstage before the show is this article that you have pulled up saying that he'd look at them while they're fully dressed. My objection to that argument is that I think these 2 things could actually be true at once. I bet that article is accurate. I bet that article is accurately describing that once the women were done dressing, once the women were clothed, and before they went on stage, Donald Trump would look at them when they had their clothes on. I just also think that it's accurate that in many scenarios, before they were fully dressed, before they were done changing, while they were still in the private women's only dressing room, he would unconsensually barge in there and look at them while they had no clothes on. And of course, the reason why I find this to be true is the fact that's what he said. I'm not the one saying that Donald Trump looked at them when they had no clothes on. Donald Trump is the one saying that he looked at them when they had no clothes on. And I find that to be a particular standard of evidence that is hard to counter argument, to object to.
Right. Well, neither of us were there, Dean. So,
Well, Donald Trump was.
You're
Donald
taking
Trump
Donald
was
Trump.
there.
Okay. Right. So what I'm saying is I can concede that that's your belief and that he said that he did for whatever reason. Okay. I can concede to that. But you guys call him a liar and you criticize everything he says, but then now you believe everything he says. It's
And I
just
can
kind of
give
crazy.
a good explanation for that too. I think that Donald Trump is a liar. Donald Trump told over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first 4 years alone. He told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. But when Donald Trump lies, it's in the furtherance of achieving his own goals. When Donald Trump lies, it's in the furtherance of gaining a better self-image of himself. When Donald Trump lies, it's in the furtherance of gaining more power and control, more support from the nation, so on and so forth. But when Donald Trump said that he sexually exploits these women, of course, it's not going to make him look better. When Donald Trump said that he sexually exploits these women and girls, of course, it's not going to, give him more power, more control. That's just going to make him look like a individual that should be outcasted, thrown in jail for the rest of his life. And because this admission that he sexually exploited these women and girls doesn't further his own self-image in a positive direction, I would argue that we have no reason to assume that he wasn't telling the truth, especially considering the fact that he said he was telling the truth, the fact that he said he was doing this, the fact that Howard Stern clarified that point with him and said, so Donald Trump, you've actually done this, and the fact that we have victim testimony from multiple different women and multiple different girls at different pageants in different years. So at the end of the day, I think that you're complicating this issue to an extent that it ought not be complicated to. I think that this is a very simple conversation to have. We have a admission of guilt from the perpetrator of sexual violence, and we have the same consistent testimony from the multiple victims of sexual violence at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. It should be pretty case closed insofar as believing that he did it.
For exploitation, Dean?
Okay, I want you to make sure that you're going to go ahead and listen to my response to this question as well. This is now my third time.
You've been repeating the same thing.
So
You're repeating the same thing.
So everything.
And I'm asking you.
So I just like to clarify.
If he's guilty of it, why has he not been charged, Dean?
So before I give you my reasons why I think that he's not been charged for this, even though he is guilty, can you please first respond to the reasons that I gave you to demonstrate that he was telling the truth?
Yes, I told you. You can. I said that is. I conceded and said that is 100% understandable where you're coming from. What I will not do is say I was there and I believe you, and that there's he's sexually exploiting people when there's no charges that come with that. There's no victims coming out saying, "Oh, he was sexually exploiting us. Let's
there's
get him."
victims that are coming out. Yes, we have.
Okay, so are they going to charge him for sexual exploitation?
Okay, all right. So now you're basically saying that the reason that you deny that this has occurred hinges on the fact that
I
there's
didn't
never
deny
any litigation that was brought forth. So I'll happily respond to this point as well.
Twist my words.
So are you not denying that he sexually exploited these women and girls?
Oh, sorry. Hold on one sec. Sorry, my.
Okay, so you absolutely are denying that he's sexually exploiting these women and girls. Now that's a
No, my dog's barking. Unless you want me to let you hear that.
Okay.
Hold on one sec, please. I'm trying to get them to calm down.
Yeah, put your mic on mute. Take care of your dog. Oh my goodness. Emily, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that.
Let's
love,
go,
Emily.
Emily!
Okay. Emily with a $25 says, I have zero patience for the mental gymnastics and the but Biden BS. Thank you for your everlasting patience and continued tireless efforts, Dean. I admire you so much. Thank you for the $25, Emily. I'm not going to lie. This one is really fucking rough today. I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying my best. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Emily W's down below in that chat. And Serenity, thank you so much for the $15
Let's go,
on Venmo.
Serenity!
Who says, Dean, with respect, I can't deal with these guests today. Good luck and know that your reactions are completely valid. Serenity, enjoy your Saturday. Okay, thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 Serenity W's. Micah, thank you for the $15 too, who says, so they freak out with trans women going into the women's restroom to take a piss, but they'll defend the president who brags about going into women's private spaces to sexually exploit them. Pretty much, Micah. Thank you for the $15. Let's also get 150 Micah W's and 200 Ellie W's. Ellie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, agree to disagree to the middle finger. Victim shaming is a hate crime, really? It's terrible, Ellie. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Her name's not Emily, it's Ellie. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mary. And another Ellie. Ellie, thank you for the $20 who says to every woman out there, Ellie, dude, shout out to you. Thank you yet for another $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for your kindness, Ellie. Let's get another 200 Ellie W's. Then Mary, thank you for the 10. Allison with a 5. And Kiara, thank you for the 10 who says, can you shout out my brother Elvin? Shout out to you, Kiara. Thank you for the $10. And shout out to your brother Elvin as well. And then over on PayPal, Ethan, thank you for the $5 who says, I hope this helps with your therapy. I'm definitely going to need that. Ellen, thank you so much for the $10 who says, can we talk about how many rapists or sexual exploiters don't even get charged? Even if they do, they most often don't serve time. Yeah, Ellen, we were talking about that earlier, that only 2% of individuals that perpetuate sexual violence ever go to jail for it. Thank you for the $10, Ellen. Then Heather, thank you for the $10, who says, I think it's when somebody's disgusting enough to laugh about SA, you're justified in no longer giving them a platform. Heather, thank you for the $10. See, the thing is this is the way that so many Trump supporters think. The only way that we're inevitably going to bring about social change on the issue is by either attempting to change the minds of those with such evil beliefs, or just socially scrutinizing those with evil beliefs to a point that scares others away from holding them in the first place.
with his daughter?
Thank you so much for the $10, Heather. And then Sonny, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Bethany. Thank you, Ellen. And thank you, Ethan. Just some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. Seriously, guys, thank you so much. Now I'm going to go ahead and respond to this point one more time. So we have now gone over how Donald Trump was not joking when he said that he'd sexually exploit women and girls. We have now gone over how we have 4 girls, some as young as 15 from Miss Teen USA, that testified this happened to them in 1997, all giving the same consistent testimony, which is the same testimony that Donald Trump admitted to in that clip that we all listened to, alongside Miss Arizona in 2001. And so far, your only counter argument is to say that because Donald Trump was never charged with anything, therefore you're not going to believe he did it, even though he admitted to doing it and the victims testified that he did it too. So here's my first response. You don't care about litigation either. Don't try to pull that card. It makes you look like shit, considering the fact that right before we were having a conversation about Trump admitting to sexual exploitation, you were arguing that when litigation was pursued, when an allegation was made, then followed up with a day in court and a unanimous jury of 9 finding him guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll, you still denied it. So don't try to sit here and play that innocent until guilty card when he's proven guilty, you still think he's innocent. And as a separate and decoupled fact, we've already also gone over the secondary fact that according to Rain, pulling data from the FBI, that only 2% of rapists are ever sent to jail for raping. and the secondary fact that it is reasonable to assume, right, that the women and girls inside of this space would not bring litigation forth against Trump, considering the fact that Donald Trump was the owner of the pageant that they competed at. Donald Trump was furthering their career, signing their paychecks, a powerful billionaire that already ignored their consent, intruded on their boundaries by walking into a space that was designated only for women and then to sexually exploit them by looking at their naked bodies. I think a fair thought that likely ran through the heads of all of these victims was, well, if he's willing to do this to me, then what else would he be willing to do to me if I were to bring this claim into the daylight? What else would he be willing to do to me if I pursued litigation? Even if I did pursue litigation, what would ever come out of it, considering the fact that he's a billionaire with the best attorneys in America? Even if I did pursue litigation, what would that mean for me? What would that mean for my career? What would that mean for my future? So the fact that he was never charged, that no litigation was ever brought forth, I think is completely irrelevant to the secondary fact that we know that he did this simply because he admitted to it. There's good reason that the victims never would have brought forth litigation. Only 2% of rapists are ever brought to jail. And the fact that the victims testified that he did exactly what he admitted to doing to them.
Okay, is this how you treat people when you invite them up? You get mad and you fucking shame them and stuff. Like, come on, you were respectful when you came into the live and you asked for Trump supporters to join you. And I've been respectful to you. I'm asking you a valid question. If you're so obsessed with Donald Trump and what he's done wrong, why weren't you this obsessed with Biden when he showered with his daughter? And she came out in her journal and she admitted it till she was 12 years old. He showered with her and that it was probably inappropriate. Why can't you address that? Why didn't you go after him for that?
I've addressed this many times in my life before, and I'd happily address it again with you once you can either give me good reason why I'm wrong in believing that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls, or you can concede that it's something he did do.
I've already told you like 10 minutes ago.
By the way, I actually, let me ask you a question about the Ashley Biden journal. So do you think that like the Ashley Biden diary story about Biden showering with Ashley Biden would only be further corroborated and proven if Biden admitted it?
No, I think that we believe the victims, right?
Can you answer my question?
No, it's his daughter. Do you think she wanted to admit to that?
Wait. I know. I said further corroborated if he were to admit to it.
Has he been asked about it?
I'm saying if he were asked about it and he said, yeah.
We're playing hypothetical.
Would that game be, would this idea?
I really don't think that you guys would change your mind. In fact, I've heard Democrats argue, what's weird about that? What's so weird about that?
Would you argue that any Democrat who would not believe that Biden showered with his daughter, if his daughter said he showered with her and he said he showered with her, would be like insane?
Probably not. There's probably some supporters out there that would be like, "Oh no, he didn't. He was just saying that to get people off his back."
But can we agree though? Like, if Ashley Biden said that he did this to her and he said that he did this to her, that anybody that would deny that he did this to her would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. If he came out and said, yeah, I showered with my daughter, I don't think that it would ruin his career. I don't think he would ever say that.
So if the perpetuator of sexual violence admitted to sexual violence and the victim of sexual violence corroborated their admittance of guilt, then anybody who would deny that it occurred would be insane. Is this not exactly what you were doing in reference to Trump?
If they should take him to the Justice Court.
You're not answering my question. Is this not exactly what you're doing to Trump?
Absolutely. Holy shit.
Wait, so you self-identify as crazy?
No, I believe it.
Wait, why? But you said that if Biden said he did this to Ashley Biden,
I already conceded,
you said that if Joe Biden.
I understand what you're saying, but you want to try and
listen to what I'm saying here. Listen to what I'm saying here. You said that if Joe Biden said he did this to Ashley Biden, then Ashley Biden said he did this to her, that anybody who would deny that he did it would be crazy. Therefore, because Donald Trump said he did this to the beauty pageant contestants, and the beauty pageant contestants said Donald Trump did this to them, then therefore anybody who denied that it happened is crazy. Therefore, you're self-identifying as crazy since you denied that it happened. Unless you now like to concede that he did indeed do this.
Are you always this disingenuous?
I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I do apologize if I'm coming off that way. I'm just trying to be honest with you.
You really are, though. Like, come on. I'm trying to talk about another thing, and you're going back and trying to call me crazy for not conceding that he should be. Well,
that's actually what would follow from your own logic.
No, it wouldn't. But you can try and paint it that way.
I
You can try and paint it that
describe how.
way
I
because
can
you're not
describe how.
asking.
I can describe how it would follow from your logic.
What about Biden sniffing children and all that stuff? You don't care about that?
Okay.
You laughed at it.
Okay. Once again, the way that follows from your own logic is just listen to every word that comes out of my mouth here. You said if Joe Biden said he did this to Ashley Biden, and Ashley Biden said Joe Biden did this to her.
You're not even responding to the point. You're just trying to
God.
call me crazy.
No. I'm trying to reiterate an argument that I gave you that you said was like.
Do you think it's justifiable that he showered with his fucking daughter, dude?
Okay, fine. So it really doesn't sound like you're going to engage with that point.
You're not going to
really...
answer my question.
Okay, if I answer your question, will you answer mine?
Yes, I already did like 12 times. You won't fucking move on.
Okay, so you didn't answer the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that in accordance with your own values, you are
I'm not going to call myself crazy on your live, dude. Sorry, you're being disingenuous.
But do you agree that's what would follow from your own logic?
You agree that you're being disingenuous.
I disagree that I'm being disingenuous, and now I could give you good reason. I could give you good reason that I'm not being disingenuous. The good reason that I'm not being disingenuous is because I'm very clearly describing a hypocritical double standard that you hold. Okay? It is hypocritical to say that if Biden admitted to doing X, right? If Biden admitted to sexual exploitation, if Biden admitted to sexual violence, and then the victim that he admitted it to doing against also said that he sexually exploited them, right? You argued that anybody who denies said sexual violence would be crazy. But then as soon as we turn Biden into Trump and we turn Ashley Biden into the beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, and then we have his admittance of guilt, him telling Howard Stern that he'd sexually exploit them, then their testimony saying it happened to them, right? Like the 4 underage beauty pageant contestants from 1997 Miss Teen USA or Miss Arizona in 2001, all of a sudden it's a different story. All of a sudden there's not enough evidence to believe that it occurred. All of a sudden you don't believe that he sexually exploited them, and all of a sudden you're not crazy for denying it. See, that's what I call a hypocritical double standard.
Well, a hypocritical double standard would be crying because somebody died and then turn around and say, "Oh, he deserved it." Don't you think?
Yeah, that would be a hypocritical double standard. Good thing I never did that.
You did on Discord.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You believe the misinformation. You got that from OM. He's a liar.
No, I saw it myself, and OM's not a liar.
You didn't see it yourself. Could you give us the evidence? Give us the evidence. Give us the evidence to corroborate the older millennials' claim that I ran a poll in my Discord.
Do you think he deserved it, babe?
No.
Do you think he deserves it?
I don't understand.
No, answer my
I don't understand
question.
why you're trying to. I don't understand why you're trying to shift the goalposts.
Do you think he deserved it?
You're trying to shift the goalposts. You said that I went into my Discord, ran a poll asking people if Charlie Kirk deserved to get off. That I mean, I just want to be clear. That was a lie. What OM reported was false. Oh my God.
Why can't you say no?
Because I believe that you're shifting the goalposts and not engaging genuinely in the question that I'm asking you.
Answer the question, and then I will do whatever you want. I will let you call me crazy. I will concede to you.
Oh my God.
I will follow Biden. Just answer my question.
Okay.
Please, do you think he deserved it?
Oh my God. I'm against the death penalty. I don't think anybody deserves to be executed.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk deserved to die?
No, dude. I'm against the death penalty.
That's not the death penalty. He got murdered.
I'm telling you no. What else do you want to know? I'm telling you no.
Okay. Well,
I'm against the death penalty. I'm against the death penalty. I'm a little bit of a pacifist in relation to the death penalty and killing people. Okay, not my thing.
It should have been a quick no because you knew what he does.
Now
it should have been a quick no.
Now I want you to answer my question. So you said right that I ran a poll in my Discord asking individuals that Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Now this was reported on by the older millennial around 3 days after his execution, and that reporting was false. There's no evidence to corroborate it. You cannot give me any reason that is true. Bring the receipts. There are no receipts. You're just willingly repeating and echoing misinformation. Prove me wrong.
Because I really wanted to know if you were disingenuous or not.
Can you please give me the receipts for your claim? That I was saying in Discord that
OM, I guess, had the screenshot, so I guess you could go on his page and go take a look at that, because that's where I found the information.
So the older millennial said that he had the screenshots, but never posted them.
He posted them because that's where I saw that.
Okay. So where can I find the screenshots?
I don't talk to OM personally. I don't know.
So where can we find the screenshots?
On his page, he has several pages.
Oh wait, you said that you said that you had a computer.
I don't know
in
if
front
they're
of you.
still there. This is months ago. I haven't been able to ask you about it.
Wait. You said
so for me asking you about it,
you said that you had a computer in front of you, right?
I said. Yes, I do, but I don't
go on your computer.
TikTok. I'm not gonna
go on your computer.
I can't get on my. It's not a Windows. It's just a fucking little tablet thing or whatever it's called. What is it? Acer Chromebook. So I can't get TikTok on there.
Yes, you can.
So I'm not fancy like you, dude.
You can go to TikTok.com.
It's slow as shit, dude.
Okay.
I promise you. I'll show you.
Could you just admit that you have no evidence for your claim?
I don't have evidence on me. You're right. And I said that was a question.
Do you typically say things without evidence?
No, I don't. But I do want to. My question was the important part was getting the truth from you. Okay, seeing if you said that or not, because yes, I did. I said if you were so upset,
listen, I'll play.
Why would you say that? And you said I did not. And so I said, okay, well, do you think?
No. That's not what you said. I'll play back.
That he deserved it, and you.
That's not what you said. I'll play back.
Because you do what he does.
Now,
it should have been a quick no.
Now, I want you to answer my question. So you said, right, that I ran a poll in my Discord asking and telling people, okay?
Somebody died and then turn around and say, oh, he deserved it. Don't you think?
Yeah, that would be a hypocritical double standard. Good thing I never did that.
You did on Discord.
Yeah, that wasn't a question. That was a charged accusation on the basis of no evidence.
Where's your anxiety pen, my guy? You gotta chill out.
Are you asking for a hit? Obviously, you need it because you just got.
No, I didn't get got. I wanted to ask you if you're really disingenuous or if you were, in fact, doing this for clout. And Charlie Kirk was an important person. He does what you do. And I would hope that you weren't out there telling people that you think he deserved it when you're in the same place as he is. And
I have a question for you.
You are saying even more aggravating and rude things than Charlie Kirk ever did.
Okay, yeah, crazy.
He never called somebody crazy. He never tried to pinpoint them. What? Okay. What did he ever say? Okay.
Yeah.
That
before
did he ever attack anybody personally?
Absolutely.
Did he attack anybody personally?
You're looking at somebody that he personally attacked. Now, I wanna play back this bit, and I want you to tell me if this is a statement or a question. Okay, are you ready?
Oh my God! You can't move on.
Okay, here we go. You tell me if this is a statement or a question. All of a sudden, you don't believe that he sexually exploited them, and all of a sudden, you're not crazy. I'll skip forward a little bit.
Don't you think?
Yeah, that would be a hypocritical double standard. Good thing I never did that.
Don't you think? You did on Discord. I said yes, you did. Okay, and I
when
told
you said,
I said
unquote,
that.
You did
Why
on
are you
Discord.
playing it again?
When you said quote unquote you did on Discord, was that a question or a statement?
It was a statement, but I can take that back. I already did. I said I wanted to ask you because I've only seen the screenshots. And if you're saying you didn't do it, I can take your word for that because I'm not disingenuous. Okay. So stop getting on your little, oh, you said I did. I'm so upset. Okay. I'm saying, okay, I believe you if you are saying that you did not do it.
Yeah, it just never happened.
Okay. Well, there you go. Okay, calm down.
So isn't that kind of funny how like the largest people on the right, like older millennial, just like falsely report things?
You guys do it all the time, my dude.
No, so
come on.
It's okay when older millennial does it?
Yeah, no. So if it's okay if you do it?
Well, it's not okay if I do. It's not okay if anybody just like belligerently reports things in which are obviously
I really
false.
want to have a good conversation with you. I really do, but you're trying to point me as crazy. You're trying to do all these things that I want to have a good debate with you, Dean. But honestly, I really don't think you're genuine, like Charlie Kirk was, and that's unfortunate. But
okay, can I be honest?
Oh, tread lightly. Yeah.
I think the reason that you think I'm not being genuine or I'm being overtly rude / mean to you is because you are losing the debate. Now, if you'll allow me to finish
speaking. Losing a debate?
Yes. I think that you that you very obviously lost the debate. I think that you very obviously lost. I could tell you where if you'll listen. Thank you. I think that you very obviously lost the debate when you tried to tell us that if Biden admitted to sexually exploiting his daughter, Ashley Biden, then Ashley Biden testified that her father sexually exploited her, that anybody who denied that occurred would be crazy, right? And then I'm not done yet. And then you lost the debate when I then made a parallel to Trump admitting to sexually exploiting beauty pageant
just
contestants.
As bad as I thought you were. That sucks.
Can I please finish?
I thought you were going to be a good person, man.
I'm trying my best to be a good person. Do you?
You can drop me. You can drop me. No, dude, you came up. You wanted to have a good conversation. Now you just pointed the whole thing at me as if I'm a crazy pedophile and I'm blah blah blah.
I don't think that you're.
And you know what? You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong because I'm not. But
if you will allow me,
if you want to show that hypocrisy, then go for it. Because you keep going back and pointing at me, trying to call me crazy.
I do want you to address the hypocrisy. I'm going to be able to clearly describe it. It's going to be as clear as day. if you could just wait to start speaking until I'm done speaking, it would be very meaningful.
Repeat yourself.
So I do often repeat myself, especially when interrupted, so I can make a full point uninterrupted. I apologize. It's just something that I like to do. I do understand that at points it can get a little bit annoying, but the way to reduce the amount of times that I have to do that is just by trying to keep the interruptions to minimum, and I'll try to do the same directed towards you. I'll try not to interrupt you. Now here's the point of hypocrisy that you lost the debate on. Okay? So the point of hypocrisy that you lost the debate on is when you argued that if Joe Biden admitted to sexually exploiting Ashley Biden, then Ashley Biden testified that it happened to her, that anybody would be crazy to deny that it occurred. Then I made a parallel to Donald Trump admitting to the sexual exploitation of beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, 1997 through 2004. And then I brought up how the victims at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA testified that he did it to them too. There's no real difference between this hypothetical of Biden saying he did it to someone, then that someone saying he did it to them, and the reality of Donald Trump saying that he did it to the pageants and the pageants saying that he did it to them. But the point of hypocrisy here that really made you lose the debate is when it was about Biden and Ashley Biden, anyone would be crazy for denying it. But then when it's about Trump and the beauty pageant contestants, you're denying it.
Why can't you move on and talk about Joe Biden and him showering with his daughter? Do you think that's morally correct? I mean, Trump owned the pageant. Here we have a father showering with his naked teen daughter, and you won't even acknowledge that. You're just trying to pin me. You're being disingenuous.
So the reason why I'm unwilling to move on quite yet is because I believe that discourse is the most productive when linear. And I believe when you try to introduce a point to overwhelm the point that is already in discussion, the point that I want you to respond to that we haven't gotten a response to yet, makes it a non-linear discussion. Because instead of talking about one thing at a time, you're then trying to talk about more than one thing at a time to obfuscate away from that first point that you were losing on. Right? Like, just hear me out. Just hear me out. Like, obviously, you're going to try to bring up Ashley Biden and Biden to deflect away from the fact that I was able to just very clearly and plainly describe how you are a hypocrite for denying that Donald Trump sexually exploited the beauty pageants, beauty pageant contestants. Then if I were to engage in that point, if I were to respond to the point about Ashley Biden and Joe Biden, then I would be allowing the hypocrisy to slide. I would be allowing the hypocrisy to go unaddressed. Now, if you can address the hypocrisy and just concede and admit that you were wrong, right, then I'd be happy to further progress this linear discussion.
How many times are we going to go in this circle? And I told you, and I did. I said, yes, if Biden admitted that and nobody believed it, okay, then yeah, sure, that'd be crazy. But Trump did not say he sexually exploited those girls. He did not. You're saying that what he said was sexual exploitation. Okay,
so you actually agreed? You agreed that what he admitted to was sexual exploitation when you accepted the definition provided of sexual exploitation.
You're saying. That's what you're saying. He didn't say I sexually exploited those girls.
So what he said is that he'd unconsensually look at their naked bodies. That is sexual exploitation.
When did he say unconsensually?
Because he said that he allowed himself to go into the space.
So when that's not
quite
unconsensual.
Wasn't quite.
He owns the building, dude.
So he owns the building. He does not own their bodies.
And he owns the pageant. It's his pageant.
It is his pageant. It is not his bodies.
He didn't say he didn't go in there or he went in there unconsensually just to look at them and exploit them. He did not say that. You're saying you're trying to pin me on something that he said that he did not say I sexually exploited them. He did not say that.
So can we agree that if the owner of a business were to follow one of their female employees into the women's restroom and look at their vagina under the stall door, that would be sexual exploitation even though they own the business?
Can we admit that you're trying to pin me to say that if Biden were to admit to showering with his daughter, that I would be stupid not to believe him, and I'm stupid not to believe Trump when he didn't say he sexually exploited these girls?
I'm not sure what you're saying, but it's a non-answer to my question.
He never admitted to sexually exploiting anybody. So you're being disingenuous.
Maybe you didn't hear me, and that's fine. To repeat the question, can we agree that if the owner of a business unconsensually followed one of their female employees into the women's restroom and peeked under the stall door to look at their naked body, that would be sexual exploitation, even though he owned the business, owned the building, and owned the bathroom?
That's not okay. That's actually sexual assault if you want to
Wow.
get technical with it.
Okay, so then you're just arguing that what Donald Trump did to these beauty pageant contestants
No,
was
he
it just
didn't.
merely one moment? Was it just merely just one moment? Was it just merely sexual exploitation, but also sexual assault, since he unconsensually barged into their dressing rooms and looked at their naked bodies?
He didn't unconsensually do anything.
Okay, I know that it was unconsensual because in the clip he said he allowed himself in. If it was with consent, this would mean that the beauty pageant contestants would have allowed
Hey,
himself
can I
in,
come see your
not
naked
him.
bodies?
Also, the fact that at the end of the clip he said that he got away with it, meaning that he knew it was wrong. It wouldn't be wrong if it was consensual. And then the third damning and certain argument to demonstrate that it was unconsensual in some circumstances is the fact that if you're under the age of 18, you can't consent. And we heard from Mariah Delgado alongside 3 other beauty pageant contestants of Miss Teen USA that said what he admitted to in that clip is something that happened to them when they were minors at Miss Teen USA in 1997.
Okay, do you believe that if somebody says and admits to exploiting or sexual exploitation, they should be in jail or charged and prosecuted with it?
Of course, you think they should be president.
What?
I said, of course, that's what I think. And then I added on that you think they should be president.
No, I think that they should be tried for that if that's really what happened. If you're going to accuse him, and you say that he admitted it and all that stuff, then I definitely think there should be more done about it, because you're just going on an empty argument, honestly, at the end of the day.
Okay, so we'll test to see if this is an empty argument. So let's say that you have a friend that is a man, and last night you know that he was at a party with drunk women. And he came home from this party and he told you, last night at this party, I graped one of these women. And then you find the woman that he said he graped. You asked her, did he grape you? And she says yes, but no litigation ever came out of it. Would you believe that he graped that woman, or would you argue that you have no reason to believe such?
That's a good question. If it was my friend and they told me, I would believe them, obviously, and I would definitely take her. I mean, honestly, I can't force her to do anything, but I would take her to the police station or the hospital where she's supposed to get a rape kit.
Okay, so you wouldn't need a court to prove it when it's about your friend. So then why do you need a court to prove it when it's about Trump?
Get court evidence so she could take it to court.
And then she said no. And then she said no. She said I don't want to do it. Right? Would you believe that she was
didn't want to do it? Then I would stand behind her.
So you would,
I have no human power over another's choices.
So just to clarify, you would believe that she was graped because the rapist told you he graped her and she told you he graped her.
Why would the rapist admit to that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just it's an assumption in the hypothetical thought experiment. But you are saying that you would believe that happened, right? Well, where I'm trying to go is you continue to argue that what you need to believe that Trump did this to the beauty pageant contestants would be for it to go to court. But I just proved that you actually don't need it to go to court. You just need, right, the testimony of the victims and the admission of guilt from the perpetuator.
I vote on policy, and we've been talking about ethics the whole time.
Okay, so at this point, are you just conceding that you just don't really care that he sexually exploited them?
I'm saying that there's no evidence that he did.
Okay, well, you actually have already accepted that there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate what he did, as you said that you would believe that your friend raped this other individual.
Was not charged with sexual exploitation.
Okay. Are you gonna listen to me?
Yeah, I listened to you for the 20th time.
Okay. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth very carefully this time. So you continue to repeat that there's just no evidence to prove that he sexually exploited them. The evidence would be that he admitted to it and the victims corroborated his admission. And an admittance of guilt from the perpetuator alongside a corroboration of said admission from victim testimony is more than enough evidence. And you reaffirm that is more than enough evidence when I gave you a hypothetical scenario about this occurring. Yeah, it's kind of.
I did the same thing to you.
There's no rebuttal there. There's surely no rebuttal there. The only thing that you could continue to do is just to repeat, right, that you don't think that you have enough evidence. But obviously, you're not going to be able to justify that claim. What's that?
I couldn't hear you. You cut out at the end, like literally my whole screen flashed. So can you please repeat your question?
Yes, I definitely do indeed have the ability to repeat myself. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. You continue to say that we have no evidence that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls. I then went on to say, the admission of guilt from the perpetuator corroborated by aligning victim testimony is more than enough evidence. And you actually accepted that this is more than enough evidence when I gave you the same standard of evidence in a hypothetical scenario about one of your friends telling you that he raped a woman and that woman telling you that he raped her.
Why isn't he being charged?
Can you please respond to what I just said, please?
Can we please talk about policies, or are we going to keep going on ethics? That's really rude that you. I told you straight up. Yeah, I did. I said, has there been any charges? No,
that wasn't a response to what I said. What I said is that you've already accepted that there's more than enough evidence to believe that he did this due to the fact that we have victim testimony to corroborate admission of guilt from the perpetuator, and you accepted this as more than enough evidence in the hypothetical scenario that I gave you.
No,
please
he's
respond
not been
to
charged.
that. Please respond to that.
Please stop.
Can you please respond to that? And the hypothetical, the rapist wasn't charged, and you still believe that they did it. Can you please respond to that?
Please?
No, it just sounds like you want to run away. Could you please respond to what I said?
No, I told you right away. I don't go off ethics. I go off policies, and you went to something completely ethical.
This is an admission? Like you just don't care that he sexually exploited them now that I've got you?
I'm saying there's no charges.
Oh, okay.
If there's charges, then yes.
So there's more than enough evidence, even though there's no charges. The sufficient evidence would be the admission of guilt from the.
It's not evidence if it didn't go to court.
You've already accepted that there is evidence. I'll repeat how and when you accepted this. If you want to listen to me, be very clear. I'll repeat how and when you accepted this. I asked you a hypothetical scenario. I said if you had a friend come up to you, man come up to you, and tell you that he raped a woman at a party last night, you found the woman who he said he raped. You asked her if he raped her, and then she said yes. Okay, so you're not even listening to me at this point. Are you just conceding the debate? Are you bowing out?
No, I'm not conceding. I want to talk about policy, but you won't.
So I need you to listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Oh my God, this ethical shit is such bullshit.
Okay,
let's go.
Are you done whining? Are you done whining like a child?
Are you done fucking having a rage? Crash out?
Does it really seem like I'm crashing out? I mean, I definitely think I'd be well within my right to, but I'm trying to hold back. So I understand that you're mad because you're getting shit on. That happens all the time on the live. Right? It's very typical for us to do.
You're the only one getting mad. That's hilarious.
So could you explain to me how I look mad?
You were getting all red in the face and yelling. It was funny, man. I can't wait to play this back. But
okay. I mean, I just think that you're like crashing out. It's quite strange.
I'm not crashing out. Can we talk policies, like knowledgeable information and facts?
So not yet, because I disagree with something that you said, and I need to respond to it. Okay. Can I have your pledge that you're going to listen to every word that comes out of my mouth?
If we talk about policies, yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to put you on mute. You said that we don't have any evidence that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls because there's never been any pursued litigation inside of a courtroom. Listen to my response. This is very important. Even though we have no litigation inside of a courtroom, we have more than enough evidence to prove that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls. That more than enough evidence would be him admitting to it, than his admission of guilt being corroborated by the victim testimony. You accept that this is more than enough evidence. I asked you, hypothetically, if a man were to come up to you, tell you that he raped a woman at a party that he went to last night, then you sought out that woman and you asked her if he raped her at this party last night, would you believe that she was a victim of rape even if no litigation was ever pursued? And you said yes.
Don't have my consent.
So do we now clearly understand, right, how we already have more than enough evidence to believe that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls, and you've actually already conceded that we have more than enough evidence to believe that he sexually exploited these women and girls due to the fact that you accepted an identical standard of evidence inside of a hypothetical scenario.
Can we agree that I did not consent to talking about ethics and you did it anyways?
All right. Yeah, I think that you lost the debate.
All right. Well, I think that you are disingenuous, and I really am. I was looking forward to bringing up facts, talking policy.
You're crashing out. You're crashing out because you can't respond to what I just said. You listen. At the end of the day, you are responsible for the perpetuation of rape culture in America. You are a terrible person with no moral code that doesn't care about violence directed towards women and girls. You know that you are wrong. You know that I've proven you wrong. You know that you have enough evidence to believe that Donald Trump is a sexual exploiter. But you would just rather lie to the audience. You would rather tell the audience that we don't have enough evidence to believe that it occurred. Even when I repeat about 1 billion times that we do, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you are going to look slightly better if you play insane than if you admit that you just don't care. I understand that today was your day of reckoning to get absolutely shit on by a 21-year-old white boy on TikTok. And at the end of the day, it's not because I'm intelligent. It's because you are defending the lies. You are defending the fiction. You are defending the make-believe. And I have now proved that over and over and over again. And you are now crashing out. So for the generations of women and girls that exist in America today, and those that will come, that have been exploited, that have been raped, that have had sexual violence perpetuated against them know that you in some part are upholding this system that allows for that to happen to them, that permisses it when it does, and ignores it when they speak out. Okay? Right? Only in a dystopian world. Only in a dystopian world do we have people like you that will sit here and say that we do not have enough evidence that sexual violence took place when the perpetuator said sexual violence admits to it, and then their admission of guilt is corroborated by victim testimony. I think that you are insane. I think that you are an idiot. I think that you are harmful. I think that you are damaging. And I think that you are further pushing our country in a negative direction. And you're going to have to live with that. And inevitably here, in the next 50 years, when you have grandkids, I'm going to expect you to not lie to them and to be honest that when Donald Trump was president and all this bad shit came out about him, when he was ruining our country, pushing it in a negative direction, you not only stood idly by, but you actively defended him. You actively defended rape culture. And you actively defended more harm being perpetuated against women and girls.
Stop being disingenuous and ask me for consent for everything I do, please.
You don't care about consent.
Not consent. Yes, I do. I do not consent to talking ethics, and you walked all over that. So,
Shayla, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you. Oh, you're crushing. Oh, so this is how I get you mad. Shayla, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Oh, thank you for the $50, Shayla. Shayla with the $50 says that this lady's absolutely insane. Thank you for the $50, Shayla. Thank you so much for your kindness. I really do appreciate you so much for the love.
Why do you do that?
Oh, wait, I need to grift a little. I need to grift a little bit more. Fit Dad, thank you for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for your kindness, Fit Dad. Let's get 1,000 Fit Dad W's down below in that comment section. You know what? We're also going to put the V and the P at the top of the phone screen. You can find it in the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. Thank you so much for the $100, Fit Dad. Fit Dad with $100 says the dog ate OM's evidence right after it never existed. Get her off the live. Thank you for the $100, Fit Dad. Wait, I just have a couple more.
Disingenuous.
Don't debate Dean. I just have a couple more people to thank here. Thank you so much, Caleb, for the $100 over on YouTube as well. Thank you, Fit Dad, for the $100. Thank you, Caleb, for the $100, and thank you, Shelly, for the $50. You guys are so incredibly kind. Why are you so mad that they're donating to me?
Because you're a grifter, and it's just fucking.
Wait, why do you think I'm a grifter?
Because you are. Listen to yourself.
Wait, I'm a grifter because I'm thanking people for their donations?
No, and you're just very, very disingenuous.
Okay. Can you actually thank Claudia? Oh my God, Claudia! Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Claudia. Claudia with $100 says that this girl's a horrendous human. She's a disgrace to all women. Thank you so much for the $100, Claudia. Can you thank Claudia for the $100?
Hey, you're disingenuous.
You're not gonna thank Claudia for the $100? Anna, thank you for the $10. She says disingenuous was the word of the day on our word of the day calendar.
Charlie Kirk deserved it.
As well as Patsy,
you fucking liar.
You already conceded that I didn't have any evidence for that. You're making a fool of yourself.
You're a liar.
Patsy, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. 1 second, let me thank Patsy. Thank you for the $30 on Venmo, Patsy. Thank you so much. Maddie for the $5 on Venmo. Ellie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Ellie. Ellie with another $10. Thank you so much for the love. Can you just hold off for a moment while I'm thanking my donors? It'd be highly appreciated.
I'm talking to them.
Lindsay, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Come on, just calm down.
No,
thank you, Lindsay, for the $10. Tori with a 1. Leah, thank you for the $15, who says, dear guest, if Trump didn't do anything wrong, then why does he say, quote unquote, getting away with it at the end of the clip? She's not going to answer that. She's just going to say, fuck you. But seriously, thank you for the $15, Leah. And then Olivia, thank you for Olivia, thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
Olivia.
Who says, thank you for making our lives better with your encouraging words and persistency to make America great
Olivia,
again. Well, thank you so much for the $20, Olivia. And Ellie, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ellie.
You grifter.
Oh my God. Annoying. Yeah, I put that on the top of the phone screen. Ellie, thank you for the $100 on Venmo, who says, believe women, that's it. Thank you so much for the love, Ellie. Show some love to Ellie down below in that comment section for the $100.
This is a good time,
Can you please thank Ellie for the $100 on Venmo?
Fuck you, Ellie.
No, say thank you.
Oh, thank you? Oh. Fuck you, Ellie!
Oh, that's not a thank you. Hey, Serenity, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says, if guest keeps interrupting your grifting, I'll donate $50. Oh, you better not interrupt her, else she's going to donate $50. Thank you for the $10. Oh, you just ensured that I'm...
Fuck you, Ellie!
You're grifting. you. Just appreciate you so much for that love, Amber. Amber with the $10 says, imagine thinking that this woman will have grandchildren to speak to her. Those children are going to go no contact ASAP. Holy shit, she was crazy. And Claudia, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo as well. Oh my God. Claudia with the $50 says, can you ask her how she's able to defend a man who sexually exploits other women and how she would feel if that were to happen to her? Well, she's gone now because she got banned. So unfortunately, I can't ask her that. But thank you so much for the $50, Claudia. Seriously, it means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much. Jack with the $5 in Venmo says, go. Appreciate you for that love, Jack. Miles with the $5 says, first time donor to piss this guest off. She's fuming. Alexandra, thank you for the $5. Who says, not much, but thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you so much, Alexandra. Emma, thank you for the $5 as well. Just calling that last guest a disgrace. Michael, thank you for the $5. Who says, I love you, man. I love you too, Michael. Haley, thank you for the $5. Who says, crash out harder, Sierra. Jeneline with the $5. Who says, I just want to see this guest crash out. Well, she's gone now. Erica, thank you for the $5. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Caden with the $5. And Rebecca, thank you so much for the $33 over on PayPal. Let's get 300 Rebecca W's down below in that comment section. Rebecca says, please do not stop using your voice to speak out against grape culture. Even after Trump is gone and these conversations fade from the spotlight, we still need to be outspoken. I couldn't agree more, Rebecca. Thank you so much for the $33. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $50. Oh my God, on PayPal. Wow, Elizabeth, thank you for the $50. Please show some love to Elizabeth in that chat. Elizabeth with the $50 says, as an SA survivor of a Nevada politician at 15, I did not report because of fear of retribution or escalated harm. A true survivor would understand that fear and not question the validity of a survivor story. Yeah, man, I agree. It's fucking sick. I'm sorry that happened to you, Elizabeth, and thank you so much for the $50, and thank you for being here. And I'm sorry that you had to listen to that conversation. I'd also like to thank, let's see here, Kin for the $10 over on Venmo says, insane lady. She was crazy. Thank you for the $10, Kin. Becca, thank you for the $5. She says, this probably has to be one of your worst guests. OMG, she's crazy. Yeah, she was pretty high on that insufferability chart. Jenna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, let's fucking go. Angie, thank you for the $3. Rachel with a 1. Amber with a $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Amber. Then Gina, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Gina. And Serenity, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo for banning the guest. Thank you so much for the love, Serenity. You guys are still going. Holy shit. Show some love to Serenity down below in that comment section for the $50 donation. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Andre, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, and Rory with the $5 as well. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Callum, thank you so much for the 20 euros. Thank you so much for the love, Callum. I appreciate you so much for the love. And you got it. I'll use the money for exactly that. Show some love to Callum. And show some love to Serenity 2 for the $20, who says, oops, my finger slips and accidentally donated to my favorite grifter. Yo, let's go, dude. We are grifting so hard today. Beyond Quiz, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, as a survivor, fuck this person. Yeah, fuck her. She's insane. Crying Child, thank you so much for the $20, who says, it's so funny to watch these people crumble as soon as they're proven wrong. They literally lose their fucking shit. Tara, thank you for the $20, who says, take my money. Grift E. McGrifterson. This woman's a psycho. Thank you. I will take your money. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. Let's go. W's for all the donors supporting the grift. And then Pa, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars. That one came through a little bit ago. Pa just says, ask her to define disingenuous. I don't think that she'd be able to do it even if she tried. All right, folks. We're all caught up. You guys just went fucking crazy. Thank y'all so very, very much for the love. Seriously. That was like on a whole other level. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. I'm incredibly grateful for every single one of you. Please show some love to all of our incredibly kind donors down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Thank you. Seriously. All right, we're going to go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Just make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Thank you guys so much for all the love. What's going on, Liberated Woman? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, and why do you support Trump as president?
Well, let's see. On January 20th, 2025, on his first day back in office, he signed the executive order 14168, formally titled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. So the order declares that under federal law, sex is to be understood as immutable, a biological classification of birth, male or female. Gender identity or non-binary multiple genders are not recognized.
Okay, so
I love women and I support women, Dean. I don't believe that men can be women.
How long have you been here?
How long have I been where?
Like in the live.
Oh, dude, I mean, luck favors me because I literally just tapped this, I think it's almost 10 minutes ago.
So you missed the whole last conversation?
Yeah, no, I didn't. But I really don't care. I don't care what happened before.
Well, for the last hour, we've been talking about how Donald Trump is so terrible for women.
Okay, can you hold on?
For the last hour, we've been talking about right how he doesn't, how he fucking hates women.
Okay, hold on, really quick.
Okay.
Again, I said I didn't care about what happened, so clean out your ears, please.
Okay, but like obviously, right? If you're going to come up here and argue that you support Trump as president because you think that he defends women, if Donald Trump in all reality doesn't defend women, is a crazy misogynistic asshole who sexually exploited naked women, naked girls, raped women, so on and so forth. I think that's okay. So basically, your argument is. So let me just okay, go ahead.
Pretend to be Epstein.
Okay,
Actually, let me ask you this: do you believe trans women are women?
So yeah, I do believe that trans women are women. However, I don't even think that we need to have a discussion surrounding why I think trans women are women, because I still think if you're just gonna allow me to speak here, I think if you're gonna allow, because I would like the mic just for a little bit if that's fine by you.
No, you get the mic every day. Come on now, brother.
Because I want to be able to respond to everything that you've said so far. Can you please allow me to do that?
No, I just want you
so
to
then
tell me what a woman
I'm gonna have
is.
to put you on mute. See, the thing is if I tell you what my definition of the word woman is, then I won't be able to tell you what my refutation to your argument is. And before I define the word woman, I want to tell you why I think that you're wrong for supporting Trump, rooted in virtues of defending women's rights. Is that fair?
Cool. You can say whatever you want. But
Thank
go
you.
ahead and tell me what a woman is.
Okay, well, before I define the word woman, I'm going to refute your argument, because I don't think me defining the word woman is required to refute your argument. So my refutation, okay, if you're going to allow me to speak here, my refutation to your argument that Donald Trump is good for women, that Donald Trump defends women, that Donald Trump is helping women advance their rights inside of America today, is a fact that he has regressed women's rights socially and legally, most notably with his decision to point the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now put the elective access to abortion on the line for 66 million American women and girls. It has ensured that 60 victims of rape that got pregnant because of that rape per day are denied access to life-saving health care in 10 of our 50 states. Now, I understand that you're coming up here telling me that you support him and you think that he defends women because he doesn't think that trans women are women. But guess what? Guess what? A virtue signal from a crazy guy saying that he doesn't think trans women are women does nothing for you. It only furthers your own bigotry that you hold against 1% of our population. What hurts you is when he passes the right to legislate on abortion back down to the state level, meaning that your state can take your access to health care away. What hurts you is when we normalize grape culture by putting an adjudicated rapist in the Oval Office. So now we're telling men and boys all around this country that they could go out, grape a woman, they could go out, sexually exploit a girl, and instead of getting fired from McDonald's like they used to, they could become president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth. So I find it funny that you're going to sit an adjudicated rapist in the Oval Office. So now we're telling men and boys most powerful is good for women and girls, when in all reality, he only further regresses women and girls' rights, either legally in the context of abortion, socially in the context of enforcing and galvanizing the patriarchy through traditionalism, ensuring that misogynistic values and norms will continue to be echoed and taught to the next generation of boys, and redirects your prejudice through a baseless virtue signal that does nothing for you and only harms 1% of our population. So just to revise your argument, I don't think your argument is that you support Trump as president because he's good for women. Your argument is that you support Trump as president even though he's bad for women because he shares the same disdain and hatred towards 1% of our population, that being trans people.
You just keep muting people? Is this what you do? I mean, I just listened to that whole holy yaparooski. So anyways, now that I've listened to you, can you tell me what a woman is, please?
Yeah, after you respond to my argument.
No, you said, wait a minute, you lied. You said that you would respond to my question after you responded to the first thing. I let you yap and mute my mic a million times. So now, Dean, answer the question.
Yeah, I won't answer the question without an acknowledgement of my argument.
Oh, Dean, that is not, you lied to me. You lied.
Okay, I just think that you're not acknowledging my argument here.
Mentiroso, you lied.
You're asking me to define the word woman to deflect away from the fact that I was able to successfully demonstrate that your position, that position being that Donald Trump is good for American women, is false.
Why do you keep muting me? Why can't you just answer the question? It's
because
so
when I
simple.
don't, you interrupt me.
Go ahead.
I don't need to define the word woman in order to demonstrate that your
Why?
position. Yeah, because I can tell you. I can tell you.
can.
I don't need to define the word woman to demonstrate that your position that Donald Trump defends women is false.
Why do you keep muting me?
Because when I don't mute you, you interrupt me.
Why is your face getting red right now?
Because just two crazy guests in a row. It's a bit much.
Okay, well, here's the third one. So anyways, what is a woman, please?
Okay, what is the response to my argument, please? Jesus fuck.
You said that hold on, you lied. That was not
Okay.
the term.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna make this clear. Can you read the sentence on top of my head?
I'm gonna make this clear.
Can you read the sentence on top of my head?
You said that you were gonna
Oh my God.
address the first thing,
Okay.
and then I let you go on, and then
Oh, so wait, you can see the argument?
So now then you said I will tell you what a woman is after I say this and this and that. Now I let you say this, and that, whilst you kept muting me. So now, can you please answer the question, bud?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm gonna educate you on some very basic facts. Do you know how to
Stop
read?
pivoting. Answer the question. Stop
I promise
pivoting.
it's not a pivot.
It is a pivot. It's dodge. Pivot, dodge, pivot,
Okay.
dodge.
So this is
Answer
why.
the question.
So this is why I have to mute you. You ask me why do I mute you? It's because when I speak, you interrupt me if I don't. So the sentence on top of my head says, "How do you still support Trump as president?" The question that you continue to repeat is, "Can you define the word woman?" The reason that at this point in time I am refusing to define the word woman is because I know if I do, then that will start a conversation surrounding are trans women women. Okay? But the topic that you see on top of my head is not are trans women women. The topic that you see on top of my head is how do you still
I read
ma'am,
the executive order. I read the executive order.
Okay.
And I told you that's why.
Can you
so that
please
has to do with
allow
trans
me
ideology,
to finish
not what you're talking
speaking?
about. So stop pivoting and
My
stop dodging.
counter argument is an internal critique. Are you ready?
I don't care. I
Okay.
want you to answer
Do you
my question.
even know what an internal critique is?
Dean,
What is going on today?
why are you pivoting? Just answer.
I'm not pivoting. I don't need to define what a woman is in order to prove your argument to be bullshit. I'm running an internal critique on you. We're assuming your worldview, okay? For the intents and purposes of this debate, we're assuming that trans women are not women. And guess what? Donald Trump is still a bad president for women because when he says trans women are not women, okay, you're not letting me speak. Why are you not letting me speak?
Because, oh my God, you've been talking this whole time.
I am really having my patience tested today.
I know, because your face is red as a fucking tomato. But anyways.
I'd say I'm doing pretty good. I'd say I'm doing pretty good. It's just getting a little bit rough. Okay.
I think, how is it getting rough?
Okay. I'm gonna, hey, liberated woman, I'm gonna make this clear.
Yeah, liberated woman. What is a woman? Go ahead. Go ahead, Dean. Take it away.
If you do not listen to me, if you interrupt me, I will remove you. I'm making that boundary clear.
Oh, don't do that. Don't run. Stop.
It's not me running since I'm making that boundary clear ahead of time. I just want to be able to speak.
Dean.
Is that fair?
Answered.
Come on, please. I just want to be able to speak. Come on, that's fair, right? Dude, I'm literally just begging and pleading you to allow me to speak for 30 seconds uninterrupted. Can you do that for me?
I did for like a whole minute and a half.
Okay. Can you do it again? I need 30 seconds without an interruption. See, that's already an interruption.
All right, go ahead. Fine. All right, go on a rant. Go ahead. Everybody get ready for the Yaparooski. Yapalations 1523. Go ahead.
You're asking me to define what the word woman is so you can start a debate with me over the fact that you do not think trans women are women, and I do think trans women are women. I'd like to make it clear. If the topic on top of my head said trans women are women, you'd be perfectly valid and fine in coming up here to run that argument. But that's not what the topic of the stream is. The topic of the stream says, how do you still support Trump as president? And I think that I can effectively refute your view that Donald Trump is a good president because he defends women, as he doesn't think that trans women are women, without invoking the fact that I think trans women are women. Okay? The effective refutation that I could give to your view without defending that trans women are women is the fact that Donald Trump has materially hurt women. And when he says that trans women are not women, he's not materially helping women. It is just a virtue signal, a statement. The way that Donald Trump has materially hurt women and regressed women's rights in this country would include things like his direction to SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now ensured that 66 million American women and girls are having their human rights violated because he allowed their states to ban their access to elective abortions. And the secondary fact that there are 60 pregnant victims of rape per day that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our states because he directed SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade. He is also materially hurting women by reinforcing rape culture, okay? When you perpetuate sexual violence, you should be met with societal condemnation and a limit on your opportunity. That's why McDonald's doesn't hire violent felons, right? But instead now we're telling individuals that if they go out there, they rape a woman, they sexually exploit a girl, not only we're not going to limit their societal opportunity, not only are we not going to condemn them, but we are rather going to give them the highest ranking position of power available to any human alive. That perpetuates rape culture, which puts the material safety and well-being of women and girls on the line. A third way that he's materially harming women is the fact that he's reinforcing the patriarchy. Is that he's reinforcing the patriarchy and traditional gender norms. Okay. But listen, maybe I'll just stop there. You could respond to everything I said.
No, okay. Now let me tell you. I came up here because, yes, the sentence above, or actually the question above your head asks, how do you still support Trump? Now, I read the executive order. And that was my reasoning. Now, you're saying you're bringing in abortion, this and that. Again, nobody was talking about that. Now, I want to know how trans women are women. How are men able to become women and come into our prisons, locker rooms, DV shelters, sports? Restrooms. Just
question.
Tell me how.
Would you ever vote for a trans woman that has walked in?
Would you ever patriarchy and Trump's this and that? Okay, but wait a minute. You're literally fanboy.
Would you ever vote for a trans woman that's walked into a woman's dressing room as president?
Wait a minute. Why do I keep getting muted? I literally this is kind of bullshit, bro. Just a little bit.
Would you ever vote for a trans woman that has walked into a woman's dressing room as president?
Wait a minute. You have pivoted every single thing.
This
you
is not a
cut me
pivot.
off every time I say something. You cut me off. You mute my mic. I can't even get a point across.
Yeah, God.
I get this is your domain. This is your whole shit. I get it. But come on, you gotta let this is what makes TikTok world go round. You gotta let the guest speak. So, anyways, that is the reason I support Trump. That reason alone, nothing else. So, anyways, now that I've stated why.
Question: would you ever let a trans woman?
I read the executive order. I stated why.
Would you ever vote?
You say trans women are women, and you still have not defined what a woman is.
Would you ever vote for a trans woman that has walked into a woman's locker room to be president of the United States of America?
Can you stop muting me? Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm just
answer
going
my
to
question. Would you ever vote? Would you ever vote? Would you ever vote?
What is a woman?
Oh my God. I've repeated myself a billion times. If you continue down this train of thought, I'm just going to kick you from the live.
Of course you're going to kick me because you can't answer what a woman is.
My definition of the word woman is just as relevant to this debate as the color of your shoes. You are trying to control the narrative and control the dialogue to a conversation surrounding are trans women instead of a conversation surrounding is Trump a good president? My definition of the word woman is just as relevant to this debate as the color of your shoes. Okay? If I kept on interrupting you, if I just kept on reiterating, what are the color of your shoes? Obviously, you're not going to answer the question because the color of your shoes is universally just so far completely away from the debate. Is Trump a good president? So I will kick you from the live if you do not answer this following question. Would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president if they had walked into private women's spaces like their dressing rooms and took advantage of people in the space?
Why do you keep muting me and you won't even answer my original question?
If you do not answer this question, you will be kicked. If you do not answer this question, I'm going to kick you.
No, don't run away.
I'm going to make it clear. 1 second. Let's go ahead and get a.
Don't run away. Don't run away, Dean. You're running.
Stop watching. The only person who's running here is you. I've been able to give you a very.
What the heck? I've asked you the same question for like 10 minutes now.
And I've demonstrated for 20 minutes now it's completely irrelevant to a debate.
No,
You're asking me what
it's
my
not
definition of the
irrelevant.
word woman
It's
is.
not irrelevant.
Okay, then could you
It's
respond?
very relevant.
Then respond to the argument that I gave to demonstrate its irrelevance.
Can I respond to something that you said?
Please respond by giving a counter argument to my argument that I used to demonstrate its irrelevance.
Hold on. You said the word woman, or your definition of a woman, is as relevant as the shoes I'm wearing. How could you sit here and say that our language and equity in society as women, that word for us, is as relevant as the shoes I'm wearing?
Yeah,
How
because our debate,
are you, Dean?
So
you just exhibited how
our
misogynistic you are by saying that.
Oh my God, because our debate isn't about what the definition of the word woman is. Our debate is about if Donald Trump is a good president.
Dean, stop muting me.
I don't care. Wine. So I'm going to go ahead and start this stopwatch. I'm going to make this clear to you. If this stopwatch hits 60 seconds and you have not answered the question, would you support a trans woman as president if they had taken advantage of cis women inside of private women's only spaces? I'm going to kick you from the live. The stopwatch starts now.
Okay, so 60 seconds uninterrupted, correct?
I never said uninterrupted. Just answer the question.
Oh, Dean, see, you don't play fair. You play dirty.
You're already 10 seconds in.
Yes, thank you. So all the women in here, I just want you to know that Dean thinks that our word that gives us equity and...
Sorry, I'm muting you because you're wasting time. You only have 40 seconds left. The question is... 1 second. You only have like 30 seconds left. The question is, would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president knowing that that trans woman is taking advantage of cis women inside of private women's only spaces? You only have like 25 seconds left.
Well, you keep muting me. So.
Okay, you should be able to give a yes or no in the next 20 seconds.
Dean does not think that our language in society and equity matters.
15 seconds. 15 seconds to give a yes or no. 15 seconds to give a yes or no.
That is what Dean said.
10, 9, 8. Come on, yes or no?
Answer the question.
Come on, give a yes or no. You can answer.
Will not know what a woman is.
And you're kicked because you couldn't answer the question. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Wow, they're really coming out of the woodworks tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy, crazy work. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Make sure if you're inside of that queue that you support Donald J. Trump as president, everyone. Wow. Woo, baby. Wow. Holy shit, man. We are an hour and 35 minutes into this stream, and I feel like we're already like 6 hours deep, dude. Dude, I feel like I'm going to need to, I'm going to need to get a, where I need a coffee or something. I need some fucking caffeine, baby. All right, welcome in Taxpan American. You support Trump?
Yes, I do. I love him.
I thought so. Should you be my third ultra insufferable guest of the night? So the only reason why I brought you up is because I know you. We've had a couple conversations. And you were by far universally rank as one of the most insufferable guests that's ever been on the live. Should I continue to torture myself?
I take that as a compliment, to be honest with you. I think I'm about to end your career. I don't want to lie to you.
Okay. All right. Well, before you do, I do just want to be able to thank a couple people here. She needs to get a grip and stop being such a hateful person. Yeah, she was very, very hateful, Patricia. Thank you for the $5. I would also like to thank Sarah for the $1. Danny, thank you for the $10. Who says this grown-ass woman is acting like a child? Dude, she was such a child. Thank you for the $10, Danny. And thank you for the $10, Ellie, who says, quote-unquote, Jesus fuck is the mood for this live. This is crazy. Marie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Marie says, as a woman, I reject this individual. Every retail and food service worker hates her. We could tell. Yeah, definitely. Ellie, thank you for another $15, who says, please tell me the majority of women don't think this way. Oh, definitely not. Christina, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for defending logical thinking. Well, Christina, thank you for being here. This is a hard stream to be a viewer of, so I appreciate you for being able to support. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Christina down below in that chat. And let's also get 500 Leslie W's. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Leslie with a 50, that is so kind, says, these people are set on their idol. They forgive everything, even when immoral and illegal. Yeah. They're just members of a cult. They're fucking sheep, Leslie. Thank you for the $50. That is seriously so kind. As well as Ellie, thank you for the $30. Oh my God, Ellie, you've shown so much love today. Ellie with another $30 says, this is pissing me off as a woman. Oh, I think that pissed us all off regardless of her gender identity. Thank you for the $30, Ellie. I'd also like to thank Daisy for the $1 on PayPal, Sophie with a $1, Jacqueline with a $3, And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, Dean, you have the patience of a saint with these people, listening to you most every day, and most great victims don't report. Well, Rebecca, I appreciate you for being here, and I appreciate you for saying that about my patience. I'm really trying my best. Thank you for the $20. Also, let's get 200 Heather W's for the $20 too, who says, as a survivor of SA, fuck her, and thank you for all that you do. Oh, well, thank you so much, Heather, and I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. And then Terrence, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, keep crushing him. I'm going to try. It's a little bit hard today. Then over on Super Chat, Tia, thank you so much for the 20 euros, who says, 2 insane guests in a row's wild. Keep doing what you're doing. They always say they want trans women in the men's restrooms, but if a trans man went into the women's restroom, they'd lose it. It's so hypocritical. Love from the UK. Yeah, they'll never talk about that one. And then Sacramento, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars, who says, as a cis woman, this guest is an embarrassment to women. She was fucking terrible. Oh my God. And we are all caught up. All right. Thank you guys so much for your love and support. Seriously, to all the donors out there, just know that I really fucking appreciate you. If you're watching and you want to help support me, support this stream, pay for my therapy, because obviously I need some after today, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and at the top of the phone screen over on YouTube. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, of course, my guy. I got you.
You have 60 seconds to end my career.
Okay. You love talking about E. Jean Carroll. And as we both know, well, first off, how does your mom feel about how you just treated those women and how you talk to them? You act like you care about women, but look at how you just treated those last 2 women that were up here. If I was your mom, I'd be disappointed.
I don't think I'd change anything about the way that I treated them.
I mean, you shouted at them, called them mean words.
How about this?
Them,
let's just do a quick
at them,
let's just do like a quick poll in the chat for everybody watching. Could I have been nicer or more rude to the last 2 guests? Because honestly,
the reality is,
I'd say that I could have been like more rude.
Well, the reality is, and I have proof of this too, you delete people's comments. You only allow people that agree with you in your chat. So that's a little fake news. Fake news, a fake chat from a fake host.
Okay.
Well, let's talk
if I only allowed people that agree with me in the chat, then you never see a W guest, but we unfortunately see one right now.
Well, you mute most of them.
That was funny. Literally, as I said that, I saw somebody in the comment section going W guest.
Excuse me.
But it's funny because saying W guest in the chat is actually like paradoxical by nature to the claim that you just made. Because you're arguing that I will mute people in the chat, right, that disagree with me. One moment, listen to me. You're saying that I'd mute people in the chat that disagree with me and only agree with the guest. And then you're having like a bunch of like the Trump fanboys in the comment section going W guess. But with the Trump fanboys in the comment section going W guess, in virtue of that fact, they're refuting your claim.
Yeah.
So that's great. Also, by the way, the only word that is banned in my comment section is my own name. I couldn't tell you why. I've tried to do everything I can to get the word Dean unbanned. Like, try it yourself. You won't be able to comment it. So in other words, I'd actually say that there are chat restrictions in which will reduce the amount of support that I will get throughout a stream.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, my guy, is there's a lot of other messages that aren't getting through. Like, I just recorded it as I was waiting, and other people do the same thing. So more fake news from the fake news king himself.
So TikTok moderates a lot of words. That's not me. That's TikTok.
Wait, I want to end your career. Can I end your career?
Yeah.
Okay, so first off, really messed up how you just treated those women.
Don't think so.
And everybody else that comes up here. Dean, this nation is divided, and we have a chance to bring people together and save this nation. We really do. So take a deep breath.
Maybe we should have a president who calls for the execution of his political opponents. Just saying.
Well, we've been over that. He didn't actually do that.
Well, he did.
Well, disagree.
Well, I mean, he said he was punishable by death, and reposted somebody who said, "Hey,
excuse me, sir. You always bring up E. Jean Carroll, right?"
Yep.
So after our last conversation, you kept saying to me, "Hey, man, under your definition of grape, wouldn't you consider if somebody..."
Oh, yes! You still haven't answered the question from last time. Under your definition of grape, wouldn't it be grape for a man to forcefully insert his fingers into a woman's female member without consent?
Excuse me, can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so last time we talked, I said, "Hey, man, Trump was found civilly liable of sexual assault." And you said, "Yeah, but per the normal definition of grape, you would assume that he sticking his fingers in her unconsensually would be grape." And as I was talking to you, because now I know, I didn't know this about you, but now I do, you're not actually out here for good conversation or good debate. So when I was talking to you, I didn't want to give you that win. But the reality is, Dean, you're absolutely right. If somebody puts their fingers in somebody and they don't have consent to do it, that is grape. You're absolutely right. But you know where you're wrong?
Where?
You're wrong that the information that was presented to the court, that they found him guilty of that, is not sufficient. So I disagree with the verdict of the court.
Your argument to end my career is to tell me that you don't think Trump is a rapist.
Because of the evidence that was provided in court.
If
Now,
that ended my career,
well, we're not done. I'm not done, buddy.
If that ended my career, it would have been ended a long time ago.
I'm not done, buddy. Well, listen, you screaming at women, you making fun of Charlie Kirk, right? That ended your career. Okay? Look at you laughing about it right now, too.
I'm just laughing at you like you're crazy, dude. Listen,
right, bro.
Give me.
Tell Parker I'm sorry I made him cry. Tell Parker.
Give me 25 seconds here, man.
Like, no, give me one more second, though. Real quick. Hold on, real quick.
No. I'm done fighting for the mic. You keep interrupting me. I'm just going to kick you. I've been dealing with it for like 2 hours now. But anyway, like, I'm being serious. I will just remove you. So let me talk. Deborah, thank you for the fest party. I am like so done with just accepting insanity. We'll have so many people come up here and just say things that are crazy, right? And I just kind of let them slide. So I think it's time that we finally address the insanity. If you have 2 years and you listen to the last 2 hours of debates, you would have heard nothing but crazy motherfuckers losing their goddamn minds, acting like toddlers, defending the indefensible and rejecting their cognitive faculties, then turning around and screaming, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like literally, the first guest who came on this live that happened to be a woman, okay, as you already pointed out, I didn't kick her. She got banned because she kept on screaming, fuck you, insert name here, in response to everybody who donated to me. And then you're going to sit here and tell me that I'm the unreasonable one? I'm the misogynistic one? Because maybe at one point in that conversation, I slightly raised my voice to be heard when she wouldn't stop interrupting me, then unmuting herself? Like, and then also, just the virtue signal like you care about women. If you cared about women, then you wouldn't support the guy that took away their access to healthcare and has caused many of them to die. If you cared about women, then you wouldn't support the guy that has ensured that today in 10 of our 50 states, 60 pregnant victims of rape per day are denied access to abortion. If you cared about women, then you wouldn't support the president that has had a lifetime of misogyny, saying that the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy, sexualizing a 10-year-old, and reinforcing patriarchal and misogynistic standards, telling women that they just need to cook, clean, stay at home, raise the kids, like Erica Kirk has had to say many, many times. So don't come up onto this live and tell me that I don't care about women, especially coming from the guy that's about to make an argument that the woman who's able to get her rapist held accountable in a court of law was a crazy liar. Just saying. Mr. Arrogant.
Do I get to talk for 3 minutes uninterrupted like you just did?
Well, that wasn't 3 minutes. It was around a minute and a half, but leave it to the guy that's only ever lasted 30 seconds to confuse a minute and a half for 3.
Excuse me. Do I get a minute 30?
Fried your shit.
Do I get a minute 30 uninterrupted?
Fried your shit.
Do I get a minute 30? I didn't get to say my shit, so I don't want to talk.
Just
fake news. Do I get to talk? Can I talk?
Yeah, I guess.
All right,
I'll allow you to speak.
Well, I appreciate that so much. Thank you. You're such an angel. The way that you talk to those 2 women, including one of them being an SA survivor herself, your mom's really proud, I bet. And God bless her. I mean that. All right. So you always bring up E. Jean Carroll, right? What was the evidence that they presented in the court? Could you please enlighten everybody? You're a smart kid. I know you know it. Could you please enlighten the audience?
Sure. Here's all the evidence that Donald Trump is guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll. The first form of evidence would come in the fact of her testimony alongside of the testimony of 7 of her friends, aligning with therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump. Another form of evidence submitted inside of the court was E. Jean Carroll's dress that she said she was wearing when she was raped by Donald Trump and said that it had Donald Trump's DNA on it. She then submitted that dress to the court to get it tested for Donald Trump's DNA. The court took it, tested it for male DNA. They identified it They said it was true that there's male DNA on this dress. They then turned around, asked Trump to submit his own DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress. And he said, no, 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 I'm not going to do that. If he was truly innocent, that wouldn't have been his DNA. So why would he refuse to submit his DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA on the dress? Maybe he's guilty. Right? Other forms of evidence that I find to demonstrate that he's guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll are the fact that E. Jean Carroll's testimony had 0 inconsistencies and Donald Trump's had 2 big ones, okay? The first inconsistency within Donald Trump's fake, fictitious testimony that he was innocent hinged on him arguing that he had never met E. Jean Carroll in his life. Okay, that makes sense for a person to make an argument for that in court if they're accused of rape and they're innocent. Well, how could they have raped her if he never met her? Well, it turns out that he did meet her, and E. Jean Carroll was able to prove that by submitting a picture of the two together to the court. A second inconsistency, huge lie, is when he argued that he would never have raped E. Jean Carroll because she wasn't his type. But then in deposition, he confused a picture of his ex-wife to be a picture of E. Jean Carroll. Obviously, his ex-wife was his type, therefore E. Jean Carroll is too. And the third level of evidence that I like to use here to demonstrate that Donald Trump is guilty of the rape of E. Jean Carroll is that in 2005, he straight up said that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. And that is exactly what the jury proved happened to E. Jean Carroll. He grabbed her by the P word and forcefully inserted his fingers into her female member without asking first, which is something he says he does. Not to mention other corroborating facts of his characters, like the sexual exploitation of women and girls in Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, like the sexualization of his own daughter, agreeing with Howard Stern, calling her a hot piece of ass, like the sexualization of a 10-year-old girl when he told a 10-year-old girl he'd be dating her in 10 years in the 90s. So because of all these facts, I'd say it's very reasonable to believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so now I get to respond to everything. You don't mute me or interrupt me, right? If you mute me, it's a clear sign that I won and you're scared of the truth being spoken. So he said a lot there, some of it true, a lot of it wrong. Here's the reality. E. Jean Carroll waited 20 plus years for Donald Trump to run for president before she decided to actually bring this case about. She waited too long, so the Democratic state of New York that was 70% for Biden, 30% for Donald Trump wanted to execute lawfare. They rewrote the law, the ADA of 2022 or 2023, that allowed her to bring civil charges. Dean, I would ask you, but I'll just tell the audience. If it's a civil case instead of a criminal case, the court of law needs to prove him guilty by 51%. They needed the jury to go, okay, I'm 51% sure that this crime happened. If it was criminal, it would need to be without any doubt, okay? And that's incredibly important because I think the evidence I'm about to say that they used in the court of law does not prove it by 51%. So, as he said, E. Jean Carroll, her saying it happened, that was one of her pieces of evidence. She told 2 friends, not 7, fake news. She told 2 friends the day after it happened, and they did testify saying, yep, she told us. So far, her evidence is her saying it and 2 friends telling the court that she told them. They also used 2 other women who said something similar like this happened to them as well. But it's important to note, E. Jean Carroll and these 2 other women that are saying this happened, none of them filed a police report. None of them had witnesses. None of them had DNA evidence. You brought up the dress. The reality is Donald Trump's team said, sure, we'll give you some DNA for the dress, but we want your forensic report first so we can confirm there's no tampering going on because there's been nobody that's tracking the whereabouts of the dress for the last 20 years. So they wanted to make sure you didn't do something to tamper with it. No one's been following that dress for 20 years. So it's plausible, and this is why the judge who hates Trump, I'm not going to get into that, but this judge that hates Trump literally sided with Trump's team and said, okay, you don't have to give us DNA. So the dress thing's silly.
Oh, you're already really wrong.
Okay, well, I'm speaking the truth. Let me finish. I let you talk.
Well, I mean, you just said something that is like instrumentally and fundamentally.
Well, you said a lot that was 100% wrong. You said a lot that was 100%.
Okay, I'll specify.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish.
For sure. I'll specify exactly how when you're done, but you just misrepresented the criminal justice system as a whole. Inside of civil courts, you're not subpoenaed to submit.
You're not letting me finish, by the way.
Of the accuser, just saying like.
Well, you're wrong about that. You're wrong about that.
If they felt like,
listen, you're wrong. You're wrong. If the judge felt like that Trump's team was acting in bad faith, he could have made it happen where they had to give it to him. But he agreed with them on the consent to send.
At what point did Trump's team say that they would be willing to submit the DNA evidence?
They did say that they would.
At what point?
They did say that
At
they
what
would.
point?
It was after whatever period you're trying to get to right now, but nonetheless,
Yeah,
even after that.
Actually,
but Dean,
that's a very important statement there. Because
okay, but I'm going to rebuttal it. Go ahead and say it. Say it.
It was after the discovery period was over. Do you know what discovery
Yep.
is?
And legally, that judge, after the discovery period, if the judge wanted to, he could have still made him do it after the discovery period. So your point does not matter.
A judge reopening a discovery period for new evidence after discovery, after the discovery period is over, is like Chick-fil-A serving you on a Sunday. Sure, legally, Chick-fil-A can serve you on a Sunday, but it doesn't matter. They won't, because that is the order of the service provided. And
it's
keep in mind,
possible for the judge to do it.
Just like it's possible for Chick-fil-A to serve you on a Sunday. But keep in mind here, you're not just a member of the party of law, you're a member of the party of law and order. Courtrooms have order. And an order inside of the courtroom is that under typical circumstances, right, once a discovery period is over, that will not be reopened by the judge. Okay? It is already over. That's the time you had to submit the evidence. And by the way, this actually proves. This
you
actually
cut me off, by the way, so you're showing I'm winning. Excuse me, Mr. Yelling at women. Excuse me, Mr. Screaming at women.
This actually proves that the judge was non-biased, by the way. Because if the judge had reopened the discovery period to allow that evidence in, that would be in the furtherance of the wishes of E. Jean Carroll and her legal representation. So in other words, by the judge refusing to reopen discovery period, and rather holding order inside of the courtroom, very similar to how, although a Chick-fil-A could possibly serve you on a Sunday, it doesn't matter, they won't, because they have order and rules too, right? E. Jean Carroll's, from her own testimony, the own evidence that she submitted, right, her argument, her legal argument inside of that courtroom would have been furthered if the judge had allowed discovery to be reopened and allowed Donald Trump to submit his DNA evidence. So that was actually an act that showed that he was bipartisan, an act that showed he wasn't just a
Do you agree
Trump
that the judge could have asked them to do it still after whatever the period is called?
Yeah,
because he legally
the same way the same way a Chick-fil-A could legally serve you on a Sunday.
No, the judge could have asked him to do that still. And you're talking about a judge.
Same way,
hey, buddy, real quick.
on a Sunday.
Mister that yells at women, young man that yells at women, young man that yells at women and mutes people. Listen.
Oh my God. Okay, I don't actually think I yelled at them. They were yelling at me though. They were screaming "fuck you." Can you acknowledge that?
It was recorded that you screamed at them, my guy. You yell at women all the time. So simmer down.
Okay. So wait. Would you argue
Look at
that?
you scared.
Would you argue?
God forbid we talk about the facts. All right, you're scared. Keep going. I'll say.
Would you argue that nobody should support me because quote unquote I yell at women all the time?
Listen, I want to finish my point before you try.
Yeah, exactly. Because when you try to bring up a point like, "Oh, Mr. Dean yells at women," you can't defend that shit.
Tell Parker I'm sorry for making him cry on my debate on YouTube with him.
Wait, you're the one that made Parker cry?
No, that was another guy. But I set him up to cry because I gave him such a hard L. It's on YouTube. I defeated him so bad, flustered him so hard. I pretty much made him my son.
Are you the one that would? Are you the one that said that you'd still support Trump as president even if he raped a kid?
No, that's not me. I'm saying I would.
So you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he raped a kid?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
100%. That's why I love Trump, because he released the Epstein files. But listen, you're talking about a judge, buddy. You're acting like this judge.
You love Trump because he released.
No.
Come on, can I respond?
Let me talk.
You continue to repeat that I yelled at women. If you're going to repeat that, I'm going to respond. Do you think that everybody should stop supporting me because I quote unquote yell at women?
I mean, it's recorded, just like you making fun of Charlie Kirk.
Should people stop? Okay, and making fun of Charlie Kirk too. None of these things are true. You're just spitfiring false claims, and then when I want to start addressing them, right, you just one moment. You start spitfiring false claims, and then the moment that I want to address them, right, you say, "Let me talk, excuse me." But anyways, to now refute all of the false points that you brought up, you brought up that I yell at...
Excuse me. It sounds like that.
Yeah,
excuse
it
me.
does sound like that. So you brought up that I yell at women. Do you think that people should stop supporting me because I quote unquote yell at women?
Yeah, just like Tim Walz and Joe Biden have done to reporters, I think. Yeah, they should probably stop supporting you if you yell at women.
Okay, so then everybody should stop supporting Trump for calling a woman piggy, calling one ugly, and calling one
not yelling,
right?
That's not yelling.
Wait.
So
it's more respectful to call a woman piggy than to raise your voice when she's screaming "fuck you"?
Screaming at them like you did? I would say so. Yeah, honestly, actually, what a great question.
Now I have a question. What is worse, to raise your voice when heated in a debate against a woman, or to sexually exploit them when they're naked?
I would just not do either.
Which one's worse?
I just wouldn't do either.
Which one's
Why
worse?
do you do them? Why do you do
Which
both?
one's worse? I do
Why
both?
do you do both? I just wouldn't do either.
Wait, you just accused me of sexually exploiting women?
Well, you allowed Kamala Harris, you voted for her, and she allowed great murder
voting
from her
for Kamala Harris. Oh my God. Okay, obvious. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. So answer my question: which one is worse, sexually exploiting a woman or raising your voice against one in a debate? Tell me.
By the way, the judge in the E. Jean Carroll.
No. Tell me. You were gonna do the same thing we did with the last guest. Tell me what is worse, sexually exploiting a woman or raising your voice against a woman in a debate? Which one is worse?
Oh, obviously. Can I say sexually on the live? I thought you had to say schmexually.
So sexually exploiting a woman is worse than raising your voice against a woman inside of a debate. You said that no one should support me because I've raised my voice when debating a woman. Therefore, no one should support Donald Trump for sexually exploiting women at Miss USA.
We can 100% get to that. Let me finish my other point. 100%.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You look silly, buddy. By the way, everybody knew you were already going there, but we're still on the E. Jean Carroll because you got to talk. I didn't get to talk.
Yeah.
Maybe hit that pencil of yours, my guy. You look stressed.
Yeah,
you and Parker get very stressed with me.
No,
it's very telling.
You're right. I'm super.
How do you feel
stressed
about your fans? Hey, buddy, how do you feel about your fans and all the mean messages they're sending those women you talk to? All the unalive threats that they're getting right now from your fans. Could you please take this moment to tell your fans not to message those women that they would do horrible things to them? Could you just take that moment real quick to tell them to leave those women alone because you care so much? Could you please do that?
Leave those women alone.
Wow, you sounded like you really meant it, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, back to the
so wait, now I gotta say it a certain way?
Excuse me, let me finish my point about E. Jean Carroll, my friend.
Okay.
You brought up the judge and tried acting like this appointed judge was somehow trying to help Trump with the dress thing. Yeah, hit that pen. By the way, you should probably stop. It might be those heart problems you were having. And I pray for you. I want nothing bad to happen to you. I'm not like you, all right? I pray for you, man. I hope your health gets better. But for real, tell Parker I'm sorry about handing that out. But the judge was appointed by Bill Clinton in 1998.
Silence, Biggie. We need to address something important.
Excuse me. You can't.
Yeah, I do. I need to speak. I'm not going to try to speak over you. I'm just going to wear you out for a little bit. Eventually, you'll stop. Because I do actually have something important to say.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Looks like he's done.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You have my permission.
Thank you. Appreciate that, bro. Thanks for giving me permission. Highly appreciated. So, I mean, I kind of just destroyed your whole worldview because you tried to obviously in bad faith argue that nobody should support me since I raised my voice against a woman who's screaming "fuck you" in the middle of a debate. And then I brought up, how Donald Trump has sexually exploited women, so this would mean no one should support him since that's worse than raising your voice at a woman. And obviously because that's the defeater argument, right? You went on to say, well, I got to say these other things first. I got to go through these other arguments first before I respond to the defeating argument.
I'll let you talk.
And then you just started going on about DMs to those women. You weren't talking about what you wanted to talk about. You went on about my anxiety pin. You weren't talking about what you wanted to talk about. You went on about Parker. You weren't talking about what you wanted to talk about. So if you're going to deflect, if you're going to pivot, just try to just do one deflection at one time. You deflected away from the defeating argument that I gave you to demonstrate in accordance with your own values. You should no longer support Trump as president. But then you just introduce a billion other deflections surrounding Parker, me, anxiety pin, the web. Dude, just stick to one deflection at a time, please.
Okay, for sure. So back to E. Jean Carroll, which is what we were talking about before you cut me off. Listen, so you support Trump if I'm a good boy, because I voted for Trump. You're saying I'm a good boy. I voted for Trump. Therefore, you think Trump is the right choice. Okay, I'm a good boy.
Bad boy for voting for Trump. Good boy for listening to me.
No. You can't take it back. You like Trump. I think that's awesome. Listen, if you like Trump, mute me again.
The position is bad boy for voting for Trump. Good boy for listening to me. And if you hate Trump, unmute yourself and start speaking.
Didn't say how long to say mute.
Oh, you hate Trump! You hate Trump! You hate Trump! You hate him! You hate him! You hate Trump!
You're trying to copy what I just did to you. Come on, that looks silly. You know I'm winning this right now. But listen, buddy, calm down. Hold on.
I mean, you've been trying to copy a rapist's mannerisms this whole time with the excuse me, so you're one to talk, weather boy.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you is that I don't think he's I guess we can say rapist, apparently. I thought we had to say rapist, but you said rapist. I don't think he's a rapist, my guy. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So the judge that you were referring to was appointed by Bill Clinton in 1998. Bill Clinton, who invited Jeffrey Epstein to his house, the White House, 17 times his first term as president. Jeffrey Epstein, who we know hates and despises Trump based off all the information that's coming out, including the emails. Jeffrey Epstein, the same guy that during the hush money case,
honestly, I'm impressed.
You are let me talk.
You are fucking honestly. I gotta say this real quick. Yeah, thank you. You are actually surprisingly good at deflecting. Like, I actually got to give it to you. Like, I'm impressed. Like, everything else, like, you're terrible. Like, you're really terrible. But one thing that, like, you're unironically good at is deflecting, right? Because, like, I brought up the whole, you said people should stop supporting me because I raised my voice when debating a woman. Obviously, Donald Trump sexually exploiting women is worse than this. Therefore, in accordance with your logic, no one should support Trump. And then you were like, okay, Dean, let me finish what I was saying, then I'll respond to that. Talking about E. Jean Carroll. And then you went on to talk about me, my anxiety pin, those women, Parker, DMs, and now Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. You're good at this. Honestly, if I had to make any recommendation to you for like what kind of career path you should start building for yourself and what field you should go into, is like journalism for some far right think tank. You know what I mean? I feel like you could put a crazy spin on some 10,000 word Heritage Foundation article. You know, it's like titled Joe Biden fell asleep, and then somehow it's ending talking about Bill Clinton being best buddies with Epstein. Like, I mean, seriously, I
was making a point. I was going somewhere with that, but you just reminded me of something too, bringing up Joe Biden. Are you going to answer?
Oh, and now you're using my explanation of how you're so good at deflecting to deflect. I'm impressed. No, seriously, dude.
You're doing exactly what you're saying.
You take your cake. You're good at
You're
that.
not looking good right now.
No, man. Like, obviously, you're not looking good right now because you're deflecting. Regardless of how good you are at deflecting, you're still at the end of the day deflecting. So you don't look good because of that. Now, do you want to okay, obviously now that I know there's like no further argument that you want to make in relation
I have a lot more to say.
Now that I know that there's no further argument that you want to make in relation to E. Jean Carroll because you used the time to make that argument to talk about Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, and Joe Biden. Do you want to respond to the argument that I gave you before you started going on this tangent about Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, and Joe Biden to address the fact that I brought up a defeater argument to your position, that position being that you argue that nobody should support me because I like raise my voice when debating a woman inside of a debate. That Donald Trump has sexually exploited women, and of course, like that'd be worse than raising your voice against a woman inside of a debate. If you don't respond to that, man, I'm obviously just gonna kick you. So,
E. Jean couldn't even remember the date, so he couldn't provide an alibi. Just so you know.
Okay. So
as I was saying, E. Jean accused 20 other people in her memoir. In her memoir, she accused 20 other people. No, that is true. You can look everything up. It's fact checkable.
What are their names?
To the audience listening.
Yeah,
actually, about half of them, she didn't mention a name, but there's people like Harvey Weinstein, who I actually probably do believe. But by the way, all 20 of those people, she did not bring out.
So you said that.
Let me talk, Dean.
So
Excuse me.
So you said that.
You go ahead again. Don't let me talk. But everyone knows I will post the real response on YouTube where I get to talk uninterrupted. That absolutely demolishes all of your points. But you go ahead. Interrupt me again. Deflect. Go ahead, buddy.
Beautiful.
Coward.
So you said that she named half of them. So what were the names of the 10 men that she named?
Oh, so now I get to talk?
Yeah. Yeah, I said yes.
Like right now, you want me to talk now? I get to talk?
Yeah. And I don't think that she accused Harvey Weinstein.
Andy Cohen, listen, he did. He's on the list. He apparently attempted to grape her in her own apartment in the 1980s, but you should look up and use a different AI.
Could I have a
But I'm answering your question. Excuse me, Piggy, who yells at women and screams at women and mutes people and doesn't want actual conversation and wants to make fun of Charlie Kirk and wants to divide the nation.
Yeah.
Let me talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. You asked for the names.
Yep.
She left a lot of people unnamed out of the 20, but she included John Johnson, Harvey Weinstein, a guy named Roger Ailes, I believe, Les Moon, VES. This is all in her memoir and book. And you know who else she listed, Dean? That's really important.
John Johnson.
In her own memoir. Let me finish. Can for real do?
I just asked you for the names, man.
Yeah, so I'm naming the names. Another name she added. She actually included herself on that list. Did you know that?
Les Moonves is, by the way, how you pronounce his name. So far I got Harvey Weinstein.
So that's what you got out of all of that?
One second. So far I got Harvey Weinstein, Andy Cohen, John Johnson. Who else?
She included herself. In her own words, she said, "I have been a hideous man. I have grabbed, I have groped, I have humiliated. If we're going to make a list of hideous men in my life, all belong on it." Her own words. Okay, she also went on to say, "Excuse me, can I please talk uninterrupted?" I just need all you tell me when I can talk uninterrupted. You let me know.
Yeah, I just need the rest of the names. So you said that half of them were named. So far, we're at 3. We're at Harvey Weinstein, Andy Cohen, John Johnson. Wait, actually, we're at 4 because you also added on Les Moonves.
Yeah, like I said, she left a lot of names out. You can go read her memoir, but I want to finish this quote real quick. Do you mind if I finish the quote and give you the rest of them?
No, I do mind because I want to focus on the names of the individuals that she accused.
Okay, because you yell at women and make fun of deceased men that were nice to you, you deserve so much respect. Let me answer your question then and not do what I want to do. I got you. I'll give you more names.
Thank you. So we got Harvey Weinstein, we got Andy Cohen, we got John Johnson, and Les Moonves. Who else?
And literally the rest of the names are unnamed, but I'll tell you what she said about them. She left them unnamed.
Oh, that's okay. We'll just focus on the ones. By the way, we'll just focus on the ones that you do have a name for. So okay, so we'll just focus on the ones that you do have a name for. Real quick. So we'll just focus on the ones that you do have a name for. You were able to name 4. You said Harvey Weinstein, Andy Cohen, John Johnson, and Les Moonves. So first and foremost, going from saying that she accused 20 men to you being able to name 4 is kind of funny.
No, don't believe me that she didn't leave that. She left the name.
Second of all, I do agree.
Check her memoir.
I do agree that she did accuse.
Not to name. Excuse.
I do agree that she did accuse Les Moonves. Okay, sir.
You're acting like I'm wrong,
sir.
Because she didn't name them.
Sir, stop it.
Madam,
just calm down.
Madam,
I'm obviously not mad. I mean, you can just look at me. I'm like, if anything, I'm just kind of defeated because of how crazy the people I've been dealing with are today. I'm definitely not mad though.
Maybe you got worked up and that's why you're so tired. Used all your energy yelling at women, screaming at.
I know you've repeated that one about 1 billion times. It doesn't make it true.
Well, it's work.
Anyways, so
it's recorded.
Oh, sir. What's recorded is you crashing out like a toddler. Now you're able to name 4. So now let's start going through each and every single one of them. We're going to go ahead and start with the first name that you said, Harvey Weinstein. Can you please give me your evidence that E. Jean Carroll accused Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault?
Great question. Such a good question. Yeah, I pulled it from her book memoir that she released where she named them. And the other names that are unnamed,
okay,
so what's the name out. What's hard to understand
What's the name of the memoir and what's the page?
E. Jean Carroll, hey. I believe it's like, well, just Google it. You got your computer right there. Ask what her book is called, buddy. You got it. I'm not going to do everything for you.
Okay, so E. Jean Carroll book name. Is it What Do We Need Men For?
Dad, come on, bro.
Is it What Do We Need Men For?
I believe so.
Okay, and now what page of What Do We Need Men For did she accuse Harvey Weinstein?
Well, let me ask you this. What point are you trying to make? Do you think I'm lying?
I'm just asking you for your source, sir.
How about you just Google, did E. Jean Carroll say in her, whatever the title of the book was, that Harvey Weinstein?
I already did. Google says that she has not accused Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, because she has not come out and accused in the court of law. Like my point is she did not accuse them in the court of law, but in the book she does.
Okay, so where in the book?
On one of the pages.
What page?
You got your supercomputer right there. Find it out, buddy. This is a weird point.
So
you don't believe E. Jean Carroll?
I just told you. I tried to look it up. Google says that she didn't accuse him in a court of law or out of a court of law, including in her book. So obviously I'm going to be asking you for the evidence because it's your claim.
For the exact page number. Okay.
Or you can,
everybody watching, just fact check that. Everybody watching, fact check that on your own.
If you don't want to give me an exact page number, you could also just give me like an article referencing the accusation posted on the internet. That's also fine.
Yeah, it's in her book.
Okay, so what's the evidence that it's in her book?
That if you were to get her book and open it and turn the pages and read it, you would eventually see that she said it in her book.
Yeah, but like, what is the evidence that you're telling the truth? What is the evidence that what you're saying to us is factual?
What's your evidence that I'm lying?
Okay, well, that's not typically how like the truth of a proposition works. You can't just say something, then argue that it's true unless there's evidence that it's not true. Right?
Yeah,
so
but
you're asking me to like prove a negative, when in all reality, the evidence burden would rest on you to prove a positive, right? And like, if we do want to accept that, you could just like prove, like ask individuals to prove a negative. I just simply say that E. Jean Carroll does not accuse Harvey Weinstein in her book, and then I'd ask you for your evidence that I'm wrong. And if you can't give me any evidence, then I'm right.
I got you with my sources. My sources are, What Do We Need Men For? A Modest Proposal by E. Jean Carroll, 2019. Hideous Men, an essay for the New York Magazine that she apparently wrote or wrote into. The Atlantic, a book review. Vanity Fair.
Okay, we'll just go with the last one, Vanity Fair. So I'm going to Vanity Fair. What do I type in to find the article published by Vanity Fair?
I don't know why you don't believe E. Jean Carroll. We should believe her on this, my friend.
I'm just not even clear if E. Jean Carroll even said this. So Vanity Fair. So what's the title of the Vanity Fair article?
I want to answer your question. Excuse me, Mr. That yells at
So what's the title of the Vanity Fair article that talks about how she accused Harvey Weinstein of rape in her book?
She also, in public interviews, did say all of this from 2019 to 2023, confirming
perfect. Could you please link me one of those public interviews?
Well, everybody that's listening, you heard everything I just said. Go fact check it and take note that this kid right here doesn't want to have a conversation. He wants to try and deflect from the information given.
Wait,
look how nervous he looks.
I'm so sorry, man. Can you define deflection?
Look at this guy trying to run away from the
Define deflection.
And Dean, no one can take you serious. You screamed that.
Define.
You acted like
Hey, sir.
10,000 people.
Hey, sir,
you're going to post this stream with the proof of.
So the reason why he can't define deflection is because there's no appropriate and acceptable definition of the word deflection that would include one individual asking another individual for the evidence for their claim. So, I mean, just to clarify to you and everybody listening in, when you're in a debate against somebody and they make a claim and you ask them for the evidence for said claim, you're not deflecting. Okay? I mean, thought that one was clear. But, I mean, crazy that I have to make it clear. Now, you did say that the evidence
guy that just yelled at women, you're going to post it.
Yeah, no one believes you. Now, you did say that the evidence for your claim could be found in multiple online interviews that were public and recorded with E. Jean Carroll. You also said that Vanity Fair and The Atlantic wrote about it. Could you please either give me the title of the Vanity Fair article, the Atlantic article, or the name of one of the public interviews that she gave where she goes over her accusation against Harvey Weinstein, please?
Yep, it's there for anybody to go look. It's in her book. Okay. I'm not lying.
So now, well, you said that
by the way,
evidence, one moment. You said that the evidence that it was in the book is the fact that it's been written on by the Atlantic and Vanity Fair, and then she echoed those accusations in multiple public interviews. So we're going to need the evidence that it's in the book?
Get the book.
Okay, that's not evidence.
The book's not evidence that it's in the book?
No, your claim that it's in the book is not self-justifying.
But if someone got the book and then it was in the book, would it be justified?
Yeah, you're saying if your claim was true, then would my claim be true? Yes.
So would it? Okay. All right. Thank you for that's a W. Thank you.
That's not a W because you just said if it was in the book, then would it be in the book? This is like saying if I have blue shoes on, then would I have blue shoes on? Yes. If it's I'll use your logic against you. If it wasn't in the book, then would it not be in the book? If somebody got the book, read it, saw that it wasn't in the book, then would it not be in the book?
If it's not a W, why does it feel like a W?
Well, because you're stupid. Answer my question. If somebody got the book, read the answer the question.
You're right about that. You're right.
If somebody got the book, read the book, determined it wasn't in the book, then would it not be in the book?
Bro, if someone got the book and it wasn't in the book, I will vote.
Then it would it be in the book?
It will be in the book.
No. If it wasn't in the book, then would it not be in the book?
No, 100%. If it wasn't
if it was not in the book, then would it not be in the book?
If it wasn't in the book, then it wouldn't be in the book.
Yeah, now you see how fucking stupid you sounded when you tried to argue if somebody bought the book, saw it was in the book, then would it be in the book? I literally just mirrored your own logic against you. Holy fucking shit, get cooked. Now,
I'm not sure that you're making...
Now, obviously, what I'm doing here is I'm asking you for the evidence that it is in the book. You can't say, go read it yourself and you'll find it. That is not evidence that it's in the book. That's a self-justifying claim reducing down to your claim being it's in the book because it's in the book. So I'm going to ask you to please give me the evidence that it's inside of the book. Because as far as I know, the only time Harvey Weinstein is mentioned inside of her memoir is that she points to Weinstein and the Me Too movement as the reason why she decided to come forward despite her prior trepidation. Not that she was accusing Weinstein of anything, but rather the Me Too movement and Weinstein were one of the reasons why she came forward about Trump. Okay? I believe that is what is in the book. Now,
I thought she came forward about Trump because she said he defamated her, but whatever.
Multiple reasons. It has to do with the defamation, has to do with Parentstein, has to do with the Me Too movement. So my point is just asking you for evidence. Listen, my point is just listen.
You crashed out.
No. You didn't give me your evidence. You just made a claim.
Women you were talking to? Why are you yelling at me like you're yelling at them, bro? What is this?
Okay.
Why do you yell at everybody?
So you just proved that.
Why don't you let people talk?
You just proved that I wasn't yelling at those women.
Excuse me. No, you were. It's on camera. You're gonna post the video.
Okay. You could get back in the guest requests if you want. I just want to be able to speak here for a second, and I don't want to have to spam the mute button. But feel free to hop back in the guest requests. Obviously, I don't think you are. I think that you're going to run away. But anyways, I just didn't want to have to spam the mute button, so I'm going to send you back down into the queue for right now. But anyways, so I mean, if you think that this tone of voice is me yelling, then I think that you're just justifying when you were arguing that I yelled at women prior, that I wasn't, because obviously this tone of voice is not yelling. Additionally, something else I'd like to bring up here is you continue to reiterate, right, that you have evidence that it's inside of the book. But then when I asked you for that evidence, you didn't give it. You just simply said it was. So in other words, you don't have evidence. And by the way, guys, I'll happily bring him back up. but he's not joining back in the queue. And the funny thing is he doesn't think I could prove that he's not in the queue. I actually can. Let's go to look at the queue together, everyone. Here's the queue of the people in the guest requests. There it is. He's not rejoining the queue. Should we go through it again? I wonder if this will make him join at any point. He's not joining back. I mean, get cooked. Get fucking fried, buddy. Get fucking fried, loser. Get fucking fried, loser. Oh my goodness gracious. Get fucking fried, man. That was enjoyable. That was enjoyable. That was great. That was great. Very good. Very good. Very big W. Very big W. Here we go. Everyone, do just kind of give me a second here. Oh, now people in the comment section are saying that I blocked him. What's his username? Oh, wait. It's right here. So when you block somebody, it says blocked. I'll actually show you guys. So here it says follow, message. I'll show you what happens when you hit the block button. That's what it looks like when you block them. It says unblock, like that. So you see there that I didn't have them blocked. So anyways, I mean, those are just the Trump supporters coping. Anyways, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. We're absolutely frying MAGA up on the live today, folks. We're absolutely frying MAGA up on the live today. They're all coping so hard because I'm about 1 billion times more intelligent than they ever will be. It's fine, though. It's fine, though. We're here to educate. We're here to make individuals more intelligent. So now, everybody, the next level of cope is that I unblocked him before I showed you the screen. Wait. Actually, here's a funnier thing. But yeah, now everyone in the chat is saying yeah. You motherfuckers forget that I have 2 phones here. So what I could actively show you is that he is not blocked and he's not in the queue. I'm debating the chat and I'm winning while I do it. Oh man, this is satisfying. Okay. So on this phone, we're going to show the guest request. Then on this phone, I'm going to just have it perpetually shown that he's not blocked. Oh my God, bro. Yo, this is great. All right. Not blocked. Here's the guest request. Scrolling through the guest requests. Nowhere to be seen. You motherfuckers are getting cooked. You motherfuckers are getting fried. Yeah, there's a guest request, dude. Yeah, holy shit. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Keep coping. Keep fucking coping. Yo, y'all need to come up with a new excuse. Can I help you? Just say that the new excuse is that the account I showed that I didn't have them blocked on was an account other than my main account. Come up with a new excuse, and then I'll prove that one wrong too. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. You got absolutely fried, super duper satisfying. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Y'all. Everybody, so for everybody spamming in the chat saying that I blocked him, you cannot argue that. I just showed you that his account wasn't blocked, and simultaneously, he wasn't in the queue. So you can't argue that. You've been proven wrong. Hello, Wyatt. Do you support Trump?
How you doing? How you doing, Dean? Yes, I do.
You know, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Why I'm not really doing that good. Obviously, I look like I'm doing all right because I'm keeping my cool here. But it's been 2.5 hours of the most abysmal guests I think that we've ever had on this live.
Oh, you had some bad people before.
Yeah, it's been. Oh, he's gone, dude. The one guy that sounded decent left. Yeah, I appreciate you so much for that motorcycle, Tina. As well as I have a bunch of you guys to thank. I really do appreciate you guys so much for the love over of Venmo and PayPal. Thank you guys. Like seriously, I'll get around to thanking everybody here in a moment as soon as we can get our next Trump supporter up. Hello, do you support Trump?
Fuck off.
Okay, why are you so angry? I feel like you're gonna leave and run away.
You're a little weirdo.
Okay, why am I a weirdo?
Just
Can you give any good
American
reason to justify
weirdo.
your belief? You sound like a fucking drunk 27-year-old that has 3 brain cells and has never found love in their life, getting angry at some guy on the internet just because he's proven your political beliefs wrong. Move out of your parents' basement, get some sunlight, and get a job while you're at it too, instead of just like screaming "fuck off" 4 beers in on a Saturday afternoon. Okay? Is that fair? How does that sound? 1 second. We'll unmute you. Alex, how does that sound? Oh, guys, I blocked him. He just doesn't want to respond. Okay, Alex. That's right. Sit the fuck down. Know your place, bro. Moving on to the next guest. We got Red Hoodie Guy loading up into the live. Heather, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, I don't know how you do it, Dean. These guests today have been absolutely insufferable. I appreciate you for the $10, Heather. And let me tell you, I'm really good at dealing with like insufferability, but my patience is at its limit today. Rob, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Rob. Tess, thank you for the $10. Who says, make sure the caller says, quote unquote, thank you, Daddy. May I have another if he comes back cooked? Dude, he got fried. Thank you for the $10, Tess. Gabe, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you so much for the love. Ellie with the 1. Julia, thank you for the $10. She says, another excuse. Yeah, that guy was given so many excuses. And M, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you, M. Let's get 1,000 MWs. What's going on, Red Hoodie Guy? You're Maga?
What is up?
See the Trump flags everywhere?
Yes, I do. I do support Trump.
Sarah, thank you for the secret tree. And how old are you?
I'm 16.
All right, buddy. Well, unfortunately, you got to be 18 to be on TikTok Live. You do have a good rest of your day, though. And hopefully, you by the time you are a voting adult, you change your mind. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. We also have a couple other people to thank here. Brooke, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brooke. Brooke with the $25 says, Dean, it's my birthday today, and watching your life has been one of the highlights of my birthday. Well, listen, I'm actually happy that you've been able to take something positive away from these streams. I feel like it's just been a whole lot of negativity, but we've been cooking nonetheless. Thank you for the $25, Brooke. Show some love to Brooke down below in that chat, and happy birthday. Christina, excuse me. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, these last 3 guests seem like they all went to the quote-unquote How to Debate Dean seminar by constantly pivoting and insulting. Yeah, dude, and they got cooked too. They're coping. Karen, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you for the love, Karen. Ashley, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo, says Team Peen. Shout out to you, Ashley. And Beth, oh my goodness, thank you for the $62 over on Venmo. Excuse me, Beth, thank you so much for the love. Excuse me, make sure that we're showing some love to Beth down below in that comment section. Beth with a $62 says, hey, Dean, it's my 62nd birthday next week. Anyone who says you don't have a job is full of shit. Love what you do, and it's very hard work. Well, thank you, Beth. And I'm looking at your profile picture here. You don't look a day over 40. You're looking good for 62, Beth. We love you. Show some love to Beth down below in that chat. Thank you so much for being here.
Love you, Beth.
Thank you for the $62. Seriously. What's going on, Real CR? Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say hi.
Okay. Well, you have a good one. Hi. But we're just looking to debate Trump supporters, so we're going to move on to the next guest right now. What's going on, Michaela? Do you support Trump?
Dean, what's your Spotify rap? Tell me, bro.
Number 1 was Backseat Lovers. They were great. Great band. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, y'all. We got certified ACRA farmers loading up. I'd also like to thank Karen for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Karen. Hey, Keely, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo. Says, quote unquote, excuse me, young man who yells at women, don't interrupt me, denying a woman's grape. Facts, Keely. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
I don't believe you for a second. Sorry, man. Lindsay, thank you for the $10, who says the nerve of this guy to criticize you for how you talk to women, and he's still wrong about that, and then go on to tell a great victim she's crazy. Yes. Dude, yeah, the fucking nerve on that guy. Thank you for the $10 and for the facts. Then Matt, thank you for the $10, who says for dealing with a for that last guess, he's a grape apologist. Matt, he was fucking nuts. Ellie, thank you for the $10 and Venmo says you're popping off tonight. Thank you, Ellie. Andrea, thank you for the $10, who says that Sierra girl and her Republican friend started a TikTok live about me. Oh, womp womp. They always love to talk. It's the Dean effect. They always do that. And then Ellie, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo, who says that last guess is the reason why I'm still single. Dude, I'm so sorry that so many men fucking suck, Ellie. Thank you for the $30 once again. You've been showing so much love all day long. Let's get 300 Ellie W's and 100 more W's for the $10. 100 Daniela W's for the $10. Lauren, thank you for the $10 as well. Kiara with the $10. Thank you, you guys. Wow, you guys are so very kind. Thank you for all your love over on Venmo. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Oh, Christina's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Ben Durrell loading up in the box. As well as over on PayPal, Harold. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, man. He says, hey, Dean, I'm a 36-year-old guy from Europe, and here's my message for the idiots you absolutely destroy every day. MAGA are a bunch of low IQ Yahtzees. What, dude? Well, appreciate you for the $20, Harold. I'd also like to thank Elizabeth for the $5 over on PayPal. Nicole, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for my suffering. Thank you for the love, Nicole. Danielle with the $25 on PayPal saying, Dean, I commend your patience with these total psychopaths. You're the best. Well, Danielle, thank you for the $25. And like I said, I'm trying my best. It's getting really hard today, though. And then Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Elena. That is Elayna. Elena, I hope that you're well. I remember you. Thank you for the $50, chat. Let's get 500 big Elena W's for the $50. Who says, Dean, tell us about your Spotify Wrapped. Well, I'd say the only thing like interesting off the Spotify Wrapped was Backseat Lovers, number one. I was in there 0.002% of listeners. Big fan of them. Love them to death. And then one more donation here, CRS. Thank you for the $20 over on the YouTube Super Chat. Who says, thank you for all that you do for women. Keep up the good work from Christina. Oh, Christina. Well, thank you for the $20. Thank you for your kind words. And thank you for being here and supporting. All the love in the world to you. All right, guys, we are all caught up. If you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube. I get 100% of those proceeds. And you can even attach a message that I will read off on live. Boy, dude, today the guests are just otherworldly, man. They are crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here right now. What's going on? Casey, do you support Trump? Casey, hello? Casey's not here, so we're going to kick her out. I honestly need to go pee. I think that we're going to get our next Trump supporter up here, and then I'm going to, give Parker a little bit of a ringy ring and see if he's free to cover me real quick. Yo, Ellie! Thank you so much for the diamond gym gun. Thank you so much for the love, Ellie. You're fucking awesome. Show some love to Ellie down below in that comment section. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Slow? Slow Lane? Hello? Okay.
Yep.
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
I am. You do understand on your guys' whole kick that guy out thing, like if you boot him from your live, he can't rejoin until you restart it. Plus,
I understand that you're wrong.
And your request thing, it took me 4 minutes of constantly hitting that before it would let me in there because it says your request box was full.
Wait, I just want you to understand that what you just said is incorrect. So if you're
It is not.
If you're booted from a live, you could rejoin
If you're
the same
booted
live.
from a live, you can't rejoin until you go live again.
That's not true.
And it also, like I said, it took 4 minutes of constantly clicking your request to join your live.
Well,
I screenshotted what it tells you.
at this point, it's been over 30. So even if he was trying to get back,
Well,
in,
and that may be so, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I mean, well, if he was trying to get back in and couldn't because the guest requests were full, then he would have been able to get in by now, considering the fact that you were able to get in 4 minutes, and it's been around 30 since he left.
Well, maybe so, but while you were showing that, it wasn't.
Okay, well, sounds good, man. So why do you support the worst president of your life?
How are you going to say he's the worst president?
Yeah, I can be like very specific insofar as why I say that. It's because I think that his character is the worst character out of any president that we've had serving in my lifetime. I mean, shit, he's an adjudicated fraudster. He's an adjudicated felon. He's an adjudicated rapist. He boasted about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of kids. He hit on a 10-year-old girl, sexualizing her too. He on his own daughter. Like, he called all black people lazy. He refused to rent to black individuals in the 70s in violation of the Civil Rights Act because he's fucking racist. He called for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park 5. He can't distinguish between what is true and what is false in his first term. He told in over 30,000 1,000 confirmed lies. And he's also a big fucking baby raging narcissist. When he lost the 2020 election, he tried to launch the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War, when he tried to rig the outcome of the election by an attempt to invalidate the voice and the vote of the people by installing fake votes for himself in Congress, which is something that he's actually literally admitted to, by the way. Not to mention his attack that he's launched on women's rights, because he told SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade. 60 women who were raped and impregnated are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states every day. He's launched an attack on minorities in this country. Like, now if you're MAGA and you look at somebody that's brown, you determine that they're probably a felon, a gang member, a rapist, a violent criminal, or an escapee from a mental institution, because Donald Trump has spent the last 4 years of his life trying to convince you that the legal Somali immigrants in Minnesota are terrible violent criminals that are eating your pets, and all undocumented immigrants are ex-gang members from Venezuela that escape prisons, even though they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil. Not to mention that he's literally a textbook fascist. In accordance with the 14 defining tenets of fascism found in the literature, he fulfills every single one of them. And another really big reason why I think that he's the worst president of our lifetime is because of his unprecedented attack on the Constitution, including the First Amendment, when he tried to literally, and I quote, take your free speech away. That's a quote from him, by attempting to ban the burning of the American flag, or when he said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media, or when he said that it was illegal to boycott and protest, and he suggested policy for boycotters of Israel to not receive aid from their state through FEMA if they're experiencing a natural disaster. In relation to the Second Amendment, he said that he wants to criminalize trans Americans owning guns, even if they're law-abiding American citizens. That is so unconstitutional that even the far-right NRA has been publicly outspoken against them. Against the 10th Amendment, he's illegally been deploying the National Guard in places like Portland, Oregon, in violation of the 10th Amendment, leading to federal judges ruling so. In the context of the 14th Amendment, he tries to pass Executive Order number 14160 to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, when they've literally had that right since 1868 with the ratification of the 14th. Then that right has been reaffirmed twice by SCOTUS in 1898 with U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, and Plyer v. Doe in 1989. And then the 22nd Amendment, which he was calling for the termination of for months, when he was arguing that he could find a way to run for a third term. And then his economic policy is also really abysmal. He fucks over the working class. He fucks over the low-income Americans. He said if you're part of the working class and you're one of the 45 million Americans on Medicaid through the ACA, guess what? Your premiums are going to go up by 300% because we want to take that money and give it to Argentina. If you're a low-income American and you're reliant on Medicaid, he told 10 million of them that they're going to lose it. If you're a starving child with parents on SNAP, guess what? For 12 days in November, you didn't have money to buy food because Donald Trump refused to abide by a court order to spend emergency and contingency funds on food stamps to feed them. And I mean, the list continues to go on and on and on. And honestly, if I were to continue to go on and on,
you do this for a
around
living.
25 minutes
you do this for a living, and you got a way bigger list of whatever Chat GPT or whatever it's been put in your head. Now,
Ellie, thank you for the diamond gun.
You can't just spew the stuff like you constantly spew everything, and you'll say, well, I looked it up here and I looked it up here, and I'm not saying you can't find something. You can find whatever you want on the internet to go towards your agenda. Don't matter what you're looking it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and leave you. I'm going to go ahead and leave you to talk to Parker here for a second so I could go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I don't want to talk to Parker.
Well, guess what? You're going to do it, buddy.
Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't really care for you, Parker.
What do you mean? I'm just doing this while he's going to the bathroom. What's your big problem?
I just don't care for the... I don't know.
You don't care for what? You don't care for what? I'm confused. You want to tell me?
The boniness out of you.
The boniness?
Yep.
What does that mean?
It means what it means. I don't have to explain myself to you about it.
Well,
I didn't get on here. I didn't get on here to debate you, Parker. I got on here to.
I understand, but he's going to the bathroom real quick.
Well, that's fine, and I'll wait.
Hey, dude, he's going to the bathroom real quick, so I'm going to talk to you while he's going to the bathroom. What's the big problem?
I'm not on here to debate you.
Well, obviously.
Like the way you guys you guys will team up on guys and that. I don't know. That's
no
not
one's
right.
teaming. He's going to the bathroom
no, well,
right now.
I get where he's at right now and what he's doing.
What does boniness mean?
I think you're phony.
Hello, I'm back.
I'm a phony? Wait, Dean, he wouldn't talk to me because he says I'm my boniness and I'm a phony, apparently.
Ellie, thank you for all the love. Thank you so much, Ellie. You think that Parker is a phony? Wait, then why wouldn't you think that I'm a phony?
I do.
Why?
Because I can.
But why? Like, what did I do?
Well, go back and watch your lives and how you handle different situations with different people and the things you say, and then you come back on things. I don't have any. Don't sit here and write down everything every time ever. I do have a life. I do work. I am that working class that is supposedly so bad under Trump, and I don't know. I'm doing better right now than I have the last 4 years. Fuel
Okay, but like
prices
that
are
doesn't
coming
mean
down.
that doesn't make any sense that you would talk to Dean but not talk to me.
Yeah,
Like,
it does make sense. I come on here to debate Dean. I didn't come on here to debate Parker. I do
yeah,
not
but like
like
I
how
meant
you
like based
guys.
upon the way that we act, right? Like I don't know
Well,
what's the distinction.
There's distinction.
Well, guess.
Are you scared to lose a debate against me? Is that why?
Well, guess what,
Nope.
pal? If you stay on this live for more than around, what is it at this point, like 25 minutes, then you're gonna have to debate Parker because he's joining for the last hour of the stream to co-host.
Oh
All right,
yeah.
well, I'll see you. I'll see you soon. I'll be back. This
Yeah.
guy, he's too scared to debate me. What a coward.
I hope
Yep.
that you come back while he's still in the live, Parker.
We'll see. We'll see.
See you soon. See you soon. Okay, sir. So everybody in the YouTube and the TikTok comment section spamming following list, I took a little bit of a look at it. Did you know that you follow a bunch of like fake accounts claiming to be women that just want your money?
Don't want my money. I've never sent money to anything.
No, like this one right here, fucking Marley. The bio says chatting with girls. What is this shit? What is this shit? What are you? Oh,
I couldn't tell you
even.
what any of
Whoa!
that
I didn't
stuff
even
is.
look at on the. Whoa! What are you following?
What's on there?
You are very. Whoa, bud.
Whoa, bud.
TikTok is not a pornography app. You know that, right?
Couldn't tell you what you're talking about on there.
I can't even like show you the posts from these people. Like I'm surprised they're even up. Bud.
When things hit follow, you hit follow back. I think that's pretty much the thing that you guys do to get all your followers.
You follow twice as many people as those that follow you.
Oh. Is that what we're here for? Is what's on some follow list?
It's not what we're here for. As long as it's all adult.
Okay, then.
As long as it's adults. Okay. As long as there's no kids on there. I could set it aside from what I see. I don't see any kids on there. Right? They're just adults. But like, I still wanted to take a moment to be like, that's kind of wild. But back to the meat on the bone. Why do you support Trump?
Fuel prices are better than they've been.
And what did Donald Trump do to make your gas more affordable?
Lets us drill in places. Lets us actually use the transportation industry that's here. Doesn't have to rely on foreign nations for every thing. Doesn't deplete our foreign reserves.
Okay, doesn't deplete our foreign reserves. I don't really even know what that means. But
Sorry,
you said we're less
I mean our
reliant.
national reserves.
You're saying that we're less reliant on oil from other countries. So actually, we would expect that to have like an increase, like to have a pressure to increase the price of gas. Like one of the big reasons why the price of gas went up under the Biden-Harris administration had to do with us no longer buying oil from Russia and OPEC reducing their output by 10%. So I want to argue that would be something that would reduce the price of gas. As that would just reduce the overall supply of gas available to the country. And if you know anything about supply and demand, with a lower level of supply with a consistent demand, you'd expect there to be an upward pressure on prices.
But somehow it's the opposite of that, right?
Okay, well,
you can't argue that fuel prices are cheaper right now, right?
So listen, I can't argue that fuel prices
just like
are
they
cheaper.
were also cheaper.
Listen, I could.
They were also the cheaper his last presidency.
I could just
argue. The presidency before both of those were Democrat.
What I'm arguing,
and they were affected. So you can't argue that it doesn't have some sort of play.
So what I'm arguing is that you can't give me any good reason to believe that the gas prices have gone down because of Trump. Thank you for the well diving.
I guess I'm not following.
I'm arguing that, like, so far you haven't been able to give me any good reason to believe that Trump has reduced the price of gas.
What reduced it then?
Okay, well, I mean, it's not my burden of proof to tell you what did reduce it in order to respond and refute your point that it was Trump. Like for instance, I could just baselessly assume that there was something that wasn't Trump,
Well,
like a crash in the future markets.
You can say this isn't or that isn't to anything because that's your opinion.
Okay,
You're
well,
allowed to have
listen,
your
if we could just assume that whatever happens in the country is to blame on the president, then can I blame the highest level of unemployment?
No, I'm not telling you it's to blame on the president. Everything.
then if
He
it's-
did run on that he was gonna get fuel prices lower, right?
Listen to what I'm
And
saying.
get
Listen to what I'm saying.
prices in the grocery store
If we could
lower,
just
right?
argue that whatever happens in America was caused by the president, then I can argue that Donald Trump caused the highest level of unemployment in this country in the last 50 years that we had under him in his first term in August.
All right,
of 2020.
I understand what you're getting.
Right.
All right.
Right. So,
and
like,
obviously, we both know that's not true. We understand what COVID happened.
Right,
We
so-
know this,
so we-
and it's
so we can't
and I
just-
don't blame everything on Biden's administration either. Like, I'm a pretty logical person, and I do think for myself. And most of anything I do is what I see on the day to day. I drive truck for a living. I see out here, people are on the road more now. People are spending more money now. You see more people.
Are you driving right now?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
You see more people in the stores. There's more freight being moved nowadays. The freight rates are actually improved. Like, you can afford to go trucking now. Like,
So
in the last few years,
what has Donald Trump done to make trucking more affordable?
he's made everything more. When other industries people are spending money, that causes trucking demand to go up, right?
So people are actually spending less money. Yeah, that's shown in the reduction in the rate in the growth rate of the GDP and the stagnation in the growth of real median wages.
Well, it's based on the supply and demand.
Okay, are you going to respond to my point that people are spending less money since GDP growth has gone down compared to last year?
I told you I can't argue with that. Everything I go on is based on what I personally am seeing out here.
Okay, well, I don't think that anything that you see could ever prove that the country as a whole is spending more or less money.
Well, and I can't prove the country as a whole.
Okay, so then you shouldn't believe in things that you can't prove.
Cities are different than rural areas.
Okay, I'm just gonna go. And
Can
move on
we
to the
agree
next
on
guest.
that?
I think that like the last like couple hours of just like pure insufferability is just making me like really struggle with having to explain basic concepts to people like him, which I shouldn't struggle with doing because of course it's the reason why I'm live. I'm here to explain those basic concepts to people that need it to be explained to them. That's the reason why I'm live. So I need to get my shit together. Oh my god. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you're obviously like 14, so we're gonna go
All right,
keep you
I'm
and move on
sorry.
to the next guest. No worries, bro. Just gonna be at least 18 to be on live. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Everyone, only hop in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Everyone. Oh my God, yo, over on Venmo, Ellie, thank you so much for the $50 again. Ellie, thank you so much for your kindness. Ellie, you have literally been showing so much love today on Venmo, on TikTok. Just know that I genuinely really appreciate the absolute shit out of you. Please, for everybody watching right now, show some love to Ellie down below in that comment section for like another $50 donation. Ellie, I know that you're still watching. Thank you so much for your kindness. I appreciate you so much. Now, this guest definitely is driving, so we are going to go and kick them out and move on to the next one. Everyone just do give us a moment here to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the queue. Welcome in Kiss Emoji and JACAN. Do you guys support Trump?
No, but I love you, Dean. Yeah. I do.
Okay, so which one is the child and which one is the Trump supporter?
I.
Okay. Okay. Honestly, I just kind of like chose there. I was playing a little bit of like Dean Roulette and just kicked a guest at random, and I think I kicked the child. So you're a Trump supporter. How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year are you born in?
07.
What month?
What happened?
Okay. Obviously a troll. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump. Everyone. This guest's name is. Oh, they left. Okay. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Please, for the love of God. For the love of God, everybody. Yo, I'd also like to thank Shannon. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. He says, I haven't always been able to donate much, but I always am listening. Well, Shannon, thank you for the $20. Never say that $20 isn't a lot. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Shannon down below in that chat, guys. As well, show some love to Abby, that is spelled A-B-B-I-E, for the $20 as well on Venmo, who says, you give me hope that not all men are evil. Also, I saw the Backseat Lovers in Atlanta and thought of you. Love you, Dean. Appreciate all that you do. Well, that's awesome that you got to see them live. They're a great band, so I bet that was a phenomenal experience. All the love to you as well, Abby, and thank you for the $20. And then Matt, thank you for the $10. He says, I just want to thank you, Dean. I'm a 38-year-old gay teacher, and I'm honestly terrified about this country and the way that it is heading. Watching you gives me hope that it will not fall. Well, listen, I think that the American people are going to make their voices heard come midterms, and I think that's going to help to keep the Trump administration in check, looming a threat of impeachment or removal from office. But thank you for the $10, Matt. I'd also like to thank Kelly. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. He says, bro, look into the murders in Stamford, Connecticut. Guy has Nazi propaganda in his house. Okay, I will look into those. Thank you for the $20 and heads up, Kelly. And then Jojo, thank you for the $20 too. He says, sending some love from our Dean viewing party. Big thanks to myself, Ashley, Caleb, and Colt. Well, shout out to Jojo, Ashley, Caleb, and Colt for the $20. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Viewing parties, that's crazy. I hope that you guys are, getting the most out of it. As well as Renee, thank you for the $10. She says, from a retired cougar and reformed straight woman. What does reformed straight woman mean? What does that mean? Whitney, thank you for the $10. She says, they only support women when they feel threatened, not very masculine and Maga. I guess from my perspective, they never support women. And then Heather, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo. It looks like we're all caught up over there. Thank you guys so much for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen, and pinned message over on YouTube. Welcome in, Rob.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was about time you addressed me.
Are you a big Trump guy?
Yes, I'm a huge Trump guy.
You sound familiar. Have we talked before?
Yes, we've talked before. And I won. It was an easy, uncontested layup.
It was an easy, uncontested win. Can you recap the debate?
Yeah, you said you were going to ask me a question, and I answered it, and then you kicked me. But anyway.
Whoa. What's the question that I asked? What was your answer? And what was your answer?
Well, to be honest, I was getting off another live, and you asked me, you just said, Rob, I got a question for you.
Okay. Santana just texted me and said, bro, you know Rob. Rob, what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah, what did you do?
You said, I got a question for you. And I said, okay, go ahead.
What was my question?
No. Dude.
Can you not form a coherent sentence?
You said, I got a question for you. And I gave my normal go-to response. I said 8 inches. And you kicked me.
What was the question that I asked for you? That I asked?
That was a question. You just said, I have a question.
Oh,
but anyway, I'm a Trump supporter.
Oh my God.
And I will beat you easily.
Rob.
Santana comes in for backup.
Rob, keep it in the guardrails. Don't say the weird shit.
Dude, I was just repeating my last debate with Dean.
Rob. Keep
how
it
it
in
went.
the guardrails. You got it?
Yeah, put the guardrails up when I'm bowling, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Rob, yes, the bumpers are up. Keep it within the guardrails.
Okay.
You fucking have fun.
Okay, so this is going to be another fun one. Okay.
Yeah. No, I am informed, and everybody's afraid to debate me. But thank you for having me on your live, Dean.
You said that you're informed and everyone's afraid to debate you. Okay. Name one executive order that Donald Trump has passed so far in his second administration.
Yes. No dudes in women's sports.
Oh, I don't think you passed any executive order saying no dudes in women's sports.
Yeah, you did.
No, because trans women are women. Trump thinks trans women are women. Did you know that? Because he passed another executive order saying that our gender or our sex begins at the moment of conception, predicated on the size of the sex characteristics present. However, at the moment of conception, all sex characteristics that we have would point towards us being female, as it is only with the activation of the SRY gene at around 7 weeks, right, that males become different than females. So that means, right, that everybody alive is a female, including trans women.
Did you say 7 weeks?
Yeah, 7 weeks is when the SRY gene either activates or stays inactive. And if it stays inactive,
well,
you continue
I'm a pro-lifer myself, and I think, but I'm a pro-choice the first 2 months.
I'm a pro-lifer and a pro-choicer. Rob, you're absolutely destroying me.
Yes, but at the end of the day, I think women are just life support for a vagina. But
what the fuck?
Outside.
What the Rob? Oh my god.
No, I'm saying
no.
But I'm
no. No, that was. Oh my god. Oh my god, Rob. Do you understand what you just said? You're disgusting. You're disgusting POS. You're disgusting POS. No. You. Oh my god, I'm actually struggling.
Dude, I want to apologize.
I'm actually struggling.
That's not the way I view it.
I'm actually struggling to find the words because of how crazy the last 3 hours
Once
have
you
been.
get to be my age, and
I'm just ready to like clock out. Okay, for the day. I'm ready just to end the stream for the day, honestly. So let me clarify.
No, women take advantage of the situation.
Women are not just life supports for vaginas. Reducing women to their vaginas will ensure that no women will ever be with you throughout the totality of your life, Rob. Do you reduce your mother down to what is in between the middle of her legs?
My mother's unalived, but I wouldn't say that about every woman.
Okay, so when you think about your mother being dead, do you think, oh, I missed the person she was? Or do you say, oh, well, that's one less person that could reproduce more? Because from your statement saying that women are just life supports for their vaginas, you shouldn't really care that your mother's dead. Because she already reproduced, right? So you don't care that your mom's dead, right, Rob?
Yes, I care that my mom's dead.
Oh, okay. So women are more than just what's in between in between their legs. So women
Good
are people
Lord.
too. So women aren't just life support for vaginas. Perfect. I'm really happy that.
Why do you keep muting me?
Yeah, and you deserve it.
Good Lord.
I think that you deserve to be
Yes,
muted again just for
women-
the love of the game. Fuck you, Rob.
Damn. Why do you got to be so mean and all?
Oh God! Oh yeah,
you're
yeah,
trying to debate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the guy that said women are just life support for their vaginas is now asking me why I said fuck you. Get a grip.
No,
you deserve
they're
it. You deserve
more
it. You deserve
than
it
life
more.
support for a vagina or a baby. They're actually living human beings.
So then, why did you say otherwise? Why did you say that women are just life supports for their members? Why did you say that?
I changed my mind.
No. Why did you say that
You have
in the first
convinced
place?
me.
Why did you say that in the
You
first
have
place?
convinced me otherwise.
But why did you even say that?
Can we get back to like real political debate and leave genders out of this?
After you tell me why you said that.
Well, we were talking abortion and you're talking rights and all this. And I believe in the right to, have an AB before the first 2 months or 3 months. But if it can survive outside of the womb, then it should be adopted. My kids are adopted. I adopted my kids.
Viability, when it can survive outside of the womb, is around 20 through 24 weeks. Not 2 months, 20 through 24 weeks.
Yeah, I'm saying you can have an abortion in the first couple months.
So before 20 through 24 weeks?
24 weeks. Do the math. That's way past 2 months. So
2 months is 8 weeks.
you know what they do,
But do you
to
think
a
that
baby?
do you think that the fetus becomes viable at 8 weeks?
No.
So then why did you say you're okay with it up until viability?
Viability is like when it can survive outside of the womb.
That is
when
what
they
viability
induce
is.
labor and then the baby survives the abortion.
But when does viability
and then they just
occur?
go and toss it.
When does viability
And I
occur?
don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
When does viability occur?
when it can survive on its own.
I'm not asking you what
I'd
viability
say like
is. I'm asking you
probably
when
4
viability
months.
occurs.
4 months.
Okay, so you think that viability occurs at 4 months. You also told us that you think abortions are okay until viability occurs. But then you're also simultaneously telling us that you're only okay with abortions until 2 months. Do you see the glaring issue?
No, I said abortions should occur within the.
I'm kicking Rob, and we're moving on to the next guest. Only op instead of that, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please, everyone. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. I can't do it today. I actually kind of went in my stream. we're gonna try to keep it going. I think that Parker's gonna be joining us here shortly. Maybe having him up on the panel will be able to help me keep pushing. But Wendy, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Wendy didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Zodiac, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube. He says it's never been about protecting women, only hurting trans people. Don't get it twisted. Thank you for standing up for Steen. Yeah. Yes, for individuals that are anti-trans, it's never about protecting women. Never, ever, ever. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Just make sure if you're inside of that queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump. Hello, do you support Trump? What the hell is your name? Arrow.
Yo, what the heck? I didn't even...
No worries. Trump train rider. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, Dean.
So you ride Trump?
Yes, Dean. I support Trump, Dean. I like Trump, Dean.
That's a troll. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only op instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Hey, Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Brandon, thank you for the $10 who says Rob is always unhinged because he was never hinged. I also think that you kicked him last time for suggesting something about... Your message cut off at suggesting that 16-year-olds being raped, ... I have to, open it up to see the rest. We got him out of here. Ellie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for a deep breath. Yeah, I really need one of those right now. What's going on, Brody? Do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Based, Brody. All right, moving on to the next guest right now. And then I'd also like to thank Michael. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Michael. If you're watching right now, make sure to show some love to Michael down below in that live chat while we continue to look for the next Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us about why. Thank you, you guys. And then Krista and Emily, thank you for the $2 and the $1 over on PayPal. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes. Hi, my name is Bella, and I have my roommates here. Is it okay if we each have a point of view?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that you're a troll.
Why don't you go first?
We're not trolls. No, we're not trolls.
I think that you
I'd
are.
like to talk about my
think
views
that
on
you're-
anti-abortion.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
I was born January 3rd, 2006.
No shot. Sorry. No shot. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only up inside the box, sorry. Please make sure that if you're in that queue that you are an adult. Sorry, just no shot. No shot, you're 19. I'm sorry, I just don't believe you. As well as, hey, Anna, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, my sister says she loves you, but she's a Trumpy. Any words for her? Well, first and foremost, Anna, thank you for the $20. Show some love to Anna. Second of all, if you love me and you're a Trumpy, I mean that's better than hating me and being a Trumpy, but I still suggest that you shouldn't be a Trumpy, and hopefully if you love me, it's because you watch the streams and you listen to the reasons why you should stop supporting him. I don't know, just a thought though, but thank you for the $20. Anna.
Hello?
What's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 17, but I do have a question.
I'm sorry, you got to be at least 18 to be on the live, as I've already said about 1 billion times. Loki? You got to be at least 18, no exceptions. Hello, Michael. Do you support Trump?
No, but I just want to let you know that I do love you, man.
Hey, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, bro. His bio says 39, dad and husband. I'm trying to get like you one day. Michael. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. Moving on to the next guest. We got Lana loading up into the box right now. Okay. All right. Here we go, everyone. Here we go. Next guest is tuning in. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age, please.
18. Turned 18 November 20th of 2007.
Well, I want to be when you turned 18. That's when you were born.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I trust you. Okay. So why do you support the terribly tyrannical President, Mr. Trump?
I haven't been keeping up as much lately, but I am definitely more right-leaning and conservative. As far as Trump's presidency, I think a lot of the things he's doing for the country are misconstrued by media, and that's actually a question I want to ask you. How do you find, I guess, like, how do you know what to trust when it's so hard to trust so much of media?
Well, I determine what I trust by what evidence exists to trust it. You know what I mean? Like I don't trust something because a headline says it. I trust something
Much of media.
to for it. But I mean, still, yet the question remains: why do you support him? If you want to give a reason, I'd love to hear it.
As far as Trump goes, I don't think of him so much as I do the right political beliefs in general.
Like which one?
And so, kind of a lot. As far as me being younger and like 18, and as far as like a lot of gender and social media and like the idea of wokeism, I think there is a lot of that.
Okay, so what about wokeism? All right, do you hate so much that justifies electing a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist to run the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth?
That's actually an interesting point. I think as far as like, media misconstrued, how I was saying before, as far as like, the felonies, the charges, this, that, like, I think judging for the character is very difficult because I think throughout time we can look at so many of our presidents and we can say they had terrible character.
Yeah, but
affairs.
you can't look at Kamala Harris and say that she had a terrible character. But once again, the question was like, what do you hate so much about wokeism that makes you a Trump supporter?
I think there's a lot of things that are damaging to youth that are kind of being fed by a lot of more left-leaning or liberal movements. I think the whole idea of gender.
You don't believe in gender? So you're a gender abolitionist? Damn, that's actually really far left.
No. As far as like a lot of the transgender things and pronoun things and social media and the kind of youth.
So trans people and pronouns make you support Trump. First and foremost, what are your pronouns?
She, her.
Oh, wait. You have pronouns? But I thought that pronouns like pissed you off.
No, pronouns don't piss me off, and I believe people should and can identify how they want, but I do think there's been damage to the youth from a lot of...
I actually think that a trans-inclusive worldview is the Christian worldview. Are you a Christian?
I'm not very connected to religion, although I wish to be, and I have nothing against transgenderism.
Okay, well, transgenderism isn't really a word. Trans people.
I don't know what to
exist,
call it.
transgender.
It's trans people.
You said that you don't have anything against trans people, but somehow trans people made you vote for Trump, or made you support Trump. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm trying to get like a sense of your argument here, to know what I should be responding to, but I'm just hearing like conflicting things from you. Like you told us that you support Trump as president because of trans people, but then you don't really have anything against trans people. So then why do trans people make you support Trump as president?
You're right. What I'm speaking of is like conflicting. I see what you mean. I think I'm thinking more of like other political things in general.
Like what? Like what things make you say, "Hey, Trump's a good president"?
I think he does want what's best for the American people, and I think what he is doing is with the goal of what is best for the American people. If we want to talk about like deportation, ICE, you're talking about with the other man earlier, I'm sorry, I forget his name, kind of like he was the truck driver and how for him, like, gas prices are down. And I think his idea, which you didn't, I think I saw it from a different perspective because my father is a blue collar worker and I live in an area I live in a blue state, but I know a lot of blue collar people. And I think from their perspective, what they're seeing, what they're experiencing, and it's not just one life or a small population, is that a lot of people do see under Trump's administration, like in their experience, as far as taxes, as far as, gas, as far as living in America is becoming safer. It's becoming better.
Okay, so for your first claim was arguing that Trump wants what is best for the American people. The reason why I believe that you are wrong and he does not want what is best for the American people is because of things that he's done to prove otherwise. If Trump genuinely wanted what was best for the American people, then he would have had to have a court force him to feed starving Americans. And by the way, he never did feed them because he still yet refused to do what the court told him to do, which makes sense considering his criminal history. Your second point was to argue that, well...
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
What did the court ask him to do? Sorry.
To spend money to feed starving Americans by allowing SNAP benefits to continue to run during the last 12 days of the government shutdown at the start of November. And he said, nope. So it's really hard for me to believe that Donald Trump wants what is best for this country, but then when presented with a very easy way to genuinely help this country and the people in it by continuing to fund food stamps, ensuring that 16 million American children don't starve, ensuring that 42 million Americans as a whole don't starve, he says no. Right? Like I just don't feel like a president that wants what is best for the American people would ever like willingly choose to not engage in a simple action, just an executive order to redirect emergency funds so that so many people will starve.
And now, I think I kind of disagree slightly because I believe that the initial attempt of the food stamps and how disregarding the government shutdown later on, just the food stamps in general was wanting to take it away from like people overusing it or the tax money that is ours going to families using it unresponsibly.
So
I think
your tax dollars going to fund food stamps is what is best for the American people.
No, I agree. But in 2024 he limited it, and in 2024 I believe it was the year of the statistic. Like I think one of the highest purchased things from food stamps was actually soda, and I think that is slightly an advantage. If I'm not even buying soda for myself, I totally believe we should have the construct of our tax dollars going to pay for food stamps. I think that those regulatory measures are absolutely fair and necessary. But if it's being used...
So A, I'm not sure that what you're telling us is true. And B, by the way, when Donald Trump refused to fund food stamps, he didn't limit their ability to buy soda. He limited their ability to get the food stamps at all.
Yeah, and I think, how are we measuring the altitude to which like we're preventing people from getting those food stamps? Because I know he didn't limit it. And this is me also asking out of curiosity because I don't fully know. But how did we decide to...
Government shutdown, starting on November 1st, the USDA ran out of money for food stamp benefits. So therefore, food stamp benefits stopped getting paid. Nobody received them in November because of the government shutdown. Donald Trump could have kept the food stamp benefits running. He could have reallocated around $8 billion worth of emergency contingency funds to cover what is required to pay those benefits out even during the shutdown. He said no. And then a judge in Rhode Island said you have to. You are legally obligated to use those emergency contingency funds to ensure that the 42 million Americans who are dependent on them to eat continue to eat. And then Donald Trump said no. Right? So this wasn't a change in policy. This wasn't an attack on the abuse of the system. This wasn't a limitation on what individuals could buy with the use of food stamps. It was a full and total complete shutdown of SNAP benefits for all recipients in violation of an order from a judge from Rhode Island and in violation of common decency and reasonable ethical and a reasonable ethical code, which certainly demonstrates that Donald Trump does not care about the American people.
Okay, and I understand that. And I admittedly, I'm not as educated about the whole government shutdown and like what that entails, but I was more so referring to before the government shutdown because
so then you weren't responding to the point that I made, right? Because the point that I made was in response to your claim that Donald Trump cares about the American people. And I said, well, if he cares about the American people, then why did he refuse to abide by a court order to feed starving Americans? You know?
And I previously had said, I stated in reference to before that, and I was actually kind of asking a question as to the cutting of it and like how it's limited.
Okay. Well, now that you understand the scope of the conditions that led to Donald Trump refusing to abide by a court order to feed starving Americans for the first 12 days of November during the government shutdown, do you understand where I'm coming from when I say, why wouldn't Donald Trump feed starving Americans if he cares about them?
No, yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so what's your response to that? Doesn't that kind of cast a doubt in your mind that maybe he doesn't care about the American people if he's not willing to even sign an EO into law to feed them when they're starving, even when a court orders him to do so?
I think it's one aspect of many, and I see your side of it. And of course, I don't know as much as I should on it.
Well, just to clarify,
currently.
it's not one aspect of many, it's 42 million individual and unique Americans. Okay, and that's not like that's a first time that Donald Trump has demonstrated that he doesn't care about Americans. Okay, he continues to do this time and time and time again. Under the big beautiful bill, for instance, he took health care away from 10 million low-income Americans so he could save $900 billion to then turn around and spend on tax cuts that only help you if you make over $51,000 per year. He doesn't care about low-income Americans. He doesn't care about the working class. He just cares about the top 1%. He cares about himself. Okay, and like I feel like this point is only like further demonstrated via something that we've honestly talked about a lot today, but it continues to be relevant. I think that he's incapable of public service. I think that he's incapable of empathy. I think that he's incapable of caring about other people, or else he wouldn't have raped E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants, hit on a 10-year-old, hit on his own daughter, been best friends with Epstein, knowing what Epstein was doing according to an email. That Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011. I think that these points make it obviously clear that Donald Trump doesn't care about Americans, doesn't care about other people, and really only cares about himself. Okay, right? The guy that made low-income Americans starve when a court told him to do otherwise. The guy that took their health care away to spend money on tax cuts for the top 1%. The guy that raped a woman, sexually exploited kids, cheated on all three of his wives, buried one on his golf course to get a tax break, committed 34 felonies. Like, these all certainly demonstrate that he doesn't care about the American people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see a lot of what, well, I completely understand what you're saying, and I'm not like, left versus right. I think everyone wants what's best, and I think it's just very much misconstrued between parties, and I think party divide is created a lot.
I think a big divide's created via many Americans believing in the facts, and then many other Americans believing in the fiction. You know, like I think it's fictional to believe that Donald Trump cares about Americans for the reasons that I just gave you, yet you continue to persist to believe that. And maybe like that's something that is seeding the divide of the American people. And then when Donald Trump, swings the hammer down and says that he wants to execute Democrats, when he swings the hammer down and lies about Somali individuals, saying that they're all garbage, when he swings the hammer down, lies about undocumented immigrants, violates their human rights, deports them without due process, sends them to be tortured in El Salvador, says that they've all escaped, mental institutions and prisons, even though they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to the average American citizen, right? Those are the things that then take that seeded divide by this divide in the rhetoric of fact versus fiction, and then make it a violent divide where you have a group of people that, just want to stay alive, a group of people that just don't want to be bothered, a group of people that are being threatened by the administration, like the Somali individuals in Minnesota, like trans individuals all around this country, immigrants, regardless of their immigration status, marginalized communities, Black Americans and women. And then you have the other side of the people that stand idly by and support the administration that is infringing on their human rights, that continues to marginalize them, that continues to disseminate hateful misinformation that leads to higher levels of hate crimes being perpetuated against them. I think that's what really creates the divide.
Those are, I have like there was a lot of good things in there that I feel like I could discuss. But one of the things you said was when you referred to Trump on the execution of people or execution of Democrats. And I think it was November 22nd, you were on your podcast and I was in it and you were speaking about that. And I actually had a lot to say in your reference to him phrasing it as executing Democrats, which I believe was because of when he removed members from the Senate, and consequently, there was an ordeal where there was people who told the military, you are not required to commit any unlawful act. And I feel my view on that situation differed heavily from yours.
Okay, why?
You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I'm referring to Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats, him saying that what they did is punishable by death, then reposting a post that said hang them. Yeah.
So I believe in his, I think in general I view the situation differently, but specifically referring to the execute portion, I believe in his tweet, the exact words were, just it's an act punishable by death, like execution.
If he didn't follow that up by reposting something that said "hang them" in all caps, you might be able to try to make an argument there. But like I said, he said it's punishable by death, and then he reposted something that said "hang them" in all caps. I mean, I think it becomes clear that was Donald Trump calling for their execution. Why do you disagree?
Because I believe that there's a certain amount of, especially in our age, and I know you're also younger, just like how the way we talk about Charlie Kirk, like you're able to like laugh and make a joke because that's kind of just our age, and I think that's our culture, and that's our online presence that we have in the media and our social dynamic as a whole in this country. And I feel like Trump as a president from his very first term, from before that, because he's always been very big, very popular, the kind of it guy, we kind of see he's always been very straightforward, honest, like straight out with everything he says and believes in, which I think is what a lot of people respect about him, is that he is very real with what he says and what he believes. There's no, sugared on words.
Dude,
and
you're a mini Caroline Levitt. You are spinning. You're a mini Caroline Levitt. You're spinning it like she did. You're somehow, that's his press secretary. You're trying to spin him calling for the execution of Democrats into him being transparent and honest about how he thinks, and that's something we as the American people should support him for. I mean, I heard Caroline Levitt pull that one.
I actually, yes, I think Caroline Levitt is a very great Secretary of Press.
Caroline Levitt, here's what I'll say about her. Caroline Levitt's terrible. I hate Caroline Levitt.
Really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, look at the administration that she's defending. But just speaking in reference to her job, I think that she does an okay job at her job. Just like specifically indexed to the goal of defending the Trump administration, she's a shameless propagandistic mouthpiece. So actually, yeah, I might agree with you. I think she is good at her job. But guess what? Being good at the job of being Donald Trump's press secretary is a terrible thing. Terrible.
Well, I see why that's your opinion, of course. But I actually kind of agree with Levitt on that, because I think that sorry, I'm forgetting words.
Yeah, I mean, try to convince me that Donald Trump calling for Democrats to be hung is something that we should all
listen.
Oh, Trump, I love you for being so honest and transparent about how you feel. Convince me to respect him for his honesty when his honesty is calling for the death of people that think the military should disobey any unlawful orders.
Well, in fairness, when you make some joke about Charlie Kirk and his passing and his death, or you laugh about it, or you say like a snide comment, not snide, but you know what I mean. I think the way you speak. I know you respect him.
Now you're going to try to get, I don't respect Charlie Kirk. Now you're going to try to, of course I don't respect Charlie Kirk. I mean, I don't think dude, decided, sorry. Oh my God, my stutter's going crazy today. I don't think that Kirk should have got kirked, right? But like, I don't respect him. I'm a little bit more of a pacifist. I think that the death penalty is wrong. Like, I think it was a bad thing he was executed, but that doesn't mean that therefore I respect him.
I mean, I think I have respect for most people, and I think it's kind of, to me, it's like, why wouldn't you have respect for him?
Because of what he stood for? Because of what he said? Because of what he argued in support of?
I've listened to Charlie Kirk many times, and I don't believe he's ever said anything, even if it's a different, and I don't agree with everything he said. But I don't see there any reason to have a lack of or no disrespect or no respect for him.
I'd say it's pretty fair to not want to respect people that get scared if their plane's pilot is black. I'd say it's pretty fair to not want to respect people that think women should be kept in the home to cook, clean, raise the kids, and should have their career prospects limited because they don't have a penis. I think it's okay to not respect people that argue that the Civil Rights Act should be overturned. I mean, literally in the 60s, okay? Very long ago, in the 60s, Americans knew that we shouldn't respect people that think the Civil Rights Act should be overturned, and that's why that's why Lyndon B. Johnson won the presidency. Okay, we knew this in the 60s. Why don't we know this anymore?
Because I believe that those are not the things he stood for. And I think that is a large misconception, is that a lot of people, they see skits, and I know that's not you, but I know
one other thing. I don't think that we have to respect people that have testified to the fact that if their 10-year-old daughter was raped, that they should be forced to carry that baby. We should
that
definitely not
is a
respect
hard
people
one.
like that.
Yeah, I can't. That one I can't really get behind either. I can't get behind that one. That one was really hard for me to hear. But of course, I'm not going to announce disrespect. But
Like,
ah,
why
sorry,
should
you
I?
made-
Why should I have to respect someone like that?
I think we owe it. I don't know. I just think it's humane to owe respect to people, even if we don't agree with their opinions. And that one is a harsh one, but
Well, he obviously didn't
getting
think that.
behind his.
He obviously didn't think that.
I mean, that's a hard one to comment on. I can't say I can argue that one well. I think that one's a very philosophical, more theoretical one.
I think when we accept that respect is earned, not deserved, that we become better people because we want to be respected, right?
I think a little differently, actually. I think everyone everyone should be owed respect. And if they're given a reason to lose that respect, then that's that. And I believe if someone doesn't treat you with respect, that you don't treat them with respect. But I do think as from the get-go, everyone's deserving of it.
Well, even if we operate off of the principle, well, everybody's owed respect unless there's a reason for them to lose it. I think that Charlie Kirk gave us many reasons to lose respect for him.
And even so, I think he gave us more reasons to respect him as someone who everything he stood for, I think he went to these campuses, he spoke out about just truths and his beliefs. And I do believe
No, he went to the campuses to debate dumb college students. That's all.
And you
To
were
get
on
clips.
TikTok debating dumb old people.
Yeah, and you know that request box, it's not mutually exclusive to kids in college. It's not mutually exclusive to people with IQs under 50. That just happens to be the general base of people that support Trump as president. Anybody could join the guest requests. Anyone and everyone.
I know. I get so mad when it's stupid people debating, Dean. I get so mad.
And I don't exclude people from being able to debate me because they're intelligent. Okay, I don't do that at all. I mean, if you've ever watched, I mean, I don't know if there's anybody out there that watches these streams on a more frequent basis. I so far in the last 6 months, I debated the national winner of I think that it was high school debate, but they're 18. I mean, they're still pretty good at debating. The national winner of the high school debate championship, and then their best friend who came in second place. They're both 18. They've both come up on my stream.
School?
Yeah, they both come up onto my stream in the last 6 months, and those motherfuckers were intelligent. Do I disagree with what they believe? Yeah. Were they pretty smart? Also, yeah. Was I able to win the debate? Yes. But I just think that goes to demonstrate, that I'm not scared to debate an individual regardless of their level of intelligence. And I think that Charlie Kirk was. I mean, shit, I was too intelligent for him. He wouldn't debate me.
He respected you though, and he did debate you, and so.
I showed up at Texas A&M to have a conversation with him, and he said, nope, not going to do it. I mean, I was even first in line, then he moved the line so I would be last in line, and then, once there was even students that went up to the mic and they were telling him hey, dude, you want to debate Dean? He was like, no, I don't know what to say. And then even when the Trump supporters were with the MAGA hats on, were screaming from the crowd saying, debate Dean, he's here. He's like, does he have a permit? They don't want to talk to me, man.
Well, I wasn't there for that, but anyways, I think I got off topic, but I do want to go back to the execution thing because I do feel strongly about that. And
yes, we did get off topic. Yes, please defend Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats.
So I did already describe how I thought that's a lot of our social culture at the moment, and I think that's okay. I would do that, right? Shits and giggles.
Okay, well,
whatever.
So I don't really think it's a troll to call for people to be executed, and it's definitely not a troll to call for people to be executed when they are your political opponents that you've already made it clear on multiple occasions are individuals that you hate, and you're serving as the president of the world's most powerful nation. Okay, it's not funny. Okay, it's dangerous. It's not funny. It led to these congressmen and women receiving multiple death threats and calls, not only to their lives, but to the lives of their family members. Okay, like you can't sit here and just say, oh, it's a troll, right? That like many of these individuals had spam calls of individuals saying that they're going to murder their children and their wives and then them, right? That's not a ha-ha funny.
Okay, on that point, I will argue that it's dangerous to tell the military you'll argue that. It's dangerous to tell the military you do not have to follow orders. While in a government.
It's not dangerous. It is literally a part of the oath that they take when entering into office.
Yes, and they can't be held liable for unlawful acts.
Nothing is more American than telling our military that they shouldn't look at the president as their king. In fact, not looking at kings as good people, not looking at kings as the wishful leaders of a country that we ought live in, is what led to the creation of the United States of America. Okay, right? Like our military hinges on this base fact, right? That although they are a military, they do not take orders from the president as a king. They take orders from the president as their commander-in-chief that also ought to abide by the Constitution. And although they're the military, right, they can't function as a domestic law enforcement agency. This isn't a martial law state. This is a representative democracy with individual freedoms and rights that cannot be abridged by members of the military. And that's why it is important to remind them that they can disobey unlawful orders directed to them by any of their superiors, including the president.
And that being said, it is also important to know that members of military are held liable for those unlawful acts if they may commit, even if it is under false pretenses or like someone telling them to do so, like, oh, the president telling them to do so, they are still held accountable. And with that being said, I think, doesn't it not create turmoil, confusion, and concern within that unit of military, the military that protects our country, to be saying, hey, you don't have to listen to unlawful orders at that period in time in that way.
It doesn't create turmoil. It reminds them of the oath that they took when they joined the military.
But why are they reminding them at that moment?
Because Donald Trump is infringing on the Constitution? Because Donald Trump told an ABC News reporter that he doesn't know if he has to hold by it? Because Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution, including all of its rules, regulations, and articles, not even 2 years ago? Because Donald Trump launched an attack on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 10th, the 14th, and the 22nd Amendment, all within the last 11 months? Maybe that's why. Chloe, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, come on, man. You know.
Oh, you think I'm a grifter. I remember you.
No, I was just getting pissed off about what you were saying about Charlie, so I'll wait till she's done.
Okay. It looks like she's done, Chloe.
Well, I wanted you to finish your conversation. I wouldn't want to intrude.
Okay, well...
Go
ahead.
Let me make a last point, Dean.
Well...
I mean, no sass. But I was just going to finish it off by saying the context following that, oh, it should be executed, was I believe he removed six senators, from office, some of which being part of military. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, I guess.
I'm confused on what you're even asking me my thoughts on. Removing
I'm
people
sorry.
from office?
So, what led to kind of the turmoil of like, oh, you don't have to listen to unlawful orders, and why that happened?
Oh,
was
I just told you.
But no. I mean, like why they went out and said it besides those points, like what initiated, I was going to say, when he removed 6 members from the Senate who were, I think, Democratic, don't quote me, but some of them were part of the military, and then those people...
He can't remove people from the Senate. Like, the president can't just say, nope, you're kicked out. No, that's right into the checks and balances.
Okay, maybe that's my mistake, because to my belief, it was when he came into office, there were 6 members of the Senate removed.
Yep, you can't remove people from the Senate. Maybe you're talking about the people that lost their seats in the election?
No. Well, either way, mute point, I guess, if I cannot recall the information correctly.
Okay, well, you have a good rest of your day, Lana. I really hope that you end up changing your mind on your mind on these things. Now, before we hop into our conversation here with Chloe, there's a couple people that I'd like to thank. First and foremost, Claudia. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Claudia. Dude, let's fucking go. Claudia with the $50 says you should read her the Soldier's Creed on ausa.org. Well, shit, I honestly wish that I would have saw that before I just kicked her. But hey, Claudia, thank you so much for the $50. Please, guys, let's get 500 Claudia W's down below in that comment section. Also, show some love to Mark down below for the $17 over on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, hope you'll find some good debaters. Sad to say the current caller has a lot of empty words to say almost nothing. I feel like that last caller was probably the best out of everyone so far today. The people today have just been insufferable. As well, Sophia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Sophia. And Anna, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Quote unquote, sending Dean my cult fees for the day. Let's go, Anna. Thank you for renewing your cult fees. You are a member of the Dean cult. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the $20. You were awesome, awesome, awesome. Then Trey, thank you for the $6 over on PayPal. Just read your message, bro. Appreciate you for your support. I'd also like to thank Chloe for the $2 on Venmo. Marissa with the $2 on Venmo. Ellie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, I'm in Teller County, one of the most red counties in Colorado. Unbelievable, the defense. Teller County, where is that? Teller? Let me see that on the map. Teller County, that is right by, okay, Pikes Peak. Well, that's one of the most red counties in Colorado? I'm surprised, Ellie. I'd argue that Mesa County, going down into Montrose, I'd say that the Montrose area is probably like the worst county. But I mean, I'm unaware of Teller County, so that's cool. But anyways, appreciate you for the $10. And then one big YouTube super chat that I'd like to thank here. Thank you so much for the $100, BC. Oh my God. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is so incredibly kind and generous of you. Thank you so much for your support. BC with the $100 on super chat says, hey man, I found out about you from watching Parker. Appreciate what you do. Happy to contribute. Hope this helps with the Excedrin Fund, because I'd have a migraine doing this every day. Best of luck. # universal healthcare. Yes, that'll go towards the Tylenol fund. And thank you so much for the $100. I'm going to buy so much Tylenol. Thank you so much. As well as Latonia. Thank you on Super Chat. Says you are the best. Thank you, Latonia. Then A Schools with the $10. Who says, yeah, I'm not going to read that one off, but thank you for the $10, Ace. Hard to believe. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. This is likely going to be the last debate of the day. We have around another 30 minutes on stream. If you do want to support me before we end this stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, top of the phone screen, pin message on YouTube. I get 100% of the proceeds on all of those platforms. They go straight to me. You could attach your name in any message, and I'll be able to read it off on live. But anyways, Chloe, hello.
Hi, Dean.
Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
So
I'm sorry, I sound a little bit weird. I'm sick, but I came up here to talk to you in reference to your last discussion that you had, talking about Charlie.
Well, I don't really want to talk about Charlie Kirk.
Why not? You're able to express your views freely on this app. I see you do it every day. I see the clips that come for your discussions about Charlie. So I kind of wanted to talk to you about it because I don't know why you feel like you need to sit online and talk about how much you didn't respect him when you sat here and you cried over it, right? And then not only that, but you're lying about
when
what
Charlie
happened
Kirk
at Texas
died,
A&M.
Okay, well, I was there, so I think I know. When Charlie Kirk died, I didn't cry because I loved him and respected him and was pregnant with his child, in contrary to what many AO3 writers might suggest. But rather, when Charlie Kirk died, I cried because I watched the video. I have a sensitivity to gore. That shit was gory. And because my best friend was standing less than 30 feet away from him when it happened. And I'd say those two things in conjunction, seeing that gory-ass video and knowing that my best friend had to see it in person, was honestly like a little bit like too much, okay? It made me cry. Not because I respected him. All right, man? And then moving on to the second point here. You're saying that I misrepresented what happened at 8 a.m. I definitely didn't. Like I said, I was there. And I can't wait to hear your argument to demonstrate that it's true that I misrepresented what happened. Knowing that I'll be able to totally destroy it because nobody could know more about what happened at A&M than me.
Right. So when we're talking, number one, when we're talking about the representation you had when you cried on stream, you cried and said, and quote verbatim, that no one should unalive for their views, and that a father of 2 children and a husband was unalived. Correct?
So I didn't say that no one should be unalive for their views. I said that he didn't deserve this, which I still stand by. Like I don't think that Charlie Kirk deserved to get assassinated. However, right, that wasn't what made me cry. What made me cry is what I just described.
Right. So then we get into exactly what Charlie said about Texas A&M, and when he was talking to you about how you were invited personally to have a discussion with him, right? Which is why he didn't want to withhold these college students at that college who attend that college from being able to debate him, as opposed to just dropping everything, right, and asking you to debate him out of college. I think that's pretty respectful, right? So
Well, see, the thing
him
is
allowing
that he
these
was
people to have a
lying.
platform.
See, the thing
What?
is that he was lying. See, like you're forgetting the part about me being there. And I could testify to the fact that there were many individuals that did not attend Texas A&M, that Charlie knew didn't attend Texas A&M, that he allowed to debate him. One example would be another influencer that flew in just to talk to Charlie Kirk by the name of Simple Black Theory. That was not an A&M student, somebody that Charlie Kirk knew was not an A&M student, that Charlie Kirk allowed to debate him, alongside some other random guy who got up there on the mic, and the first thing that he said is, "I'm not a student at this school, but I still want to debate you." Then Charlie Kirk's like, okay. So no, the whole he didn't want to debate you because you weren't a student at the school shit falls straight through. He was just a coward that was running away trying to justify it for his audience, because when I posted my video demonstrating that he ran away, it got over 100 million views across social media.
Right. Okay. So my other question to you is that if you were personally invited, right, to have these discussions with him, why do you think you have seniority over these people anyways when you have that opportunity, but you think that having a crowd, right, and being performative is better than having a decent discussion with someone personally, one-on-one?
Well, I don't even understand the question that you just asked me. I think it was all over the place. It was kind of like Donald Trump doing the weave, just kind of words, if that makes any sense. Just because you say words doesn't make the words make sense. But one maybe thing that you did say that was a little bit coherent inside of that breath was that you're assuming I felt some sense of seniority over like the other students there that wanted to debate him. Absolutely not. That's why I got there at the brink of the sun, the start of the day, was to try to find my place first in line, not by pushing students out of the way, but rather by being there first, fair and square. Which of course was then met with Charlie Kirk's running when he then moved the line to the other side and ensured that I would not be able to get up on that podium.
So why exactly do you feel that if you both, right, are political commentators, obviously, Charlie was way far right and you are way far left. If you're talking about having your own views, okay, and you're talking to people every single day, we talked about this the last time I was on your live, right, which was having an influence on people that you speak to every single day, which would be the same with him, correct?
Yeah,
I'm
correct.
just asking you a question.
Sarah, thank you for
Okay.
the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, wait, why is she so upset about this? Well, first and foremost, Sarah, thank you for the $10. And second of all, I have no fucking clue. She seems honestly pretty obsessed with Charlie Kirk. I'd also like to thank Lauren for the $1 over on Venmo. And I'm sorry that I missed your last donation, Lauren. I'll go ahead and take a look. Thank you for the $1. Then Timothy, thank you for the $5 as well. Go ahead.
Okay. Having these opinions and these views, you'd think that he would hold the same relevance as you in this world, looking at the way that you conduct yourselves, right? Debating people.
No, I would not think that Charlie Kirk would be as relevant as I am. I'd argue that he would be much more relevant than I am, considering the fact that he's been doing it for 17 years. I've been doing it for 2.
Okay, so we already have talked about relevance, right? So I don't know why it's so contradictory, right? Why you have these contradictive points when you come on these debates and you make fun of someone, right? Who actually unalived, who you already told me about the reasons as to why you cried over this, which I could care less.
I don't think there's not been a time I've made fun of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
You
in this
did.
live. No, I've made fun
did.
of the "We Are Charlie Kirk" song. I made fun of him because he was a total loser, but I've not made fun of him getting shot in the neck.
I've seen literally people come on here and advocate for the fact that he was unalived, and you mock them the whole time, Dean.
I mock the people that were advocating for his death. Isn't that what people on the right
No,
do?
advocating for him to still be here.
Like, that's not what I do.
You-
That's what
I've-
someone on the right would do. That's what a Charlie Kirk fan would do. They'd mock people that are making fun of his death. I don't think that's what I do. I mean, when somebody makes fun of his death, I just go, "Oh, they're certainly not a Trump supporter," and I kick them. You know, they're definitely not. They're definitely not where they're supposed to be. I mean, they're not a Trump supporter, so I gotta move on. Now,
Right.
what
So
point are you trying to make here?
second hand, even if you think you're not doing it firsthand, right? Second hand would be you supporting your best friend who makes fun of it as well, right? So someone, no, hold on. Parker is sitting there.
Are you talking about when Parker? Are you talking about when Parker said my neck hurts? He wasn't talking in reference to Charlie Kirk. He wasn't talking in That's just something that he says when guests pivot. You know, like, oh, like you broke my leg by pivoting so hard. Like, oh, you broke my neck by pivoting so hard. And he clarified that. He wasn't talking about Charlie Kirk. I mean, it wasn't.
Right. So when
wasn't
it
about
fits
Kirk.
your narrative, you're never talking about Charlie.
Well, I
right?
know he just sincerely wasn't. That's something that Parker's
So
always
saying
said.
that someone's been Kirkified or kirked or whatever you call it, kirked, you think that that's not making fun of someone?
So getting Kirkified? That's just like the
Kirked?
I'm
Yeah,
trying
being
to,
kirked.
No, getting Kirkified.
Kirked. You
what
said
do you mean
earlier,
kirked?
Charlie got kirked. You know what that means, Dean. You're running along.
Wait, I didn't say that Charlie got
you're-
Kirked. I said that Charlie Kirk. Maybe you like misheard me.
No,
confused
honey.
me? Maybe
I
I
promise you, Dean,
misspoke.
if you look, misspoke. Okay, sure, whatever. The problem that I have with you, right, is that you're beyond two-faced. Okay, so I've debated you a couple of times. And actually, my clips are online now, which is pretty cool. You know, go me. And you literally,
you grifter.
like, not even
You're
5 minutes
grifting.
ago.
You're trying to get
No,
more
I'm not
clips.
asking for money, Dean. I've never asked for money.
Oh,
That's
yes.
you.
Oh,
I
that's
haven't
I'm the
asked for
grifter
money.
because I asked for
No.
money.
Dean, we're not talking about grifting right now.
Come on,
you called me
man.
a grifter.
You are a
I'm talking
grifter.
to you about the fact that you have contradicted yourself multiple times. You say that
Okay.
you don't make fun of someone for being unalived.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
But then you say he got
listen.
kirked.
Earlier, I did.
Charlie
say that,
Kirk got kirked, which is exactly what you just said earlier.
Earlier, I did say Charlie Kirk got kirked.
Right, exactly.
I'm sorry. My bad. My fault.
It's disgusting,
I'm
especially
sorry.
when you sit online. You should be sorry, Dean. You know how sensitive this is to you.
I'm
Obviously,
sorry.
you explained that to
I'm
me
really
earlier.
Sorry. I'm really sorry for saying that.
Are you being disingenuous?
No, I'm really sorry for saying that.
Okay, well, that's great. But I'm just telling you that I understand where you stand, like with my views and everybody else's views, especially Charlie's supporters, those types of things. And I think that you think that you're going to get something from this, especially making fun of people who come up here and talk about the awareness surrounding what happened to him. But I promise you, running along with what people are saying about him being unalived and claiming that he got kirked, that's not going to do anything beneficial for your soul, Dean.
Now check this out.
I want you
Now
to
check
know
that. Can I let you know why I've given you the mic for so long now to ramble on about Charlie Kirk? Because there was a reason. Do you want to know what
Go
that
ahead.
reason is?
What is it?
The same energy that you just gave to me, I now want you to turn around and give it to every single person on the right that has made a joke, made fun of, or targeted, internet, memes towards George Floyd in the last 4 years.
And I will give it to them.
Then give it to them.
Like, yeah, everybody making fun of someone's unaliving is disgusting. And you should be thrown in jail.
Oh, wait, so fuck. Charlie Kirk should be thrown in jail for calling the individual a patriot that tried to kill Nancy Pelosi but only found her husband and bashed his skull in. The particular joke that Charlie Kirk made is that some other American patriot should go and bail him out of jail. How are you going to sit here and defend violence when it's, espoused by the mouth of Charlie Kirk, unless you're now going to condemn Charlie Kirk and argue that he's somebody that we shouldn't have looked up to because you think he deserves to be thrown in jail for antagonizing and not condemning, but rather making jokes surrounding the violence that was perpetuated towards Nancy Pelosi's husband.
So I was already 2 steps ahead of you with that because I knew that you were going to bring up the fact that I advocated for Charlie and his beliefs. Once again, that was the last girl. I never told you that we should look up to Charlie. That never came out of my mouth.
Yeah, sure.
And if you want to play the live clip back, we can.
Sure, it came out of your mouth the last time that you were up here. You like literally said.
Last time that I was up here, you're talking about the last time. We're not
so have
talking
you
about
changed
this
your mind
discussion
since?
that we're having.
So have you changed your mind since?
We're not talking about that. That
So have
holds
you
no
changed your
relevance
mind
here.
since? It does, because that's how you think. That's how you feel.
If I changed my mind, would I be up here advocating for that?
So obviously you haven't changed your mind.
Was that man unalived?
Was Charlie Kirk unalived? Yeah, he got...
No, not Charlie Kirk. Was Nancy Pelosi's husband unalived?
No, he was just almost unalived.
Right. Okay. So once again, I'm going to stand by my claim. If we talk about people,
Oh, shit.
we talk
So
about
you're
people who
telling
make fun
me-
of people who are
so-
unalived,
so you're
then
telling
I
me-
do not stand for that.
Okay, so you're telling me if Charlie Kirk was hit in the neck with a bullet, but then his life was saved at the hospital, you wouldn't mind people saying that he got kirked? You wouldn't mind people putting his face on other individuals' bodies? You wouldn't mind people making jokes about it on the internet? You wouldn't mind people using the sound of the bullet to make like EDM pop radio beats? You wouldn't mind anybody making any jokes surrounding that occurrence, given the fact that his life was later saved at the hospital?
The man's still here to defend himself. He would still be here to defend himself.
Okay, so like if his life was saved
He
at
would
the
still be
hospital,
alive.
if his life was saved at the hospital, then like I came on live and I was like, "Yo, Charlie almost got kirked," right? You wouldn't have an issue with that?
I would say you were stupid.
Okay. Well, seemingly you would still have an issue with it. So then called Charlie Kirk stupid for advocating for a quote-unquote American patriot to go bail Nancy Pelosi's husband attempted would-be killer out of jail.
I would literally, like, he's unalived. Why are you still trying to justify this? You just gave
I'm
me
just
the
following
reasons
your own
as to,
logic.
hold on.
No. You just said that like people would
You
be an
just
idiot for
said-
trying to make jokes about it if Charlie Kirk was almost assassinated but didn't die.
It's
Therefore,
funny.
call Charlie Kirk an idiot or say that he was an idiot, right, for arguing that an American patriot should go bail out the would-be murderer of Nancy Pelosi's husband out of jail. Call him an idiot.
You
for
just
that.
gave
Is he an
me
idiot for that?
examples. You just gave me prime examples, right, of the media that you pay attention to of these people making fun of Charlie Kirk, which gives me an understanding as to why you will sit up here and say you got Kirk.
You're not going to answer my question. Are you going to respond to that?
I answered
Are
your
you going to say
question, Dean.
that Charlie Kirk was an idiot for making fun of the near murder of Nancy Pelosi's husband?
Okay, I'll give you a simple answer. No.
Okay, so then why would anybody be an idiot for making fun of Charlie Kirk if he almost got assassinated?
I think you trying to argue logic over empathy is so stupid in this situation.
Yes, don't argue with logic. Heard it here first, folks.
It's stupid. It's really stupid.
Well,
and
you
here's
see,
why.
but the thing is
Because
that your
once
empathy
again,
is selective.
You sat
your empathy is
on
selective.
live and cried.
Your empathy.
You sat on live and cried.
And you're crying right fucking now in defense of a dead man who did something that you would logically call idiotic, but won't call it idiotic since you're too fucking busy, right, spending the last 4 months of your life arguing in total and complete defense of him. Stop crying. Stop whining. You're the one that's whining. You're going to sit here and say that you're an idiot. You're a terrible person. You deserve to be thrown in jail if you make fun of violence. But when it's Charlie Kirk that makes fun of violence, when it's Charlie Kirk that argues a true American patriot would go bail out the would-be murderer of Nancy Pelosi's husband, when it's Charlie Kirk that says young children should watch public executions, then what? He's Jesus 2.0? And then you're going to respond to that by saying you're arguing logic over empathy. So you're arguing that you only have empathy for the victim when it's Charlie Kirk, but not when it's Nancy Pelosi's husband. And that's selective empathy. That's not empathy. That's selective empathy. And selective empathy is wrong.
It's not selective empathy, Dean. It's not selective empathy,
If it's not
Dean.
selective
the
empathy,
man is unalived.
No, one moment. If it's not selective
my
empathy,
God.
then why is your empathy only selecting him?
Dude, okay, I'm going to explain this to you the best that I can once again. I just said, right, that the people making fun of the unaliving of someone is not okay, right? That's what my claim was. I said it loud and proud.
And then I responded
Is Nancy
to that.
Pelosi's husband unalived? Yes or no?
No, I said no.
Okay,
he's not
right.
unalived.
Is
And
Charlie
then I was-
unalived? Yes or no?
Yes, Charlie is
Right.
dead. Then I responded.
Exactly.
Then I
So
responded to
stop.
that. Oh, the reason I'm not going to stop is because then I responded to that by bringing up the fact that, well, he almost died. Therefore, hypothetically speaking, if Charlie Kirk also almost died, was shot in the neck, bled out, but then was later saved at the hospital, would you still condemn individuals making fun of his almost would-be assassination? And you said, yes, they'd be idiots. So then I asked you a follow-up question, logically speaking, following your logic of if you make fun of somebody that was almost assassinated, you're an idiot. Therefore, Charlie Kirk was an idiot for making fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband. And then your response was to deny that and argue that, no, he wasn't an idiot for making fun of Nancy's husband also almost dying. And that is an example of you not applying your logic in one scenario while applying your logic in another example, scenario, and only applying your empathy as it would relate to Charlie Kirk, but not applying your empathy as it would relate to Nancy's husband.
Right. So once again, I said, and I quote verbatim, since we're going to try to take words and twist them, that anybody like making fun of the unaliving of someone should be thrown in jail. Okay. So when we're talking about Nancy Pelosi's husband, right, I said I would come on here if Charlie Kirk were still alive. I would come on here and call you stupid if you were making fun of him after being shot. I never said that they should be thrown in jail. When I said making fun of the unaliving of someone, I said thrown in jail. I didn't say that when I said that he would still be alive. I said you would be stupid. That's such a different thing. That is two totally different things, two totally different scenarios.
So I'm just trying to follow your logic here. Therefore, you think Charlie Kirk was stupid for making fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband almost dying, right?
Yes, I don't think that he should have done that.
Okay, so just to clarify, you think he's stupid or was stupid?
I would have called him stupid for that claim. Yes.
Wait, then also you think that individuals should be thrown in jail for making fun of his assassination?
110%.
Then what should happen to individuals for calling for his assassination?
What do you mean?
If you think an individual should be thrown in jail if they make fun of his assassination, what should have happened to the individuals that called for his assassination?
Called for his assassination when?
I don't know. Let's just imagine somebody on that same day as Tyler Robinson, right, was like, oh, Charlie Kirk deserves to be assassinated. He needs to be executed. Hang him. Like, what should happen to somebody like that?
Was he assassinated in this scenario?
No. Just somebody saying that he deserves to be assassinated. What should happen to them?
The act of which this happened, right? Him actually being unalived and people calling for. We see this every day.
Okay, yeah,
we see this with Donald Trump. We see this with you.
Just answer my question. Answer my question. For the people that will say
the answer is
Charlie
no.
Kirk deserves to be assassinated, he needs to be assassinated, calling for his assassination, what should happen to them? Under your view, what should happen to them?
They should be ridiculed.
They should be ridiculed? To what extent?
I don't know. They shouldn't be saying that. That's all I know. But I'm not going to say that they need to be thrown in jail.
If an individual were to argue that Charlie Kirk should be assassinated, should they ever serve as president?
What do you mean?
Like if Biden said that Charlie Kirk should be hung, should Biden be impeached?
A lot of people say a lot of stupid stuff. I don't. You're going to try to argue the whole Donald Trump's true social shit. And
I fucking am, you idiot.
deflecting.
Yeah, you're gonna sit here and say,
deflecting.
oh, if somebody celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination, throw him in jail. But if somebody calls for the assassination via the means of hanging of 7 Democratic lawmakers, then make him president?
I'm not stupid, Dean. I
Yes,
already
you
know
are.
where
You are pretty stupid.
I'm not stupid.
A little bit.
You literally, I got on here once again. I literally claimed, right, that you shouldn't be making fun of Charlie Kirk.
Don't deflect it. My president calling for the assassination of other people.
You're trying.
Don't
You're trying to justify this by saying that our president.
What am I
right,
trying to
holds this
justify?
relevance
What
as
am I trying to justify?
You're trying to justify
Specifically,
it by using these examples.
What am I trying to justify?
You think it's okay for people to sit here and make fun of someone who's been unalived?
Oh my God, no! What I'm trying to demonstrate.
Oh my God, yeah.
Okay, let me clear up the demonstration. No, and bringing up Charlie Kirk calling for the execution of Democrats. Okay, I'm not trying to make an argument to demonstrate that it's justified to make fun of Charlie Kirk, right? Regardless of what my thoughts are on that, the reason why I'm bringing this up is to demonstrate your own hypocrisy. You can't say in one breath if somebody says Charlie Kirk got kirked, they deserve to be thrown in jail, but in another breath say that if Donald Trump, the president of the most powerful country in the history of the human race, says these Democrats deserve to be executed via the means of hanging, he deserves to be president. I feel like that's such a hypocritical double standard. I absolutely believe it is significantly more preferable to make fun of Charlie Kirk's assassination than for the president to call for the execution of Democrats.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question.
Do you agree? Do you think it's worse for the president to call for the execution of his political opponents or some random no-name 14-year-old on Twitter to make a joke about Charlie Kirk?
It's not some random no-name, Dean. It's you. You with 4 million followers.
Oh, wait, okay. So actually, that's actually even a better question. So which one is worse? Donald Trump, the one leading the country of 340 million Americans, calling for the execution of Democrats, or Dean Withers saying Charlie Kirk got kirked?
I think they're both disgusting.
Which one is worse?
I think they're both disgusting.
Which one is worse?
I think they're both disgusting.
You're not answering my question. I'm not asking you if you think
that's
that
my
both are
answer to your
disgusting.
question.
Which one is worse?
They're both disgusting.
Is one relevantly more wrong than the other?
I think they're both disgusting.
But is one worse
that's
than
the
the
answer
other?
you're gonna get, because here's what you do.
But is one worse than the other?
You take this.
No.
And
Is
you
one
show
worse
the
than the
people and
other?
you're like, I won this debate.
Chloe,
I did
just answer
this,
my
and
question.
You're
Is
gonna
one
try to
worse than the
justify
other?
it once again, and you admitted,
listen,
right?
is one
on
worse
this
than the other?
live, you admitted that
No.
you say,
Chloe,
you said he got kirked.
Chloe, is one worse than the other?
They're both disgusting.
That's not what I'm asking you, Chloe. You're running from the question. Catch up.
I answered your question.
No, I didn't
It's
ask
not
you.
hard.
So my question was not, do you think they're both disgusting? My question was rather, is one worse than the other?
Great, and I answered your question.
Okay, what was your answer?
They're both disgusting.
And then repeat the question I asked, and then explain how that's an answer to it.
Okay, the question you ask is one worse than the other, and I said they're both disgusting.
But how's that an answer to the question?
Because you asked a question, I answered it.
Okay, but how is that an answer? Because from my perspective, that's not an answer, because it's not telling
It's a
me if you
multiple
think that one is
choice,
worse than
Dean,
the
and
other.
I chose the one that said they're both disgusting.
Okay, but how does that inform me an answer to the question is one worse than the other?
Because I answered it. Not that hard.
But I'm arguing
if you
that
can't
that's not
take
an
my
answer.
answer and apply that to your daily life, I don't know what else to tell you.
But I'm arguing that
you're
that's
not a
an
very
answer.
intelligent man.
I'm arguing that that's not an answer. You're a very unintelligent individual.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for your opinion.
So
I don't care.
Is one worse than the other?
They're both disgusting.
But that's not an answer to my question.
Okay, so hey,
No,
can I
Chloe.
ask you a question?
No, you can't until you answer mine.
I-
Is it worse for the sitting president of the United States of America, the leader of 340 million Americans, to go on Truth Social to argue that these Democrats should be executed via the means of hanging, which then led to thousands and thousands of calls and death threats directed towards these representatives, with thousands of people saying that they were going to kill them, they were going to kill their children, they were going to kill their wife, they were going to kill their children and their wife in front of them, leading to thousands of Americans all around this country, right, honing in and targeting individuals, echoing the sentiment shared by those Democratic lawmakers, just simply saying that maybe Trump is a threat to the Constitution, maybe, right, if the military is given an unlawful order, they shouldn't follow it. Is this worse or not worse than somebody saying Charlie Kirk got kirked?
Is it worse for someone to be alive or unalived, Dean?
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Right. Is it worse for someone to be alive or unalived?
Somebody saying Charlie Kirk got kirked didn't kill Charlie Kirk, idiots. Oh my God, now answer the question, completely irrelevant.
That wasn't even my question.
You said, is it worse
You're
for
not
somebody to be
answering my
alive
question.
or
I'm
not
not going to
alive?
answer yours. If you can't tell me whether or not it's worse for someone to be alive or unalived, then I don't even know what I don't even know what to answer you now.
So I don't know. It's if I had to assume here, it's probably worse for somebody to get murdered than not to get murdered.
Right. Okay, so when these people are sitting in their houses and Charlie Kirk is sitting in a casket, which one's worse?
Me saying Charlie Kirk got kirked didn't make Charlie Kirk go to a casket, idiot.
Didn't say that. Never said that.
Yes. Oh, so then you're pivoting away from the argument because the question was, what is worse? Me to say Charlie Kirk got kirked or Donald Trump to call for the execution of these Democrats?
Once again, I'm asking you, is it worse for someone to be alive or in a casket?
I just told you it is worse.
Right, so these people sitting in their homes.
You messed up your question. Your question was, okay, your question was, is it worse to get murdered or not to get murdered? It's worse to get murdered. And now you're trying to make a comparison between these Democrats that are still alive sitting in their homes and Charlie Kirk being dead. Well, I'm not asking you what is worse, Donald Trump to call for the execution of these Democrats or for Tyler Robinson to kill Charlie Kirk. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what is worse, for Donald Trump to call for the execution of these Democrats or for somebody to say that Charlie Kirk got kirked.
And it shouldn't be a question.
You can't answer it because
It
you're
shouldn't
a
be
droid.
a question.
You can't answer it because you know
I'm a droid.
You can't,
Dean,
Chloe.
you are literally so.
You can't answer it because you know the answer is Donald Trump calling for the execution of those
You're
Democrats. Stop playing clueless. The only reason why you're refusing to answer that question is because you know that it makes you lose the debate, and you're such a spineless shill for the right that you will never be honest, even when honesty is obvious. It is obviously worse for the president of the most powerful country in the history of the earth to call for the execution of Democrats, call for the execution of his political opponents, all right? Bringing upon a new dawn of an era of lawlessness and unconstitutional, tyrannical bullshit, leading to death threats being directed against these representatives, threatening their lives, their children's life, their wife's lives. You know that is worse than somebody saying Charlie Kirk got kirked. I don't even need to sit here and convince you of that because you already know it. You just won't say it out loud because you know if you do say it out loud, then you're gonna have to deal with a problem that you said. If an individual says that Charlie Kirk got kirked, they deserve to go to jail. But regardless of the fact that Donald Trump said something that's worse, he still deserves to be the leader of this country. Okay? That's the natural conclusion. So I'm actually just going to assume that you think it is worse for Trump to call for the execution of these Democrats than it would be for somebody to say Charlie Kirk got kirked. Correct me if I'm wrong. The mic is yours. And because I'm making that assumption, how can you sit here and say that somebody should be thrown in jail for the lesser of two evils and then thrown in the Oval Office for the greater of two evils?
So it's actually funny because I never even made that claim.
So then reject it.
You never. No, but no. Here's.
So then
the
reject.
Thing,
So
you
then
never
reject the
asked
claim.
Me, you're not going to shut up long enough for me to even speak. So what's the point of even having me up here? Can I answer or no?
Is this where you try to run away?
I'm not going to run away, but I just don't understand. I might as well stay muted if you're not going to let me speak.
Answer the question. Which one is worse? Donald Trump calling for the execution of these Democrats or some random person saying Charlie Kirk got kirked?
Well, you just asked me a different question, so I'm going to answer that one first. So my answer to that question is that you actually never asked me my stance on what Donald Trump did, nor have you asked me what my stance is on Donald Trump anyways. You asked me, right, what I thought about it.
No, I
you
asked
me
you,
which one.
I
yes,
asked you,
did.
is it worse for Donald Trump to call for the execution of these Democrats or for some random person to say Charlie Kirk got kirked?
And I said they're both disgusting.
But that's not an answer to the question, Chloe.
Dean, it's not that hard to comprehend. They're both disgusting.
But obviously, can we agree that it's obviously worse for Donald Trump to call for the execution of the Democrats? Even though
I
they're
just
both
said
disgusting.
it was disgusting.
But even though they're both disgusting, can we agree that it's still worse for Donald Trump to call for the execution of these Democrats?
That would be going against what you just said. You would be weighing empathy. You would be juggling empathy right there.
Wait. So you can't argue that one action is worse than the other? So tell me what was worse, Hitler committing the Holocaust or a white lie I told my teacher in 4th grade? Because they're both wrong, right? Oh, and because you can't measure the wrongness of wrong actions. Therefore, yeah. They have no relevance towards each other. Oh, guess what? You are weighing empathy. You are weighing the wrongness of moral actions by saying that it's worse for Hitler to commit the Holocaust than it was for me to tell a white lie in 4th grade, right? That's wrong.
not political.
You can't do that. So everything okay, it's not political. So when it's about things that are wrong in politics, then they're all just as wrong. So you can't say that Kamala Harris was worse of a person than Donald Trump?
This is so funny.
Oh my God, get clipped! Get 360 no scoped! I'm in a bot lobby!
No, you're just
I'm in a fucking bot lobby. Yo,
okay,
dude.
so you would agree.
I got the bot set on fucking recruit difficulty right now. Yo, dude. Oh my God, you're getting cooked, Chloe. So just to clarify, because you don't think that you could argue that one political action is worse than any other political action, therefore you think that Kamala Harris was just as bad as Donald Trump, right?
No, we're talking about unaliving here, Dean.
We're actually not talking about unaliving.
Yeah, we were, right?
So the question is, we're talking about somebody calling for somebody else's unaliving. So calling for the execution compared to somebody saying Kirk got Kirk clueless, Chloe.
Oh my God, taking the chat and applying it to your conversation with me. Kudos to you, Dean.
Yeah, the chat clicked and so did I.
Okay, awesome.
That was a 200 pump right there. That was a 200 pump right there.
Dude, you're literally like, I came up here to discuss with you, right?
Eric, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Eric with the $50 says, this woman makes me feel like it'd be much better to be in a casket at this point than to listen to her. Well, I appreciate you for the $50, Eric. Appreciate you so much for the love. Go ahead and show some love to Eric for the $50 donation down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Eric. Jenny, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Jenny. Jenny with the $50 says, I can't keep commenting on TikTok. It's making, let me go ahead and read the rest of your message. I can't keep commenting on TikTok like it is making a difference. I just seem crazy. Here's a donation for the good work that you do. Oh, thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you, Eric and Jenny. And then Crystal, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. And Mason with the $5. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are going crazy today. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, for putting up with Chloe in all circles she's talking. Yeah, no, Chloe's fucking clueless. I mean, she's obviously like low IQ. Like, she's obviously unintelligent. It is like obviously like an unintelligent take to suggest that you can't comparatively, like question the wrongness of one action compared to the wrongness of another, right? It's obviously like insane to suggest that all actions in which occur inside of politics are just as wrong as one another, right? This would be like arguing that it's just as wrong to be a Nazi as it is to be like a left-leaning centrist. This is like arguing that it's just as wrong to be a Nazi as it would to be, right, like a moderate Democrat. This is arguing that it's just as wrong to be a Nazi as it would to be, right, like even a leftist, right? Since those things are all political, therefore they're just as wrong as one another. This is like arguing that we can't clearly distinguish between the wrongness of particular actions due to the fact that they're all just as wrong as one another. Like, there's no way that you're going to be able to sit here and convince me that it was just as wrong for Trump to take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans as it was wrong for Biden and Harris to pass the PACT Act that funded the VA by $900 million. Like, just drop the bullshit. Obviously, you have a small brain, but you still have one. And even with said small brain, you should be able to recognize that no, some actions can be worse than others, you idiot.
Political unaliving, Dean, not just political. That's what I said. But okay.
Now you're saying that all political unaliving is wrong as one another. Well, the question that I asked you in one circumstance was Donald Trump calling for political unaliving, calling for the execution of his political opponents. But then in another scenario was just saying that Charlie Kirk got kirked. Saying that Charlie Kirk got kirked doesn't kill Kirk. Saying that Charlie Kirk got kirked isn't a call for political violence. Saying that
He's
Kirk
already
got kirked,
unalived. And the reason as to why he is because
political
of political violence, Dean. You're not understanding.
So answer my question. Answer my question. Is it worse for the president of the United States of America to call for the death of his political opponents or for somebody to say that Charlie Kirk got kirked?
And I'm going to continue to say it's disgusting, both of them.
So is it, okay, let's take this one step further. Is it more wrong for Donald Trump to call for the execution of his political opponents or a 14-year-old on Twitter to superimpose Charlie Kirk's face on somebody's body?
Both disgusting, Dean. Next question.
Wait, so you think a 14-year-old Kirkifine a picture of, I don't know, just let's shoot a random name out here. Fucking Arrow from the Arrow, or like, I don't know, Iron Man. So you think a 14-year-old Kirkifine Iron Man on Twitter is just as wrong as Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents?
Both disgusting, Dean. Next
You're
question.
an idiot! Oh my god, you're so insufferable. You're so insufferable. You're such a fucking joke. You're a joke, Chloe. And I hope that you know how big of a joke you are. You are, just give it up. You're such a disingenuous, clueless individual. You know, I feel like right now, let's see here. Chloe's getting deaned. That's what's going on right now. You just got fucking deaned, dude. You're so spineless, Chloe. Come on. I'm going to laugh in your face for suggesting that it's just as wrong for a 14-year-old on Twitter to Kirkify Iron Man and get 2 likes as it would be wrong for the president of the most powerful country in the history of Earth to call for the execution of his political opponents.
Would you say that's selective empathy, Dean?
I'd say that you have selected dumbness.
No. Answer my question. Would you say that's selective empathy?
What?
If we were to say that it's selective empathy, right, for you to take away the relevance of one situation, right, and the empathy towards that situation and not apply it to the other one?
What?
Is that selective?
Well, I'm confused on what you're asking me.
So you said in this situation, right, in this hypothetical, that someone on Twitter, a 14-year-old on Twitter, making fun of Charlie Kirk for the unaliving, and Donald Trump calling for the unaliving of these people, right, these government officials. You think that that's selective empathy too? Because I'm not gonna. You're obviously not empathizing with the situation as much as you are with the other one.
So it's
that's selective empathy, yeah.
So it's obviously not selective empathy to argue that it's worse to nuke the globe than it is to steal a candy bar from a grocery store. It's not selective empathy to argue that it's worse for the president of the U.S. to call for the deaths of his political opponents than it is for a 14-year-old to Kirkify Iron Man on Twitter.
So what's the selective empathy to you, Dean? What's your definition?
Only placing your empathy in one scenario or some scenarios compared to other scenarios where logically it would also apply.
Right. So in these two situations, you don't think that's selective empathy?
No, because we obviously have good reason to think it is worse to nuke the earth or to have the president call for the execution of his political opponents than it is to steal a candy bar from a grocery store or to have a 14-year-old.
That was not your initial
Iron Man
argument.
on Twitter.
Right, there we go. Okay, so you think that someone making fun of someone who's already been unalived, if this was anybody else that wasn't on the right, do you think that you would have a different approach at this or no?
No, I'd argue that it is significantly worse for Donald Trump to call for the execution of his political opponents than it is for a 14-year-old to go on Twitter and, make a meme about George Floyd.
You think that that's worse?
It is objectively worse for Donald Trump.
So political
to call for the death
violence,
of his political
right?
opponents
So we're talking about political
than for a 14-year-old to
violence
post a meme about George Floyd on Twitter. Completely.
Political violence, right? You're weighing political violence here, right?
You're weighing political violence? If you want to call,
you're trying to weigh political violence.
If you want to call both of those two things political violence, which I disagree with, that's fine. And yes, therefore I would be weighing political violence.
That's crazy. So you don't think political violence on both sides, they weigh the same?
Absolutely not. Are you insane? Like, obviously, right? Like one form of political violence that would be genocide is significantly worse than another form of political violence that would be like, I don't know. Let's see, what's like another form of political violence? The assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Let me just get this straight. You think that you're going to weigh genocide and Charlie Kirk's unaliving. You're going to say that genocide is worse.
Yeah.
You would put those in the same category and you would weigh them and you would say that unaliving a man, not that genocide is any less relevant, okay? I think they're both disgusting, but you're going to weigh those.
Yeah, genocide's worse.
I'm appalled. I'm appalled.
Are you crying?
No, I'm not crying. I haven't shed a tear.
You're appalled because I think that the Holocaust is worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination?
No, the fact that you weigh them is disgusting.
I'm a disgusting person for arguing that the Holocaust was worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination. Oh my goodness. golly, dude. Oh my. Can you agree that the Holocaust was worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination?
I can agree that they were both disgusting and horrendous. Yeah.
Oh my God, but can we agree that the Holocaust was worse?
There were more people unalived, yes.
But was it worse?
I'm not going to weigh the two.
You're not going to tell me that. You're not going to tell me. You're really not going to tell me that the Holocaust was worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination.
No, and you screaming into the mic is not going to change my mind.
Would you argue that me screaming at you is political violence?
No.
Okay, what would be like a form of political violence? To say that you should lose your right to vote?
Saying that I should lose my right to vote?
Yeah, would that be politically violent?
No, I don't care about voting. I'm a conservative woman, Dean. Anything that I would say, you would absolutely freak out about. You're doing right now.
Do you think that women should be able to vote?
Yeah, we are able to vote.
But do you think that they should be able to vote?
If it had been taken away, I don't care.
Oh my God.
This is going to go crazy on those edits that they have of you two. I'm really happy that you're getting some clips here.
You wouldn't care if all American women lost the right to vote.
I think men are predominantly better than us in terms of politics.
Oh my God. Chloe.
Dean.
I'm not better than you because of what's in between my legs. I'm better than you.
I never said that either.
And you're not worse than me because of what's in between your legs. Okay? Okay, I not at all. I mean, I am better than you, not because you're a woman and because I'm a man. Okay, and that suggestion is incredibly misogynistic. So just to clarify, why do you think men are better than women in the context of politics?
I think that men are driven, not by feelings but facts.
So you think that men are more logical and women are more emotional? What's your evidence?
Yes, that's why we have maternal instinct. That's why we're able to empathize more with people. And I'm seeing this checks out right here. I mean, you trying to weigh the two situations is disgusting, honestly.
Okay,
it's really
so
gross.
check this out. So actually, no, it is not true that women are more emotional than men. And I'm going to go ahead and just describe to you precisely how. So first and foremost, 92% of all violent crimes are committed by men. Violent crimes are an incredibly emotional and irrational reaction to external stimuli. If women were more emotional than men, then why do men absolutely dominate women in the field? Okay, another male-dominated field would be self-unaliving. Self-unaliving, of course, is very sad, but still yet, it is one of the most emotional reactions that an individual can give. 72% of all self-unalivings are committed by men. Another field that men dominate in would be reckless driving and drunk driving. Reckless driving and drunk driving are not rational. They are irrational and emotional. Men absolutely slam women at it. They account for like 75 to 85% of all of them. And then when we look at fields that are driven by reason, logic, such as education, women absolutely slam men, getting better grades, more degrees, so on and so forth. Not to mention that when we just look at the raw data, women score higher on average on IQ tests and EQ tests. And because of that maternal instinct that you just pointed out, evolution actually gave women thicker spines on their dendrites in their brains to be able to better deal with and handle pain and stress compared to men because they can give birth, not saying that they have to, which of course has led to the conclusion that on average, women are actually more emotionally intelligent than men. And this is why we see women deal with stress better in empirical fields, such as surgery. Only like 15% of surgeons are females compared to the rest who are males. However, females in surgery outperform males in surgery. The American Medical Association did a study on this, and they concluded that if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man, you're significantly less likely to experience negative postoperative outcomes or death compared to if you were operated on by a man. And those are the facts. See, the fact of the matter is you have internalized misogyny. The fact of the matter is you don't have the facts. The fact of the matter is you won't be able to refute the argument that I just gave you. And the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, you've fallen a victim to the propaganda. And hopefully in having this conversation with me, I'm able to help pull you out of that, because it's just a lie as old as society itself to assume that women are more emotional or less logical than men. For all the reasons that I just gave and more. W women in the chat.
Yeah, W women. I'm not trying to take away the relevance of women in this world. But you yourself just stated that women were more emotionally intelligent, correct?
Yeah, more emotionally intelligent.
Okay, so when I say that women are more often driven by emotion, which is true, right? That's only because
just
of
not
the
true.
hold on, Dean, just wait. That is simply because of the lack thereof of support that we have for men and their emotions and how to regulate those, right? So a lot of the time, society, you can say that even looking at our past and our history, that men are definitely the perpetrators of many things, correct?
Yep.
You just gave me those statistics, right? So do you think that that is due to the fact that men are more emotional or less emotionally intelligent, or is it because we have neglected men's emotions and how they go about it because they are typically the protectors?
Okay, so if it's because men are less emotionally intelligent innately, which, by the way, there exists some evidence for that, that being found in the fact that women are able to deal with stress better than men because of the thicker dendrites in the context of their anatomy, well, then, of course, that'd be to blame on the men. And then even if that second argument were to be true, that men are, not as good as dealing with their emotions compared to women because of society and the system that exists within inside of it, well, who set that system up?
Well, clearly, obviously, if it's the patriarchy, is that what you're referring to?
Who set that system up, Chloe?
Obviously, men.
Oh, so men are to blame for indoctrinating men into thinking that they should drive with their emotions. Got it.
No, it's not really that.
That they
It's
should
that-
act with
no,
their emotions compared to logic. Got it.
No, that's not at all what I was saying. You
That's
just
not at all what you're saying.
like you literally did not answer.
So
any
I mean, it
question.
kind of seems like the outcome of the conclusion of the debate here is that you think that women are better at regulating their emotions than men, but somehow men are better leaders. So you think that better leaders have less regulated emotions?
Yes, 100%. Because when we're looking at things, I mean, you're talking about the patriarchy, you're talking about the leadership in which men possess, and not so much anymore because women are. I mean, we're living in a time where
So Hitler was
very prominent.
really bad at managing his emotions. Was Hitler a good leader?
Why would you even ask me that? No, Hitler was not a good leader.
Okay, and a really big reason
That's a
why is
stupid
because
question.
he let his emotions lead, right? What about Mussolini? Was he a bad leader?
Dean, you're not going to give me these examples and think that you're going to
Chances
get
are
anywhere.
that you don't even know who Mussolini is because you're very uneducated.
You're very uneducated.
You know, how about that?
Dean,
Who is Mussolini?
the point that I'm trying to make
Who
here.
is
No.
Mussolini?
You're not going to question me about history here.
Okay.
We're trying to have a conversation about the leadership in which men possessed, right? When we're talking about the colonization or the conquering of the United States of America, when we're talking about the Native American. When we're talking about the Native American,
not conquering.
we're talking about the people on Native American soil, right? I can agree with you here, right? We're talking about stolen land. When you're referencing stolen land, you don't really understand the logistics there, right?
So
when you're
so
trying to
couldn't make
contradict what I say when I say conquering.
So you couldn't make an argument that men are better at leading than women. So now you're talking about the quote unquote conquering of indigenous Americans.
I'm trying to make a point here, but you're not letting me.
Yeah, make the point. God willing, Chloe.
You just really hate me. Anyway.
Yes, I think that you're a terrible person. I also think that you're very unintelligent.
You think that I'm a terrible person? Why do you think that, Dean?
Well, one of the reasons why I think that you're a very terrible person is because you're willing to ignore fact to like assume that you're right. Like the most recent time you did this was when you told me that individuals with a lower level of emotional regulation are better at leading, right? Because I was able to prove to you that that's something that men have, and that obviously would counter your point that men are better at leading. So you're willing to just disregard the fact that it's like obviously commonsensical that no, people with a lower level of emotional regulation are going to be worse at leading. There's a bunch of historical examples to demonstrate that this is true. But I think that you're a terrible person because of instead of just acknowledging reality and conceding, you just like rather said actually people with a lower level of emotional regulation are better at leading. And you did this before too, right? Like when I brought up the defeater to your argument that like not all political violence is the same. I said, well, do you think that like the Holocaust was worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination? I think that you were a pretty terrible person because, right, you just couldn't concede that obviously the Holocaust was worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination because that would require you being wrong. And I just don't think that you're an individual that wants to be wrong because I think that you likely have a large ego and this is very damaging to you. This is very damaging to who you are as a person and very damaging to the way that you treat others in the world around you.
I mean, I literally just argued with you that we should not be weighing empathy. So how me being empathetic, right, and not disregarding different situations, why do you think that makes me a horrible person?
Arguing that the Holocaust is worse than Charlie Kirk's assassination doesn't disregard Charlie Kirk's assassination. If anything, it disregards the Holocaust to argue the opposite. Right? To say that it's just as wrong for one man to be executed as it was wrong for 12 million individuals to be systemically raped, murdered, slaughtered, genocide, starved, forced into labor and concentration camps, so on and so forth, disregards the wrongness of the Holocaust.
Right. Once again, I never said anything. I never took away the relevance from the Holocaust. Do you think that me
Yes,
arguing?
you did. You absolutely did.
Shouldn't be weighing?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you a question.
By
Do you think
arguing that
me
the two things are
arguing
just
that we
as
wouldn't
bad
be
is
weighing?
taking relevance away from the Holocaust.
I just said we shouldn't be weighing them.
Yeah, and that takes away relevance from the Holocaust because
It's not taking away. If I can acknowledge the genocide that happened during the Holocaust, and I can acknowledge, hold on.
So the way
if I can acknowledge the genocide in which happened during the Holocaust,
If you're not willing to say that the Holocaust is worse than Charlie Kirk's
that's
assassination,
your subjective opinion, dude. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Now you're calling it a subjective opinion to think that the genocide of 12 million people is worse than the execution of one man. You're taking weight away from the Holocaust. Do you disagree?
Yes. I disagree because once again, we talked about selective empathy earlier. And if you're telling me that you would argue the same exact thing, I can argue the same exact thing. You thinking that some man unaliving, right, who had a very, very, very large impact on this country, you think that him being unalived and being taken away from his daughters or his daughter and son and his wife and millions of people in which he impacted, you think that that's less than of people being genocide? Like, what do you mean? That's selective empathy, Dean, right there.
Wow. Wow, that is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not taking away relevance from anything.
Wow.
That's not taking away the relevance.
So I'm going to go and kick the Nazi apologists off the stream. Bye, Nazi
Dude,
apologists.
what?
Yeah, you're Nazi
Yeah,
apologists. You're Nazi apologists.
I've never said that. I'm not.
Yes, because
literally have never claimed.
So if you don't
what
think,
the fuck does that even mean?
If you don't think that the systemic slaughter, genocide,
I do.
Starving and rape of 12 million people is worse than the murder of one man, then you're a Nazi apologist.
Are you actually serious right now? Like you're being serious?
Yes.
So thinking that someone was unalived and holding that, right, to the same relevance, thinking they have the same relevance.
The Holocaust,
someone being unalived
is being apologetic to Nazis. Yes.
How so?
Because one thing is obviously worse than the other. Charlie Kirk wasn't raped. Okay? Charlie Kirk's not 12 million people. Okay? Charlie Kirk wasn't starved then killed. Okay? Charlie Kirk wasn't forced to leave his house, leave his family, watch his children die, watch his wife die, then be starved and killed himself after being raped. Okay? But that was the reality for 12 million people in Germany in the 1930s.
It was horrendous.
Through the
I know
1940s,
that.
right? So for you to sit here and argue that one thing is just as wrong as the other makes you a Nazi apologist.
That's not. That's literally not. It's not how that works.
Yeah, just you have terrible behavior, KKK Chloe. I think that you're crazy. I think that you're a Nazi, and I'm just gonna go ahead and sorry. I think that you're a Nazi apologist. I'm just gonna go and kick you off of my live now. Completely disgusting. Completely disgusting. Nicole, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Nicole. Natissa, thank you for the 15. Trey with the 2. Robin with a 5. Trey with the 13 cents. And Susan with a $5. Thank you so much. Also, Jonathan with the $2. Tyler with a 10. And Sabrina, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says just selective empathy and making MAGA mad people to give you money. I appreciate you for the $25, Sabrina. I'd also like to thank Kirby for the $10, Brianna with a 20, and Peter, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo, who says Chloe is avoiding your questions like Trump is avoiding the release of the Epstein files. Yo, 10 out of 10, Peter. Thank you for the $75, bro. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Now, for everybody watching at home, I'm going to go to an end for the day. I got to go to parade with my girlfriend.